Welcome in, folks. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, the boys are back in town. Welcomes to everybody's. It is time we do some Nico stuffs with cousin Roman. Oh wait, the donation center. Oh, there we go. One sec. Let me make sure we pin it. And let me set goals. So, grift break timers. So we hit this. Make sure we're over on this. Bada bing. Bada boom, folks. Bada bing, bada boom. Also, shout out to Easy, because like this whole logo was basically Easy, apart from like the green fire in the background. Like to see like the Celtic like knots around and all that kind of stuff. Beautiful. Bellissimo. You know what I'm saying? That's why I keep saying to Easy, like, there's just so much that he's done for me. Absolute legend. You know what I'm saying? And happy birthday, Easy, if you're listening in. Hope you have a, well, yeah, clearly you had a great one, you know what I'm saying? But hopefully it continues in, all that kind of stuff. Looking forward to the Verbal Combat as well, folks. You know what I'm saying? And as William's saying, we need to make sure that we get at least $10 on the PayPals or Ko-Fis. You know what I mean? One sec. I need to... Oh, I have to wait till this loads. Because the game doesn't like it when I tab out of the game. When it's loading. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But one sec. Let me get the... So I want to... put this over here so I can see. So I can see when the PayPal's Ko-Fi's comes in to... Okay, that goes there. Let's do this down here. Okay. Okay, at least I should be able to see it, I think. Yeah, so... the refresh as well. Yeah, he's 34 and not 25, but the meme is he's 25. You know what I'm saying, boys? So one sec. So yeah, we finished the Italiano mafia shit as well. So it's good. Welcome in, Nemo. Welcome in. Dart is actually Irish. Lies. He's American. You are required to open up your panel, sir. If we get a kind and generous donations, I'm more than willing to open up the panel. You know what I'm saying, comrades? And we got the easy raid. Folks, we got to play the clips. My man. And because Easy's logical, right? Not only that, because it came up in the chat there where like Easy was saying, it's like, yeah, like a byproduct of doing the Verbal Combat is that like he sees people like actually developing their arguments and actually improving in the debate as well. So none better to teach us about the logics.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the 3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Boom! You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because like he was so cheeky. He was like, does Easy know the 3 laws of logic? Law of identity, law of excluded middle, and law of non-contradiction. Go fuck yourself. Bada bing, bada boom, and oh mon dieu. Oh mon dieu. I gotta play multiple for this one. First of all, here's a bit of pep. And I gotta play the shredding clip as well. And also, Darth as well. What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on right now?
Okay, so, yeah, so, first of all, shout out to Jack of Blades for the 50, okay? We had Jack of Blades at the 50, and I'm pretty sure, Darth, it was $30 as well that you sent. And then Shazzy with the £10 as well. I gotta play a little bit of Indian wisdom for that one as well. Un momento.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in a most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process. Embrace the open panels. Okay, so it should be pinned now. A sec, let me make sure it's on the thing on Bob as well. Kick is being a little bit of a bollocks because it's not letting me sign in or whatever. So we're only on the YouTube and Twitch so far, but the panel link should be pinned there, folks. So come on down, enjoying the party, as they say. So 1 sec, let me sure I have everything. Fee favor, as they say. Fee favor, and ladies and gentlemen, we already got a couple of guests backstage. Let me introduce them.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dogs, Mr. Mangoes, and Mr. Kieran. Welcome to the show, folks.
Doing good.
Yeah,
Thanks for having
let's
us.
do this.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's have fun.
Listen,
Yeah,
boy.
we're gonna get it
Let-
today.
The madness
Calm down,
ensue,
calm
boys.
Calm down.
King's
Just
like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. The madness shall ensue. And folks, you got 2 premium memes because we hit the $100 mark and we're not even, 20 minutes into the show? Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Dart. Welcome in, Jack, as well. How are you, folks?
Oh God, here we go.
Well,
there goes the neighborhood. Everybody's coming in. That means
that
there'll be
mean-
less alcohol for me. I can't really do what I want
and-
because everybody's got to come over here and join in the
Mangoes-
party. Fucking terrific.
Pink Nugget says you need to be supervised, so I'm going to put you over there beside Pepe, so you stay in line. I was saying Pepe's
Okay,
going
so
I
to keep
love
his eyes on you.
Pepe.
so Teriak,
Pepe makes me feel good about myself.
hang on, bro, just a minute. Give me a second. So Teriak, since you've hit $100 like in 90 seconds, can Greymate just calm the fuck down with his grift in the chat? Just for once. Can that guy just
As
calm
ca-
down?
No.
As Captain America says,
Why don't you tell me
no,
to calm
I don't
down?
think he will.
Tell me to calm down, Karen. I fucking dare you. I fucking
tell
dare
your mama
you.
to calm
Find
down.
you and get you in your
the
sleep.
madness is
Well, my
ensuing
mama's
already.
gonna fucking kick your ball.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Let the madness ensue, boys. Let the madness ensue. How are we all tonight?
Amazing.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty fucking spicy right now.
Shut up, you fucking. Shut up, ass crevice.
You fucking
Ass
you're
cavity.
the ass you're the ass cavity master, so fuck off. You love ass cavities.
master.
You'll be like, man, I wish they throw me in prison so I can see all the ass cavities all I want. That's you, Karen. Don't even fucking project that shit on me, you halfwit bitch. Fuck you. Why don't you
He's got a
suck a
point,
fat
Karen. He's
schlong, you
got a
ass
point.
cavity loving having ass
Oh, God,
fucker?
fat one. He's talking about 7
Oh,
inches
yeah.
with girth.
He'll put that shit right in his mouth like a fucking cigar. Puff, puff, pass, but he'll be puff, puff, swallowing.
Fucking old boy's on fucking fire tonight. He's on fire. I'm actually. This is one of the very. I think I was once speechless in 1973, and it fucking happened again. You fucking got me. You got me.
Got him. We got him, boys.
Is this like Woodstock? No.
Damn, Karen.
Hey, don't you
Wait,
talk
he's Australian. They don't have Woodstock in Australian.
Ah, that's true. That's true. Damn.
No, we have.
He might have been to the Africanade.
No, we do have our public broadcaster. Their alternative station does hold a yearly festival called Splendor in the Grass. I'm not even
That
lying.
sounds gay as fuck.
I'm not even lying. It's all,
That
Sounds like
sounds
bluegrass
gay
or
as
something.
fuck, bro. Yeah. Splendor in the grass. No wonder why. The ass cavity lives again.
There we go. It's still, bro. Don't wear it out. Don't wear it out. I'm trademarking that shit. So you
Say it right now.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Well, it's
Oh, no,
untrademarked.
you fucked up. You should have trademarked it before you said that idea. I'm fucking stealing it, dude. That's fucking. I will give you your flowers on it. That's so fucking genius. Ass cavity. You know how many fuckers are going to be like, "What the fuck is this?" You know, it's a really genuine, original mind fuck. I love it. Ass cavity.
You already owe me $8 for saying it 4 times. So my lawyers advise you to shut the fuck up.
God,
Well, your
damn.
lawyers are nothing but the ass cavities that made this mess in the first place, so they can shut the fuck
He's gonna
up
be
in front of you
rich.
perfection.
$10. It's now $10, motherfucker.
$10 and plus the legal advice as well. That's another $20. So you owe him $30 in total now.
Well, I'm going to claim legal fees. Obviously. Fuck this guy. Yeah.
Damn, he's gonna get
nuts,
back a lot on
motherfucker.
taxes.
You nuts?
What can I say, man? What can I say?
I hope you're enjoying the show, Pink Nuggets, because I'm telling you something right now. There ain't nothing more powerful than a Spurg and his Nuggets.
My man.
gay?
Yeah. I kind of.
Okay.
I
can make this game real fucking quick.
I do kind of not gonna lie, I do kind of like chicken nuggets, but when they're pink, not so much. Okay, chicken nuggets are okay, but if they're,
I'm just gonna
They're
take
not
that
chicken nuggets, they're pink nuggets.
I know, like I'm just saying.
Australian. This is why we created
House of Fire again.
Anytime I see the color pink, it just makes me think about those round, juicy morsels. Mm.
Oh my god!
Hold on. Wait a minute. Thumbnail right.
What?
bastard. He's just like, bitches, get out of my way. I'm gonna drive like crazy. Never.
Fuck yeah. Only sad part is I'm fucking sober. That's the caveat. Just imagine if I was fucking
What?
drunk right now.
What?
Wait, you're sober?
Yeah, that's what I was like. What?
The fuck?
Oh,
I can't
it's my
I
natural
can't believe I'm saying this,
superpower.
but Mangoes, I think you should drink.
Oh no, that'll probably no.
I'm not
You don't
a
want me to
doctor,
drink
but-
while I'm in this fucking
You
mood.
see how he's running away from the car, right?
He's
like,
stuck.
I'm drunk. I'm gonna step in front of the car and take it from you. That's the boss, right? What is
Not
this?
gonna lie. Nemo Los Angeles in the chat said sounds like someone's coming out of the cavity tonight.
Shit, boys.
Someone's coming out of the cavity. Look,
Yeah, I'll
Well, you've
tell you
already
what.
done
Can
it,
Nemo
so it
put
can't be
another?
you.
Can Nemo do a $10 super chat and tell us who he's referring to?
He's referring to
Nah,
you,
man, I
dickhead.
like the grift elements of that.
How do you
I do like-
fucking know that, Karen? Can you read fucking minds? Do
like,
you
I'm
know
in
what people
fucking up.
think? No, you don't. Sit down and eat your nuggets and shut the fuck up, you ass cavity. God, fuck.
Not if they're pink. No. Look. This is the tried. Look, this is evolution. This is evolution. Our ancestors, they used to evolution, baby. They used to break open the chicken nuggets and check if it was pink. If it was pink, look. If the caveman broke open a chicken nugget and it was pink inside, they put it back in the microwave for 30 more seconds.
Okay, so cavemen had microwaves.
Of course they did.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was getting ready to say that too. Like, since when the cavemen had microwaves? And it was just like, are you saying that microwaves was a lost technology?
No, they were.
It was
Look.
the sun.
They were
The original microwaves were from the sun, right?
I'm speaking
I'm
about.
not wrong.
I'm speaking about French
They just
cavemen.
put it out
They
in the
called
sun
it.
and they cooked it.
They called it the microwave because they were French cavemen.
Ah.
There was no such thing as French people during the Stone Age, you fuck.
Yeah.
No, France.
That's a
France.
fucking
that's
trick
a
question.
cultural-
No.
Listen, haven't,
That's a
have,
false
I'd say
statement.
France
Haven't you
is
fucking-
modern day
haven't-
Stone Age.
haven't you heard of Napoleon? Napoleon rode the elephants in fucking 4000 BC. What's wrong with you, bro?
Yeah. Let me guess. He did that in
Teriyaki.
Egypt, huh?
Teriyaki.
You're going to tell me
It
he did
was-
it in Egypt
it was
watching the
French
dinosaur build the
or
pyramids?
The direct ancestors of the Stone Age. You know.
That's true. Well,
I'm surrounded by ass cavities.
Well, Teriak. Here's a question, Teriak. Katie, you're killing me. Okay, got me wife here in fucking stitches. Okay, listen, Teriak.
Can I get the ass cavity on a poster, please? I need to see what it looks like entirely.
I can't. Okay.
Gotta ask Teriak. Gotta ask Teriak a real question. Okay, before the French drew a boundary around France, did France exist?
He's claimed so many times. It's not.
Well, I'd say the idea of France would, but like the physical location, I guess technically yes. Like, but the border wasn't there. You wouldn't call
Do you
it
think
France.
Well, do you think France was France when it was Pangea, when it was the big super continent? Was
No, do you actually think France was a thing that started since civilization started?
Well, the question is,
Actually, believe it or not, gentlemen, we have a French person backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
See what I
But
done
see,
there?
that
Because
one
French people
fits.
are gay.
See, that one fits.
Welcome in, crazy. How are you, sir?
Not bad. You?
Hey,
Come on, man. Well, I think
Crazy.
we're talking about ass cavities and the French being gay at the moment.
I just want to hear.
you said I was a
Weird
French
topics
person.
going on over here. Yeah, you know.
Just want to hear Crazy. Can you say escargot? Just to test your
Escargot.
French.
No, hold
Yes,
on
French.
here.
Yes, say
So
French.
we're talking
It's
about
fucking-
French people
It's French.
and
I
ass
ain't no fucking
cavities.
French.
What the fuck gay shit
on.
are we talking about here? All
Well,
I
right.
had
French
no
people and ass
fucking
cavities
clue.
can go hand in hand.
Gay shit.
Kieran made a claim. Hold on.
Remember,
can you
this
say
lady like to
cheeseburger?
swallow.
Can you
Well,
say
Your man goes, where's he at? I see him. Oh.
Kieran? Can you say cheeseburger? I already know Terry. I can't.
Say what?
Cheeseburger.
Well, it depends. Is it made of cheese or is it made of beef?
It's called a fucking burger if it's not without cheese, you
say the
dipshit.
fucking
It's a
word, you
cheeseburger.
dumbass.
Are you serious?
Can you say the fucking word cheeseburger?
I can say cheese, yeah, and burger, yeah.
Cheese?
I
Hey,
just
can you
said
He
Yeah,
said
put it together.
cheese? Oh,
Stop.
cheese.
Kieran,
Naturally,
what the fuck? Say it.
you gay piece of shit.
I already know.
So-
You gay piece of cheese.
You
Gentlemen,
You got
I'm
a
proud of
place of
this. I'm actually
cheese?
proud.
Well, like it depends, right? Like, is the burger made of is a hamburger made of ham? Okay, this is
You're,
the
all
question.
right, you're fucked right now because my picture is literally a cheeseburger.
That's a
A
hamburger.
bacon
which-
cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger?
Which,
That's
which
a
by the way,
baconator.
has,
It is a baconator. Oh, you can say baconator, but you can't.
but what about the beef? What about no one's talking about the beef? Like a hamburger.
Say fuck off, Kieran.
Don't worry about a hamburger being a
Damn,
sandwich. Don't worry about a hamburger being a fucking sandwich. Has a hamburger got any fucking ham? That's
Yeah.
the real question. And bacon is not ham. Bacon's not ham.
Say it.
Say what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you don't understand
say
the
it
English
so
language in your Australian culture and your prison colony, but hamburger refers to a thing.
Are you the guy who said you weren't drunk, or was that somebody else?
No, that was Mango.
I wasn't drunk.
Oh, it was Mango.
Jesus.
Mango. Okay.
God damn it, Karen. Fucking pay attention.
If you really want to look, if you really want to, if you really want to do this, if you really want to, if you really want to, you just said say it. I said it.
All
Okay.
I have to do is say it.
It. You keep saying say it. I said it. It.
No, you fucker. Say cheeseburger.
Literally, you fucking.
Here, it's only so that you can hear me. I know your tactic. Because I can say cheeseburger.
I know, but I just like I've always wondered which part.
I even gave you the reference.
Just want to ask a question. Which part of the buffalo do buffalo wings come from?
The wing, wing, the buffalo wing, the actual wing. That's where the buffalo wings comes from. It's the wing. It's in the name. Won't you? Are you serious? Are you stupid right now?
Refers to the
Yeah, but buffaloes don't have wings.
You can have barbecue rings.
I never drove,
raw
Shantae. I'm working.
wings and
I'm on
bacon
duty.
rings and all that too. So
This comes natural.
shove it up you.
I'm crazy as hell and I can't help it.
This is fun. We're just having fun. All right. Even though Karen sucks and can't define. Or
I
say
can't believe you don't know where buffalo wings are from.
He can't say cheeseburger. I already know.
Yeah, but brother, which
they had cheeseburgers in Australia?
Say it, Kieran. You could just prove me wrong right now.
which city do buffalo wings come from?
Atlanta.
Oh my god!
Everyone knows it's from Atlanta, Georgia. You fuckwit.
It's called buffalo wings because
You fuck with it.
New York.
What are buffalo wings made of, bro?
You fucktard.
What are
It
they?
comes from the wings of the buffalo. Do you not know this? You're not American, so stop trying to know that you know American culture. You fucking retard. You ass cavity.
No,
Can't even
I'm just
say
saying.
That's cute.
I
love it.
I'm just.
How do your buffalo have wings?
I just want to say.
Yes, because you know why? They feed it Red Bull. That's how they get wings, and that's where we get our buffalo wings from. How do you guys not know this?
You know, if you've ever had them, they taste a bit like chicken. Not gonna lie, they taste like chicken.
They are chicken.
Huh?
Mhm.
No, they're buffalo. They're buffalo. Don't bring chicken
It's
into
not
this.
chicken. It's from the fucking buffalo. Jesus Christ.
We still
I
have
wish a
buffalo
Native
cheese.
American was here to hear you say about this shit. They'll fucking scalp you for this lunacy.
Maybe it's the cheeses that add to it. All right.
I can't help it.
Kieran, say cheeseburger.
What? Sorry, my phone's breaking up. Sorry, my phone's breaking up. What'd you say?
Say it. Just say it once, and I'll be done with it.
Say cheeseburger.
I heard
cheeseburger.
I heard cheese and Asperger. I heard cheese and Asperger.
Yeah. Say it again.
By the way, don't worry about buffalo wings. What's a fucking Asperger? Holy crap!
What the fuck?
Dude, it's where so you ever watch that South Park episode? It's where you stick burgers in your ass and you let all the flavors come together to make the perfect burger. That's the Asperger, the perfect burger fermented in your ass. Try it; it's really delicious.
What you don't know about mangoes? He's
If anybody
a
knows,
cook.
if anybody knows South Park,
And I have Asperger's.
I did one time have some nice chocolate salty balls. Not gonna lie. Speaking about South Park,
I knew it. You're gay.
Captain fucking
Karen,
obvious.
I'm
over
so proud of you that you admit it. I'm no, this is the best day ever, man. Like every bad thing I said about you behind your back, I take it all back.
I love it.
Hey, my man.
I love it. Everything goes coming on. Can't take it all back. Some of it was good.
But no, he can't say it. So, like,
Are you crazy? You pretend you say bad things, but you say a lot of great things about me, like how beautiful I am, how strong and masculine. You wish you
You
were
are
everything
pretty,
like
fucker.
me.
You are pretty. Although I've never seen you, you are pretty.
Yeah, you're pretty. You're
Yeah.
awesome. It's gay. That's why he says good things about it.
You fucking sound like you're quoting your cellmate in fucking prison.
Who?
Dude.
You're so pretty. You're so pretty.
Yeah,
That
we fuck with each other, Karen. That's how we do it. He likes my
Yeah, I mean, like, it wouldn't be fun if he was just like,
Jared should
yeah,
know
whatever.
that.
He has to defend his honor because I am poking fun at him. Unlike you just lay down there and just like let your ass cavity get wider, you know.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I can't stop doing that.
Wow.
I can't. The cavity of all asses.
You're a walking ass cavity, you prick.
Bro, you now owe me $14, and are you crazy? Owes me $2. Fuck,
Go
I'm
for
getting
it.
ripped off. I'm getting for
fuck
saying ass
yourself.
cavity. That's mine. That's mine. Ass cavity's mine. But watch.
No,
Terry,
you don't get to claim that. No, I take it. I stole it. You ain't getting shit for me. Good luck coming to America and making me do that. Good luck paying extra money for a fucking passport, you ass cavity.
That's a big ass ocean. That's a long flight.
$16.
Yeah, why don't you learn how to swim first? Maybe you'll probably save yourself some extra time and effort. Maybe you learn how to appreciate yourself by swimming.
Maybe
What's
he won't
really
make
going to happen? What's really going to happen is Teriak is going to make a fucking meme out of ass cavity. When he brings people up, he'll go, "We have our latest ass cavity." He's going to owe me fucking like $100 by the end of the week.
Oh, no.
Bro,
Better yet,
I don't
this is
choose
what
the
Terry
meme
can
life.
do.
I'm
Instead
never
of
choosing me,
Speakeasy
okay?
having Goofy of the Day, like, you know how like Speakeasy has Goofy of the Day? Maybe Terry can do a segment of ass cavity of the day and just clown out anyone who he
What's
wants.
an ideal, Mangoes?
wouldn't the goofy of the day being that fucking Kieran is avoiding saying cheeseburger for like half an hour?
Yeah, he'll be like the first. He'll be the first ass cavity because he is avoiding cheeseburgers, which offends me. As someone who has Asperger's, that offends me.
I like cheese.
You can say Asperger's, but not cheeseburgers.
I like cheese.
I know. Well, that's fucked up. Like he's picking on my people. He's picking on my niggas.
You know what?
I don't like that.
Get him to tell you what they put in hamburgers in Australia. Fucking kangaroo.
Kangaroo.
I was getting ready to say that.
Kangaroo.
Oh, mate, you can't be making a hamburger with kangaroo, mate.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, put the
ask him.
shrimp in the barbie.
He told us one night about going through a drive-through and you get all this crazy shit in your hamburger,
No.
like kangaroos
But
and
is
birds
there
and all
ham?
kinds of shit.
But is
And
there any
koala
ham?
bears.
Is there any
well,
ham?
any damn thing they can cut up, they'll put in the hamburger.
That's called
fuck
the
yeah.
dim sim.
They can't do
That's
it
called
to
the dim
emus.
Here in
Emus
Australia-
could declare war on them.
Don't know about you guys, but here in Australia, we have a thing called a dim sim. Do you guys have dim sims? It's like a Chinese food
What's it?
thing.
Is it like a
Dim
Here it comes.
No, dim sim. Dim
that
sim,
go.
dickhead. Dim sim.
Jackass, not sim.
No, it's dim sim.
cheeseburger? I mean, you could describe
Dim
like if it was
Dim sum.
similar to a cheeseburger.
Well, I guess I've seen some burgers with cheese, but I don't know. I just like cheese. But dim sims, we have a theory that they're probably full of cat. Like I'm not going to say, not casting aspersions on our Asian friends, but they'll eat
So
fucking
you're
anything.
just gonna take every theoretical,
That's your
tinfoil hat hearsay is the fact.
dude.
That sounds about gay as caring.
Just say I'm giving you the phonetic
shit.
reference like so many times. Cheeseburger, just say it.
Cheese.
I would like to buy a cheeseburger.
You keep saying you keep saying say it. I did.
But you have
Gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Welcome to the show, Shiva.
Hey,
Tiny pink nuggets.
I'm
You're
good.
pushing me. I have all my shots. What do you think I have these issues?
I'm just saying. he would like you.
No, Tiny Tank Nuggets is picking on me and it hurts my feelings. Oh,
Shaver.
Nuggets.
Shaver.
You made me God. Oh, God. Karen,
Shaver.
get over here and smack me.
Sorry, I
Oh,
can't hear you over Mango's crying.
Shaver,
Kieran.
please. Shaver, please.
Kieran.
For the love of all that's good, please say cheeseburger.
Wait. What's
I
good?
said it. I said
What's
it.
good? Kieran, you said for the love of all that's good, but I'm going to need to know what that is before. I can act for the love of it. So can you-
Yeah, I can, Shaver.
I got
I'll,
work in 3 hours,
I'll-
so I am going to have to leave you. Have a good evening. I just want to come up, have some fun for a little while. So
Good night, my
Hey,
man.
watch out for the ass cavities out there.
see you next time.
Get your
Have
ass
a good one,
cavity out
dogs.
of here.
Who's
Your ass
leaving?
cavity out of here.
And Dogs is leaving. It's bitter me.
Dogs? I'll
So-
see you
so-
next time.
See you on
So,
BK
Shaver.
tomorrow,
You
dogs.
changed this shit. It's
Yeah, so
amazing.
what a fucking
I'll
what an ass
Shaver,
cavity.
Shaver, I'll respond to your invite to define for the love of all that's good. Okay, I'll take Sam Harris's approach and I'll say the good is whatever leads to human flourishing.
You still
about
haven't said cheeseburger.
All right. Sorry,
I did. I just said it.
He's not letting you go with that.
Kieran, I'd already lost interest. What was the original question?
Oh my god!
Did say cheeseburger.
God.
The original
Yes.
question was please say
I want you to
cheeseburger.
say cheeseburger. Whisper it. Whisper it to
Oh, right.
Daddy.
For the love of all that's good. How does me saying the words that you want me to say lead to?
Yeah,
How did
that's
you
fine.
define good again?
Well, that would make well. I fucking told you.
Anything that you do to
anything-
please me, that's good.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Anything that does what now?
Anything that pleases him.
Kieran,
Yes.
stop.
Whisper
talking-
cheeseburger.
Kieran, why?
Whisper
Just
it.
real quick,
Whisper.
Shaman.
Why are you talking out of your ass pit so much?
Not ass pit. It's ass cavity. It's ass cavity.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's your thing. I'm coining the phrase ass pit as a middle finger to your ass cavity.
My man, real quick. We got Hugh Cullen Skulls with the $20 says, fuck this, mute the Spurg machine forever long it gets them. Dimmies are also called stink bags and they taste amazing, seamed with soy sauce. So Mangoes, you got 20 minutes. I got a timer on my phone. I'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Oh, I thought he meant me.
Oh,
I
fuck my
thought he was
headphones.
coming after me.
I can't hear a word, by the way.
Why? Because you
Sorry.
didn't say cheeseburger? I mean, that would be like, yeah. Why somebody.
Okay, I'm
would-
back.
Where'd he
go?
You didn't go
Welcome
anywhere. You didn't go anywhere, Terry.
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm just
Shiva,
letting you know. I
Shiva.
couldn't hear you.
All right,
Sorry,
okay.
man. So Shiva,
So,
my
so you
Oh,
you
no,
want
hang
me
on,
to
bro.
say
I'm
this
fucking.
word?
I'm
You
so,
want
no,
me to
no,
say
no.
this
Fuck,
word?
listen, no, don't worry about the cheeseburger. Look, Darth is fucking obsessed right now to get everybody to say, Darth, I'm going to do it to get
No, you
everybody to say cheeseburger. There you go. I said it.
Right.
Okay, now can you calm the fuck down? Can you
Well, yeah, but why
cheeseburger?
do you? Yeah, but Kieran, why do you want me to say that word?
I don't. I was trying to divert. I was trying to pass over the fucking pressure from Darth to you.
Right. Well, that
Ah.
failed spectacularly, didn't it?
Correct. Now, can we get back to the question you asked me, which is when I said for the love of all that's good, and you said what's good,
Right.
and
Oh,
I
yeah,
invoked,
but it doesn't matter now because you don't want me to say the word, so we can just move on.
But you wanted him to explain what is good?
yeah.
Yeah, but only in the context of him wanting me to say something. If he doesn't want me to say it, then
Right.
Well, okay, because
He gives up because he don't.
the point I was making was that if you for the love of all that's good, I was going to invoke Sam Harris's approach, which is whatever promotes human flourishing. And if you had said cheeseburger, that would have made Darth flourish.
Yeah, but you just said it.
How
It'd make him.
have made
It'd
Darth
make him
flourish?
happy. I'm equating happiness with flourishing.
Really?
Mm-hmm. For the sake of the argument,
Why?
yeah.
For the
Well,
sake of the argument.
It
Yeah,
made me
yeah.
happy that I got you to say it.
Correct. You see, he's flourishing. You can feel it. You can
But-
feel how much he's flourishing.
But
And by flourishing, do you mean growing. Are you saying that Darth becomes tumescent whenever you say that?
No. Whenever you say, whenever anybody says cheeseburger, Darth feels more inspired to go forth and find a wife and have a family.
Right. He flourishes.
Yeah, he flourishes, yeah.
Which is synonymous with growing. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So when you say that word, he becomes tumescent.
It becomes what? What the fuck word is that?
Kieran, I don't know what angle you're working, but I'm down to listen. I'm not gonna talk about
It's definitely not too
for you. Shall I spell it for you? It's TUMESCENT.
I didn't need you to spell it. Tell me what it means.
I know. I want you to look it up.
He makes me Google shit all the time. He don't make me, but I have to Google what sometimes.
James gets it. Tumescent is the male version of moist.
I get it. I get it because sometimes I'd like to use big words to make myself sound more photosynthesis.
What the fuck? What's happening in your area?
That, ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Chris, welcome to the show.
I am not gay.
Hello, Chris.
I don't know,
Hello.
Chris. I think
Do you know
the
the way?
continent, but I think the continent you come from, it kind of defaults. It defaults to like a bit gay.
Africa's based. They don't like gay people at all here.
I heard that about Africa.
They must fucking hate you.
Africa don't like. Yeah. Hey,
Africa don't like this
I'm
shit.
only gay on the weekends. It's not weekend yet. You calm down.
Isn't it weekend in
He
Australia?
has transformable facial hair. He can do anything he wants to, or look like anything he wants.
Kieran, is it Saturday yet where you are?
No.
No, it's Friday night.
No, it's about 6-7 for Kira now.
Shut the fuck up! How do you know?
Because I
Wait,
know what
did you
everybody's
just
time
meme-
zones are.
Did you just meme on Kieran, Chris, or were you just being a
But
boomer?
ask Kieran whether I'm right or wrong.
It's
Yeah,
plus
no,
12.
Now I'm interested on whether you were memeing or whether you were being a boomer.
Hold on. Did you miss the part where Kieran avoided saying cheeseburger for like 30
I said
minutes?
it twice already, bro. What's your problem?
No,
Fuck
you
me.
avoided it for 30 minutes. Don't act like you didn't, Kieran.
Go and get a job.
He's right,
Fuck
you know.
me.
What's the time over there, Kieran?
Get
What's the
a
time
job.
over there?
It's
I have a job.
Now
Yes,
I'm interested
right.
because I also avoided saying the word cheeseburger just to be a dick to Kieran.
Wait.
but
I want to
Kieran,
hear if I was right.
you-
What's the time over there?
It's precisely 7:08 p.m.
Let's go.
My man.
You were wrong. You said 6 to 7. It's after 7, bro. It's after 7.
He didn't say 6 to 7. He said 6-7.
Yeah, which it isn't. It's 7:08. So you missed the mark.
Wait. Wait. Now we need to ask Chris. When you said 6-7, were you kind of moving your hands in an up and down motion, alternating up and down
Interesting.
motion?
I was
It's a meme.
doing a prostate exam on an
On who?
elephant. On an elephant.
Holy crap.
Well, that went-
Dude, listen, fucking, what's his name? Jim Carrey got lost again, and this time it was up an elephant's ass, okay? Listen, things happen here in Africa. You guys won't understand.
You know, Chris. Maybe you confirm. Maybe you can confirm something. I once heard an elephant's prostate is as big as one of its nuts. Is that true?
I'll ask my date tonight when she comes over.
Oh my goodness.
Shoot.
Date an elephant. Oh yeah, it's just the rite of passage
Oh, I
over
didn't
here.
even want to
What does it do with the trunk?
No, the don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. All right.
I probably don't want the answer to that. Nope.
Exactly. See.
Well,
exactly.
maybe we'll try this. Maybe we can learn something from Chris. Since we have a token black person on panel, we may as well make the most of it and learn
That's
something.
unlikely, Kieran, but sure.
Nah. I'm not black. I'm African.
The Africa isn't a fucking country.
Kieran,
It's not a
what
country.
Racist.
Africa isn't even a culture.
Yeah, Europe's not a country either, but I'm European.
Wait. My passport on it says the country I live in is South Africa. My country has Africa's in the name.
No, bro, don't.
So I'm
Get
African.
the fuck out of here. That's South
Southern African.
Is a country.
I'm a Southern African.
It doesn't say you're from fucking Niger or Ethiopia or Chad.
Exactly. My country actually has Africa in the name. Yeah, my country has Africa in the name, so I'm African. I'm a Southern African. It says it on my passport.
Well, we'll find out how African you are. What's the what animal kills the most people in Africa?
You're going to tell him how African he is, and you're
a hippopotamus.
Hey.
Well, okay. Firstly, big animal hippopotamus. Animal itself is a mosquito. No, the correct answer for animal that kills the most people is a fucking mosquito. Malaria, my son.
It's an insect. It's an insect, not an animal. I said animal.
Well, malaria kills the most people, so it's fucking mosquitoes.
Insects are animals. Insects are animals. Wait, we are not letting this slide.
You're an animal. You're an animal.
But yeah, malaria and mosquitoes kill the most people by fucking far, dude. By like thousands more.
But you know what I mean?
Hippopotami.
I was going for the hippopotami because people think they're cute and they walk up close.
Oh, bro, you should see one of the ladies in my chat. She was like, "Oh, baboons are awesome." I'm like, dude, those things are dangerous as hell. She googled it. Dude, she googled it. She's like, "Oh, there's been 56 deaths where you live from baboons." I'm like, "Yeah, bitch, I told you, they're dangerous.
Yeah,
they'll kill you."
Yes.
Yeah, but Chris, you once told me about the gangs of 12-year-old girls running around in fucking Africa.
Yeah. The ones with the tassels and the tutus. Them's dangerous, bro. They got chalk, bro. They don't fucking play games, bro.
That scared me more than the fucking hippopotami. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I had nightmares about that shit.
Yeah, bro, they do graffiti on the streets with the chalk, and that's where the little girl gangs roll, bro. And they roll on their little tricycles with the tassels. They don't fucking play games, bro. They'll put a cup behind your wheel, bro. You don't know.
What?
Hang on. I like that. They is this a thing where they put a cup behind your wheel so when you back up, it makes a noise, so you get out of the car to check what it is, and then they fucking hijack your car?
No, they're just little cunts, and they leave their juice glasses lying around everywhere, and then you drive over it, and it messes up your tires, bro.
He's right, you know.
I once bought a car that was also sold in South Africa, and the thing had auto locking doors. Like, you jump in, you start driving, and about 90 seconds later, the fucking doors lock, even if you don't do anything. They just lock. It made for a bad time on a first date, right? So I pick up a girl on the first date, and we take off in the car, and the fucking doors lock, and she goes, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
I go,
man,
no, it's an African car.
Yeah, well, dude, it's also like people don't understand like traffic lights. They don't understand where they're like, oh, so you don't stop at traffic lights, but that's the law. Yeah, it's like, yeah, but do you want to die? So you don't stop at traffic lights. You roll close to them and then you just speed up and go over there.
Have you ever been to a place? You ever been to a place where you really had to do that?
We got it. We got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. The Dive. Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, I hear you needed a black opinion, so I thought I would come up and help you out.
Oh,
being
my
black
favorite black Jamaican lesbian himself.
He's got his avatar on. Look out.
I got my fruit on today. Look at that.
Fruit.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Well, the
You
question
want
is,
banana?
the question is, like, Africans are black, Jamaicans are black, but are they the same black? Or
no, they're not African. They're not African.
Hey, speak for yourself.
That's fighting words. That's fighting. You see, this is
Jamaica's not in Africa. Jamaica's not in Africa. Come on, David. You should know.
No, but I can identify as African.
No. Don't you assume my people's culture, bro. Don't you culturally appropriate my people's.
Do you eat bananas and mangoes and oranges?
Dude, that's like all I eat, bro. Like, what do you?
Don't appropriate my fucking hat, then. Look at my hat. Bro, you appropriated my hat, my fashion.
How do you think I pay the hippopotamus for my Wi-Fi, bro? They got to give something to the ostriches, bro. How do you think I get Wi-Fi?
You pay him back in kind, and you flatter his ego with pleasantries and platitudes.
No, they don't care about that. They just want the mangoes and the bananas.
You think they don't care, but they do care about that. They love being puffed up with kind words of a South African white gentleman.
No, they eat me.
They what?
Eat me. That's what happens over here. If you don't pay your Wi-Fi bill, they come and they eat you.
What?
That's what they do.
What?
Yeah, why do you think hippopotamus kill so many people? That's because they don't pay their Wi-Fi bills.
Yeah, but you got to listen to fucking. You got to listen to Dave. Like Dave from Jamaica knows all about fucking hippopotami. You've got to stroke their head and say nice things in their ear to make them feel good.
Yeah, you got. Well, yeah, that's the way you got to work it. I mean, if you haven't got any fruit, I suppose that that's the only way. But if you have got fruit, I suppose you could bribe them. But then that's just disingenuous.
No, I'm not trying to go on a date before they eat me.
Well, you have to.
Have to get romantic.
No, Chris, what are you talking about?
That's a nice.
I don't know what are you talking about.
No, me and Dave are making perfect sense.
I went before this ride goes.
Me and Dave are making perfect sense, Chris. Look, you're missing something here. Okay, I think this.
I'm missing a lot of things.
Yeah, I think this Lent thing is fucked with your brain. I think abstaining from all the bad things has kind of made you a bit retarded. Made you a bit retarded.
No, if you ask my mom, I've always been like that.
I asked your mama, and she said you were special.
Yeah.
But she was being kind. No, she wasn't talking about that kind of special.
Unique.
Yeah.
No, you special. Like special, dude.
Special school special.
Yeah. Short bus.
Yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. I rode that bus.
Yeah.
Don't send me back. Don't send me back.
Well, so who on panel is most likely to have been educated in a Somalian learning center in Minnesota?
That would be me, probably.
That sounds about right. Right,
yeah.
You got to make sure you get your leering done.
Oh, bro, that's so funny. That's so funny.
I think my neighbors own like 2 of those.
Oh shit! They must be billionaires, man.
Probably.
Well, the neighbors on the other side have a fucking call center.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Mate, look. When these call centers call me and they say, I'm an African prince and I've got $500 million, and I go, do you know Chris Lestrange? They go, what? I go, what?
Yeah, dude. My neighbor next door's a Nigerian prince. How did you know?
I know. That cunt owes me fucking $5 million.
You didn't even go way back.
Nah, he says he scammed that off. No, he says he scammed it off Kieran Square.
My wife's grandfather was actually a Nigerian prince, a tribal prince. Yeah, they have the cut marks on the cheeks, like the blade marks, the scars. Yeah, he was actually a Nigerian prince. So, yeah. And I'm not bullshitting. This absolutely not bullshitting at all.
I've heard that.
It's also a real thing. Like there's something about am I racist? No, there's something about black skin that when it scars, it makes those lumps. And it kind of makes
what
raised.
Are you talking about, Karen?
Bro, look it up.
Racist?
Look it up.
Whoa. Calm down, sugar tits.
No, calm down, vinegar tits.
Tits and ass cavity.
Vinegar tits is right. Fucking vinegar tits over it. No, I'm serious. Haven't you seen the Africans with the scars, or maybe also Polynesian, where they have scars and the scars become raised, so they end up with all these raised marks on their arms and stuff. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just making a fucking observation.
Hold on, Kieran. You are aware white people do that too?
Yes, but they don't scar the same way. They have a different biology.
We have different pigment. That's why.
It's not just pigment. No, there's more than that. There's more than that.
No, it's ligma. Ligma Baus.
That's a Polish name. Ligma Bosak.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Are they chocolate salty balls? Okay, that's.
Well, are they chefs?
Say, hey, Darth. Say cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
There we go. How hard was that? How hard was that? You spent all night. You couldn't even say it.
I just said it.
No, bro. I'm going for
in
gaslight.
less than an hour.
I'm trying to gaslight you.
Kieran, if you're trying to gaslight them, you don't tell them that you're unless you're trying to gaslight them about gaslighting.
Oh shit! I fucked up.
Gasception.
Yeah. Whatever.
You're assailed by like pretending I didn't know what you were doing. Come on.
Well, we so Nemo Los Angeles says he's talking about keloids. Anybody know what keloids are? Because I don't.
I know that's the opposite of miles. That's how we measure distance over here. We measure it in keloids.
Fucking the Americans measure distance in fucking potatoes and onions.
Kilometers, bro. We measure kilometers, bro. You guys use kilometers over there in Australia?
Oh, America, I don't hear half of this shit you're talking about, Karen. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where you get it from.
I understand, Kieran.
Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, so Chris, like, fucking, who was it? Is it? Are you crazy or fucking Elderline? I can't fucking tell. They all sound the same. These Americans.
What the fuck?
So,
oh my god.
That's racist, but true as well.
Do not sound like Elderline.
And I don't sound
talk proper as he does.
You guys do sound.
That's true.
You guys do sound similar, though.
You all sound the same.
I know the voice, but I don't talk proper. He talks a lot. I don't use them big words.
It's way worse because he's way younger than you, and he sounds like an old man.
Okay, we'll say this. Okay, Chris. Chris, for example, how many millimeters are in a centimeter?
I can fit at least 12, bro.
No, it's always 10. How many centimeters are in?
It's just a skill issue. That just sounds like a skill issue, Kieran.
No, it's always 10. It's always 10. So how many feet are in a yard?
I think somebody just got cancer.
No, that was Kieran's homo phone. It's like the bat phone, but it's when Commissioner Gordon phones up for Batman. It's when Kieran's homo phone goes off as soon as his grinder's lighted up.
Is it like those vibrating anal beads they use in chess?
Just gonna say.
That's why he goes quiet. That's why he goes quiet.
Look, try this out. How many? It's a simple experiment. How many feet in the yard? How many ounces in a fucking gallon? How many fucking yards in a fucking mile?
How many feet in the yard? It depends if there's a lesbian protest outside.
It's because math is kind of.
How many slices in a pizza?
One. The one on the bottom.
It's one technically.
It's one, yeah. But if you fold a pizza, it's a taco.
No, this isn't. Oh, don't.
It's fucking
Wait, what that?
Well, if you, fair enough. If you fold a pizza and put a bit of salsa in there and a bit of guacamole, it's now a taco.
You're missing
guacamole.
Yeah.
You just whack the molly.
Wait. If you order a pizza from a pizza shop and it comes cut into slices, how is that one slice?
Can you define pizza shop?
He's got a point.
Like a shop that's
circular. That's circular logic. That's circular. It's
a circular pizza. It's a circular pizza, Kieran.
Well,
I was just about to say that it's definitely circular.
Well, is a square pizza still a pizza?
Well, maybe.
Maybe. Shiva, that's the first time I've ever heard you sit on the fence. Is a square pizza still a pizza?
Hey, look, this is a fence that I am willing to die on, pal.
Yeah, but Shiva, are you riding the fence like a normal or side saddle? I fucking hope it's side saddle. Otherwise, yeah.
Why do you always have to make it personal? You've always got to go there, haven't you? You got to make it the most personal thing you can think of.
Not really. No, I wasn't doing it.
It's just how you
What
ride it.
sort of man asks another man to you sit side saddle? What the actual fuck?
Have you been here?
It's a valid
What the fuck
question.
even is side saddle?
It's a
Have you
valid
literally-
question.
Have you been here tonight, Shiva? We've been doing this all night. It's not about you. It's not
He's
about
basically
you.
asking, do you ride the fence like a bitch?
Well, wait. And just to be clear, definitionally, when you ask, do you do this? It is about me.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
He was going to go around the panel, though. He's going to ask us all. He's going to ask us all. And I'm just going to say, as a black Jamaican lesbian, I always ride side saddle because you never know when you need to hop off and sell some fruit at the roadside.
That's true.
There you go,
That's
Dave.
true.
Always making it about you.
Yeah.
No, he's doing the opposite.
How dare
He's
you?
doing the opposite.
No,
He's
how
doing the
dare
opposite.
you?
I mean, you're not a black Jamaican lesbian, so like you need to respect his DI card, bro.
Yeah,
I am.
you
Well,
got
you
to
never
play
watched
the DI
Canada.
card.
That's how it works in
You know,
Canada.
Why are you assuming my gender race?
You need to respect his privilege card, his point of privilege, or
I
whatever
was
the
going
fuck
to give
they're
you a
doing over
banana,
there.
but now I'm reconsidering it. I'm thinking about just
No,
chucking
you're
it
going to give him a fucking banana. You're going to do it. I want to
Maybe-
find you. You better give him that fucking. Matter of fact, you better give him 2 bananas now.
Mangoes, you
How
calm
like
down.
that?
You calm
How you
down.
like them apples?
You calm down, Mangoes. Mangoes, you calm down. You calm down right now.
Shut up, Pringle man.
Tesco, giving him a Tesco easy peeler now. That's it. I had organic fruit here on my hat, and now I've just got a carrier bag full of Tesco easy peelers. You're lucky getting anything, Shiva, today, I tell you.
No, you're going to give him 2 bananas, and you're going to like it. And he's going to ask a third one. You're going to give him a 4th one. You do it, or you're going to pay some severe consequences. You ask Cavity.
Can he pay them in bananas?
Yes.
Can he pay them the consequences in bananas?
I got your back, Chris. You got to trust me. You got to trust me on this one. Yeah, so get climbing, you Fruit Loop.
Bananas also come in bunches.
You will act as if they grow on trees. Don't even know that you're born.
Yeah, they grow
I
on
don't
trees, but they
care
also
what you
come in
think. I
bunches,
care
like
about-
mangoes. Bunch of bullshit.
No, I'm not saying a bunch of bullshit. I'm spitting facts, bro. You don't like poetry. Fuck you.
Poetry's for homos that like egg
Hey, Mangoes.
homos.
That is not poetry, sir. Try again.
Oh, it is.
Edgar Allan Poe modes.
Botanically speaking, a banana is a berry, which makes it pretty fucking gay, if you ask me.
That's true.
Well, look me into the eyes next time you eat a banana, Shiva, and we'll see how gay it really gets.
Well, he is kind of.
Well, botanically speaking, that is pretty gay.
So, boys, is a peanut? Is a peanut?
No,
a
it's
nut?
not.
It's
no,
not.
it's a legume.
It's a legume. I fucking love you, brother. I love that shit. It's a legume,
No,
like
man.
a potato. Like a potato.
No, man. Legumes are
No,
those.
a potato is not a legume.
It's a root.
No, it's a nut.
I'm on your side, bro. Surely it is.
No, man.
Surely it is.
No, that's not a lagoon, bro. It's not one. Those things live by oceans, like with
lima
the
beans.
Blue Lagoon.
No, lagoon. Okay, so Shiva, why is it?
Lagoon,
No, Shiva.
oceans make lagoons.
Because it's a
Shiva.
tuber. Because it's a tuber.
Ah,
a potato is
gotcha,
a tuber. It's
gotcha.
not a legume.
Like a yam. So a yam and a potato. They're
You guys
tubers.
are weird.
They're both tubers, yeah. So is a carrot.
Okay, so Shiva, what other legumes are there?
You're a bunch of poo knickers.
Peas.
Hey?
Peas
Poo
are legumes.
knickers.
Peas?
It's a sweet
Peas
potato. It's a sweet potato, one of those.
That's a fucking yam. That's a yam. That sweet potato's a yam, bro. That's what our American friends call the yam. Call a sweet potato. They call it yams.
Don't start ruining our language, dude. You've done enough of that. Oh, yeah. All right, Cobber.
yamming.
All right,
yamming
Sheila.
about?
Oh,
And gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce
We
him.
bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Abe Dinkers, welcome to the show.
Oh, God.
Thank you. Thank you. What's up, babe?
What's up?
Now we got some real logic in here, and I don't want logic.
So, Abe,
Yes.
answer the question.
Oh, shit.
Is a yam a sweet potato?
Yes.
No. Why?
That's a stupid question. Of course it is a sweet potato.
No, I'm asking Abe.
Yes, sweet
I'm asking Abe.
potato.
I'm asking Abe.
I don't care who you're asking. I'm giving
they're
you an
the same
answer
thing.
whether you like it or not.
Shut the fuck up
Abe's
and let
got
me fucking
hat
speak.
business. Abe's busy with important hat business right now. Don't bother him with yams. He's just spinning yams over here.
Then why is he on
So-
panel?
Here's a question for you. If I turned 42 on April 9th, does that mean I am now the answer to what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything?
Yes, it
Absolutely.
is. According to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yes, of course it is. 42.
That's amazing. Speakeasy and I have the same birthday, which is funny. I've known it for a few years, but that's funny.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Why was
Happy
he born so
birthday to
beautiful?
you.
Why was
You
he
look like
born
you were
at all?
born in a
That's
gay
it.
zoo.
Dave knows it. Dave knows
And
it.
I love you.
Oh
Hey,
my!
big guys.
What?
Oh, kiss me.
What?
This is getting
What
crazy.
in the
What?
butt?
What?
In the butt.
What?
Matt
You want to
Moore
do
over here.
what in the butt? I say what in the butt.
It's
I say
not
what
butt,
in the butt. Do you want to do what in the butt? I say what
in the butt.
No, it's
I'm
ass
pretty
cavity.
sure.
It's
I think
ass
he was
cavity, you wrote.
going for
Mangoes,
for
have you
Macklemore.
memorized that song?
That's a great song.
Only because
Says, I'm gonna pop some
I'm
tags.
gentle as a flower. I say what.
It's a great song, bro.
Yeah, but sometimes
it's because of South Park.
don't bring up.
You're
don't
just
bring up
not
flowers.
cultured.
Don't
You're
bring
just
up
not
flowers
cultured.
because sometimes if
You
you
guys are
lean in,
basic bitches, except for Crystal Strange. Crystal Strange are base.
Sometimes if you lean in, roses smell a bit like poo poo.
Sometimes
roses smell a bit like
Sometimes.
poo poo. Not gonna lie.
Well,
Real
that's
quick,
just because you're not
K2,
making
Zach,
that
can you
sound
say
with
$2?
cheeseburger
We
real
don't
quick?
do name changes, unfortunately. I appreciate the $2, sir.
Damn.
Haha, K2, you fucking retard,
Somebody's
wasting
got
your
some
money.
serious liquid
Yeah.
mouth noises going on.
Yeah, you fucking ass cavity.
Hey.
Okay,
the guy
so
wanted a name change. You know what I'm saying?
who we want a name change?
Not you.
I wanted to
Confess.
change Coombe in spaghetti.
Yeah, that's
I
me.
think the
That's-
Australian.
That's Kieran.
Oh,
Yeah.
bro, look, this fucking guy. I think he made a
This
website
fucking
called Kieran is.
guy.
I think he made a website called Kieran is Gay. He's trying to sell merch. He's trying to sell merch with kizitism on the fucking shirts and why is Kieran gay? It's fucking.
It's super
Sounds
clever.
like slander.
It's a classic.
I mean,
Shout
I
out
don't
to
think it's
K2.
slander.
He says, mute Kieran for 10 minutes.
Fuck that guy.
It looks like it's your turn, Kieran.
Burn, Kieran.
Appreciate you kindly. 1 sec. Let me get the clock ready. So, Kieran, I shall see you in 10 minutes.
I guarantee
you're
you
being
won't.
racist against Australians.
So,
Yeah.
Kieran, I'm just going to put a proposition to you. God isn't real. I'll take your silence as acquiescence.
No,
How dare
no,
you?
no,
How dare you
Shiva, don't
blaspheme?
try that. You fucking ass cavity asshole.
Shiva, prove it.
Oh, I don't need to. I'm taking his silence as acquiescence.
No, you can't do that. You can't do
I don't
that.
even
You're
know what
cheating.
I don't even know what that fucking word means.
His agreement.
Acquiescence
Yeah.
or silence.
Hey, Karen,
You
can
don't
you
know
say
what acquiescence
cheeseburger?
means.
I know what it means.
It could be silence.
No, I'm just not capitulating to his bullshit.
Of course not.
Yeah, don't do it. Stand up for
Wait,
yourself. Be
you know what the word capitulate means, but you don't know what the word acquiesce means.
I know what it is.
my
It's that shit that they put in cocoa butter so the bitch's hair look good. I know what it
Oh
is,
my
bro.
God.
Calm down. Shit. Aqualuminescence. I know what that shit is, bro. Calm down.
True.
I don't want to calm down. I want to have fun and be happy and be excited. Somebody
Nobody
come over
cares,
here and pull my
Mangoes.
hair.
Nobody cares.
No, you.
Mangoes.
I'm gonna make you
What?
care. You're gonna be the
What'd you
first
just
one
say?
to care.
Nobody
What?
cares, man.
Yeah, who? Yeah,
You
I
say
care,
I
man.
want someone to come over and pull my hair. Is that what you said?
He's getting
Wait.
kinky.
Stop.
What's
Wait,
happening?
wait, what?
Like, what?
God damn.
Who said that? Who says those things? Jack of Blades, we need a checkup on you, man.
You said it.
No, you just said it. You want someone to come over there and pull your hair, you kinky little girl?
You said it.
You said
Well
it.
played. Well played.
I heard that shit too.
Yeah, I just thought
Yeah,
I
know,
heard it
right,
for a
Dark?
second.
Jack
But
the Blades is on some weird
I had to
shit right
question
now.
myself.
Yeah, dude, you're being a real
Hey,
ass
I already
cavity
say
right
a
now.
bunch of questionable things as it is, so I don't need any more. We don't need to
Yeah,
roast me
so
anymore.
you-
I get
so
roasted
you're
every
dry
30
snitching.
minutes.
No,
guys are
you
crazy.
just dry snitched on yourself.
You
Wait,
don't
hold
get
on,
roasted,
Mangoes.
Jack. You get
Hold on.
microwaved.
Hold on.
He gets steak
That
or
sounds
wings.
like that sounds like what someone might say if they've got stuck beneath the toilet seat in the toilet and they were stuck. And I just need someone to pull my head and get me away from this, get me out of this situation right now because I'm stuck. And the echo and the reverb is killing me.
I want to ask, because we don't use imperial measurements, right? I have a serious question. In America, if you lose your measuring tape, can you do measurements with fruit by the foot?
Yeah, you can. It's actually, that was actually how the cavemen did, and that's how we discovered inches and feet. Our dick is bigger, so we're able to measure it by inches, by centimeters, and that's how we're able to find out that the imperial system is superior.
We define a meter based on the movement of the speed of light. If you're not moving, can your dick be said to be any length at all whatsoever?
Yeah.
Doesn't that just depend on how much light the eye can take in, Shiva?
Thing though, as Americans, we
No,
I
it's
mean,
actually
how much
it's
light can
actually
the
the
eye
mouth,
take
not
in,
the
Abe?
eye. It's the
question.
mouth, Abe Dink. It's not the eye. It's how much the
Could
mouth
the
can
light-
fit in.
Could the light take in all? Could the eye take in all of the light in the universe?
Wait,
It's a
isn't
trick
the
question.
real?
No.
Wait, Shiva, isn't the real question how much light can the eye make?
No, it's a
It
trick
depends
question. Ain't
if
no
you're
dick a
a
meter.
dog jumper or not. Are
All
you
I
a
know is
dog
that
jumper?
my penis travels so fast that I give a sonic boom when I move from the living room into the kitchen.
Prove it.
That's
Ain't
cat.
no penis be measuring in meters.
Hang
This is
on.
coke.
Wait.
This is a
Let's
trick
just
question.
backtrack. Let's just backtrack. In what way, Abe, are you claiming that the eye makes light?
Oh, that would be a good question. I think it would have to do with casting your perception into the world, right?
Is that the same thing as making light, though?
No,
You tell me.
it refracts the light because pupil dilation, so it sucks in more light out of the
Well,
atmosphere.
hang on.
Boom,
It's
roasted,
sort of-
roasted your ass.
Did somebody
roasted your
say
ass.
suck?
It depends on where you think light comes from. If you think it comes from a source external to yourself, which does appear to be the case based on the evidence. That we
Listen,
have.
Shiva, all the light in my life comes from my
that's one
night
thing.
light.
If
It comes
you're
from my night
claiming
light.
if you're claiming that the light somehow originates in the eye, which is what your questions seem to imply, then I would say that that's a claim that requires justification.
The perception of light is made in the eye.
Well,
It's determined
like,
by
could
the
you
eye.
could you point to a physicist who is making that claim?
Well, here's the question. Here's the question.
They're
I would
all
ask.
homos. Why would we ask them?
I would ask you this, Shiva. If there is a complete absence of eyes, how do we know light exists?
I'm not saying that eyes aren't involved in the perception of light, but that's not the same thing as saying that light originates in the eye.
Is there light without the perception and the ability to perceive
Is
it?
there light without?
Yes. It's feeling.
Yeah, I
You
think
can
so.
feel the heat
Yeah.
from the light.
Well, wait, isn't light?
You can't
just
feel no
a kind of-
LEDs. You can't feel no heat from no LED light. Come on, man.
I'm talking about like if the sun though. Well, now you're just changing it up because when we're talking about light universal, we're talking about the sun. And now we say, yeah, well, if you can't see it, how would you know it's there? Well, by the heat. Well, the LED and all that. Well, that's a different type of light. It's
Hang on, hang on, wait, hang on, wait.
Well, what if it's winter? Then
It
it's
doesn't
cold.
matter. It doesn't matter. This is all just a big red herring, whether it's created or not. When you're asking what light is, because the
No,
light
I don't have
fucking
red hair. I'm
creates
not a
way,
ginger.
whether it's created
I don't have
or
red hair. I'm not a ginger. I'm not doing red hair. I don't have no ginger.
Light is a type of electromagnetic behavior, and presumably that
No, it's
behavior
not.
would still be taking place whether there are eyeballs to perceive it or not.
Light's
Can that
not
be proved?
electromagnetic behavior. Prove that.
Can that be
That's just a
proved?
claim you're making.
Can that be proved Like, to what level of certainty?
Well, a candle is not electromagnetic behavior. You're talking nonsense.
Well, all light is radiation, so it all
Yeah.
resides within the electromagnetic spectrum. But regardless
No, it's
of
not
that
all light.
fact,
It's not all light's radiation. It's not. Fire's not radiation. It's
no, but the
plasma.
light emitted from fire is electromagnetic at its
it's
root. Yes, because all radiation resides within the electromagnetic spectrum.
No, fire doesn't have radiation.
Radio
It's
waves
all
that are
talking
invisible
nonsense.
to the human eye are also part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
No,
I thought heat waves and
radio
radiation waves
waves.
are
It sounds
totally
like
different type of
physicists
waves.
cope.
No, they literally all reside within the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah.
Depending on the height
and
and
answer,
length of the wave.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Abe's not wrong.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there. But it brings on this weird conundrum. Like, does it really exist absent perception?
Yeah.
Sure, but you could make the same argument about the universe
Everything?
in general,
Mhm.
and then you end
Of
up
course.
like Joe Cool, where he says objects disappear when you're not looking at them.
Yes,
And
it's
then-
Yeah,
magical.
it's like saying that it's like this. It is literally the same thing, saying that if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Therefore, it's
He
it's
has
fake.
made that argument to me several times
I've heard
in the
it.
past.
I've heard it. It's so good. It's like,
Stop
yes,
making
Joe,
cool
the
on
moment
it,
you
man.
go to sleep, the entire universe just ceases to
Yeah.
exist. You're correct. Till you wake up and it's here again.
Now that's how an AI model feels at that Chat GPT. You poor thing.
Now, what if we
You think-
changed the tack?
Yeah,
What if we talked
models-
about spiritual light?
Ooh,
As in,
now that's interesting.
as in a qualia or a metaphor.
Where's Creative Witch
metaphor.
UK when you need
We
her?
could say qualia. Qualia would fit.
Right. But like, so when we say like an inner light, presumably we're not talking about the same thing as we are when we're talking about, say, the light from a light bulb, right?
Yeah, but that's interesting, right? Because it's still a descriptor that seems to fit because light illuminates and or
It does, but if someone hasn't had that same experience of a kind of inner light that arises out of a form of practice, then they're not going to understand what you're talking about.
and you've been reading the Bible a bunch lately, haven't you, Shiva? Just to understand
be honest,
it more.
I mean, my reading has there's been
Diminished. I got it.
a pause
Yeah.
in my reading. I have been reading some fiction. I've tried picking up David Hume where I left off because I was reading Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, but no, I
Okay.
can't read and retain information at the moment yet.
That's fair. That's fair.
You said you were having a pause in your reading. Whose pause were in your reading? Was there a cat in your book?
Can someone kick Chris in the nuts, please?
I'll do it
I
for
think
you.
he did it already to himself. His voice already sounds an octave higher than
Chris,
usual.
you're an ass
So,
cavity.
Jokes
You're
on-
the official ass cavity master.
Joke's on you. You can find me. I'm in Africa. You can find me.
Oh,
And
John, I don't
Africa's
give
not
a
real.
fuck, man. I'm from America. We got satellites up in your anus. We're going to find out where in the fuck you are and send it to your ass.
Hell no, you can't touch
we be
us.
gay like
No, no,
that.
no, no.
Straight to your ass cavity.
I'm going to send a price flag right up in your keister.
so the question I was
Mangoes, if you've got satellites in his anus, then you've already sent something up into his ass.
that's true.
Well, it doesn't mean that he can't have more of it.
Mangoes, Abe was going to
This
ask
is-
a question.
I
What do you
was-
want to know, Abe?
I was going to ask Shiva if he's heard the saying, you shouldn't hide your light under a bushel.
Yes. Now that's an interesting phrase. Is that something that Shakespeare invented?
Oh, no, it's biblical.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What does it mean? Because like a bushel presumably refers to some sort of grain.
Right.
It means-
So it's saying that you shouldn't hide your belief, your faith, and your outward exhibits of faith under some way of hiding so that the world can't see it. You shouldn't hide your faith and your light in the world, as Christ is a light in the world. You shouldn't hide that from the world.
Right. Presumably, right. I mean,
so what do you think that light is?
Well, I don't know. I would need to speak to somebody more knowledgeable or do some research into Christian symbology, because that's going to have a kind of a specific interpretation or like symbolic meaning.
Right.
And so, like, if you're like, the only thing that I can do is kind of equate it to experiences that I have as a result of Buddhist practice. And there is something in Orthodox practice which, from what I've read about, seems very similar both in form and in result as mindfulness practice, although Buddhists and Orthodox Christians would interpret that experience very, very differently. The Orthodox practice is called hesychasm, Hesychasm, which involves...
What was that word? Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Sorry.
It involves like posture work, breath awareness, and prayer, like internal prayer recitation. And it gives rise to an inner light, which is said to be the kind of light of God rising within oneself.
So
just real quick, I gotta shout out Jack Ablaze for the $20 in Ko-Fi. Jack says, "For William, cheers. Hope all is well in Ireland." Yeah, don't get me wrong, Jack. Like I said, I kind of like overestimate the Irish Army. They're a bunch of incompetent fools, but they've basically stood down, and apparently they're having a meeting tonight, I think it is. So hopefully that goes well. But like I said, man, they're charging like 62% or 65% off the price of fuel is basically just all tax. So they're more than doubling the price, like by taxes. A load of bollocks. Appreciate you, Jack. Thanks very much. But yeah, Abe, I believe you were going to respond to Shiva.
Yeah, so I was going to say that sounds like an inherently metaphysical principle, right? Whether the inner light of a human, whether it's biblical or Buddhism, is a metaphysical principle, right?
What do you mean by how are you using the word metaphysical?
Well, it's not physical, right?
Right.
There's
That's
not
not what
some physical thing.
means.
There's some spiritual. How about that? We'll call it spiritual.
Sure. As long as we're not like, because there's a weird thing that happens where when you translate Buddhist concepts into English, in that we don't really have the right words, and so as long as you're not seeking to imply a spirit, then I'm happy to use the word spiritual.
Something beyond the physical form.
Something beyond the physical form. I mean, I don't know. There's like I can only speak from my own personal experience, and without wanting to get too mystical, I'm not willing to say that the mind is purely physical. But neither am I willing to say that any experience that arises within the mind doesn't also depend on the physical, because I have no evidence that the mind can exist independently of my body.
Right, but in Buddhism, is it your belief that there is some kind of being reborn, like secular? Like you don't just die and disappear, you're reincarnated.
That depends. The Buddhist view is a little bit more nuanced than that. So I forget exactly which sutta it is, but in the Digha Nikaya, there's a sutta where the Buddha is talking about various views, and one of the views is rebirth, like it comes up. So according to the tradition, holding the view that rebirth is not a process that transcends lifetimes, that's a wrong view, and holding that view will hinder the progress or the kind of rate at which you progress along the Buddhist path. But having said that, holding that view doesn't like you don't necessarily need to hold that view in order to be a practitioner. So the Buddha was kind of pragmatic. He was kind of like, look, it's better to believe in rebirth, but if you don't believe in rebirth, well, that's kind of fine, but you would practice for the different reasons rather than for the benefits you get in the next life, for the benefits that
that makes sense.
Would accrue.
So it works because it works. Is that basically it? It works because it works.
Well, no, hang on, Dave. Maybe Abe,
just real quick.
If I could,
I do have to play a clip because we hit the goal as well. Shout outs to you, Sir Jack.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. The madness ensue, boys.
I kind of like how Abe's avatar stayed on when you played that.
I know, that was funny.
Did you just say let the...
That was hilarious.
Did you just say let the man...
Boys want to ask one question. Abe, is this fair? So Shiva, if you accept the idea of like rebirth, it does seem to indicate that there is something beyond physical life. There's something beyond physical life.
I don't believe in rebirth as a process that transcends.
Yeah, but bro, no, bro. You gave some fucking half-assed answer about some people believe and some people don't. What do you believe?
Right. I just told you. I just did it right now. Shall I repeat it for you? I don't believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes. So my view is that the 6 realms that you can be reborn into are states of mind, and that we move from state of mind to state of mind, and like so we're dying and being reborn continuously.
Well,
that's
with all due respect,
isn't that just
with all due respect,
sidestepping the question of truth? Sorry, dude, I'm just saying, like he's talking about pragmatism.
Just for a second, Dave. Oh my God, Shiva. With all due respect, if you can, it still sounds like you're speaking about a transcendental mind that can progress to different physical existences.
Well, no, I mean. When you say, like, I think you can have transcendental experiences. I don't know if that means that you end up with a transcendental mind.
That's what it means, exactly. Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, we all have transcendental experiences sometimes, right?
Yeah,
are they personal or impersonal experiences?
I mean, the ones that I've had have tended to be impersonal. Like I've never had an experience where I've thought that was God, right?
That's fair.
So is a transcendental experience therefore subjective?
I think all experiences are subjective, definitionally.
Unless we have a personal God.
Well, yeah, but your experience of that personal God is still going to be subjective, right? Because that personal God is going to be filtered through your kind of like consciousness or level of sin or however it is that you kind of think about the psychophysical organism. Like,
can I ask a question?
There's going to be God, and then there's going to be your mind, or I don't know how it works.
Okay, so absent the subjective person, is reality itself then subjective to you?
No, No, I don't think so. Like, I think like things exist in the world. Like, I think, for example, if we're both looking at a red wall, it could be the case that you and I are having different experiences. Maybe one of us is colorblind, but the wavelength that we can measure, like that's going to be the same for both of us, right? Like if we both had measuring devices, could
not really.
I mean, but what about the wave girl?
Just real quick. Shout out to Halfwood for the $20 on the Ko-Fi. Says, I disagree with Abe. Infrared light can't be seen by the naked eye, but yet we discovered it. The energy or light that resides inside of a human being has to be physical, but more complex than that of infrared. And also shout out to K2 for the $5. Says, Kieran, don't tell Al Dave to shut up. Mute Kieran again for 5 minutes. So Kieran, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Oh, dude.
5 more minutes and he ties me for the most in this show. Go on,
It's
dude.
interesting what you're saying. I'm reading a book at the moment, Shiva, by Father Seraphim Rose called Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. He's sort of quite critical on Western Buddhism due to its sort of pragmatic nature. That he kind of claims, or like his criticism is that the pragmatic approach sort of sidesteps the question of truth.
I think that depends. Like, because I would argue that Buddhism was pragmatic since its inception. The Buddha was less concerned about what people believed than he was about people engaging with the practice. So I suppose, like, you have to believe that the practice is efficacious, because if you don't,
What does that word mean? What does that word mean? Sorry, I'm black and slow.
that it has efficacy, that it works well.
Efficacy, right? Cool. Gotcha.
Like,
contains F
like
words.
if you don't believe that, then there's no point doing the practice, right? Like, or if you don't have faith.
Would you say that
it's gonna
there's
work,
a difference
then there's no
between
point.
Eastern Buddhism and Western Buddhism as we encounter? Would you say there's a distinction between the two?
Yes, and the distinction that I would argue is that Western Buddhism is in its infancy, so it hasn't really had the chance to, like, because what Buddhism does when it encounters a new culture, rather than saying this, like, your culture is wrong, you need to do this, it folds the culture into the structure of the teachings, and so that hasn't really happened in the West yet. Certainly not to the degree that it used to happen in Eastern culture.
Do you think maybe it's because people in the West are sort of turning toward more like a therapy or like a psychological or sort of therapeutic direction opposed to a spiritual one?
Maybe, and this might sound a bit odd, but I'm not that keen on mindfulness being used as a therapy absent any of its kind of, I'm going to use the word that Abe used earlier, spiritual implications. Because look, if you engage in mindfulness practice, that could get you into dhyana. And if you don't have someone who's actually experienced in working with higher states of consciousness, then that could end up being detrimental to your well-being in the long term. And like, if you're doing mindfulness well, you will end up in dhyana, because that's what happens.
What is dhyana, may I ask?
She sounds hot.
Sure. It's a state of mind in which you are extremely concentrated, you're very aware, and in which there's a lack of what are traditionally called the poisons, which are things like desire for sense experience, ill will, sloth and torpor, anxiety and restlessness, and doubt and indecision. So various kind of things that will prevent dhyana from rising. I've got limited experience of it, so in my experience, it's concomitant with an extremely pleasant physical sensations arising in the body. Traditionally, the first dhyana is spoken of as the simile is like it's like washing powder being mixed with water, in which the kind of soap and the water are completely intermingled. And so I've got experience of the first two dhyanas, the others not so much. And they're just kind of very pleasant states of mind in which the mind is very still and very calm, and in which, in my experience, there's been a sense of like inner radiance.
So is this something that you arrive at, or would that be a fair definition? It's somewhere you arrive at.
It depends on the model that you use. There are two broad kind of models of practice in Buddhism, and one is the transcendence model and one is the immanence model. So the transcendence model, which is like a kind of feature of, like, say, the Theravadan schools, you would view Buddhahood as being something that you don't have, that you are moving towards. Whereas in the immanence model, you would view Buddhahood as being something that's within oneself, but is obscured by mental defilements. And so what you're doing is, by removing the defilements, you're uncovering something that's already there. So it's just kind of two different ways of looking at it. And that's like a feature of, say, more like Zen schools, perhaps.
So would you say that the poisons then would be codified as something like distractions from your purpose?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, the defilements in the five it's the five hindrances. Sorry, in this case, these are specifically hindrances to dhyana, whereas there's a list of 3 mental kind of poisons which are much more general, and that would be ignorance, craving, and aversion. And you could say that both craving and aversion ultimately arise out of ignorance or a lack of awareness. Yeah.
Interesting. But that, to me, this sounds more like it's just an awareness of your mental state more than any kind of spiritual teaching, right?
It's practice. If you understand Buddhism, it's all about like self-practice.
But I mean, I suppose it's not.
Remember, there
it's
is
not
no
just
God.
It's trying to get you to a specific, what's the word?
Mindset.
Perspective. Because the insight that arises is like it's said to be completely transformative, and it's not just about the mental states, because the insight that arises with regard to how we over-identify with our states of mind, that insight is apparently applicable to all phenomena.
I thought the mental states were like California and San Francisco.
I was going to say, but what else could there be then? If it's detached from the mental states, then what else could there be?
You got it.
Just real quick, shout out to Hugo and Skulls for the $5. Says Shiva, you finished writing the Jello Doctrine. I apologize if the name's wrong. I'm waiting for the release to be able to attempt reading it. I am tired. Shout out to you, Hugh.
I have actually,
go ahead.
I have actually finished it. It only has two articles at the moment. It's called the Jello Manifesto. So, or provisions. I don't know what you would call each thing in a manifesto. But anyway, provision 1 is just a Mountain Dew in brackets trademark, and provision 2 is Emmental as a scam. Look at the holes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the entire manifesto.
Yeah. Yes, retards unite. It is our time now that we spread our retardness to all the retards in the retard land. Retard supremacy
upon us.
So, Shiva, very quickly, last thing I want to ask, if I may. Very, very quickly, Shiva, if I may. Yeah, like it's just what you were talking about, light. It just ties into what I've been reading. We read a couple of books at the same time. The other one's by Saint Sophrony about Saint Silouan, who had what you might describe as an experience of the quote-unquote uncreated light. And like his perspective, he would say that light of God is not something you enter; it's someone rather who comes to you. So whereas meditative light, he would say, is something the mind can reach, but not the same as like encountering the living God.
Right.
So I'm just wondering what the natures of those two different lights are, if that makes sense. Like it's a bit of it's a bit of a riddle in the way that it comes out, but that's something that I'm pondering at the moment. Somewhere the mind can go, or somewhere, or someone who comes to the mind.
Hit that bitch, Terry. Don't let her escape.
It sort of
kill that bitch.
Like it sort of depends. Like there are Tibetan schools, for example, like the Nyingma school, which is heavily influenced by a type of practice called Dzogchen. They would hold that one of the kind of characteristics of the mind is that it has a self-luminous nature. So,
But what would that mean?
Fuck
self-luminous.
Fuck knows.
Because that would be light. As a description, that's light, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. But it can't possibly be a physical light, right?
I mean, it depends. It depends on whether whoever came up with the idea was talking about physical light and just didn't understand light, which is entirely plausible, or whether they're using light as some kind of poetic metaphor for a qualia that arises out of as a result of practice.
Well, on that note, Kieran, how many times do you coom in the spaghetti?
You don't want to know?
Are you going to eat it?
Kieran's dead.
No.
Please call back later.
Yeah.
Beep.
Are you going to eat it then, Dinkus? Is that why you're asking? You want to know when it's finished so you can eat it?
There's a large portion of the Shadowverse that's asking.
You dude, don't ruin good coom with spaghetti. That's disgusting.
It's terrible.
Hey, you gotta eat it. If you can't let it go to waste. The fuck you talking about with Strange? See, it sounds like somebody's eating some right now.
True.
I'm eating
and
pasta,
just real
not
quick as well,
spaghetti.
Willie wants us to play the Wheel of Madness to promo. Wheel of Madness is back next week, folks. So anybody who's been suffering from Wheel of Madness withdrawal, here's for you.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of Madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Appreciate you kindly, sirs.
Interesting.
Am I the only one that saw my icon stuck on there?
You know, hey Tarek, I got a question about Wheel of Madness. Are you planning on doing that once a week? Because that probably helps stretch it out longer, since short on topics and shit. Oh, it's just an idea. I'm spitballing here. But you know
no,
how
we
like,
have a
Speakeasy-
new theme, and like all the questions have been refreshed and everything, so it's like completely new questions and all this kind of stuff as well. So don't worry.
Well, yeah,
I've been
but I
working
mean-
hard.
but I
behind the
mean,
scenes,
like-
you know what I mean?
But I mean, like, you know how like Speakeasy got VK every once a week on Friday nights. Maybe you do like Wheel of Madness on Monday nights or something. Monday Night Madness. I don't know. I'm just trying to help you create some ideas to help your channel or something. You know, Monday Night Madness, Monday Night Raw, Wheel of Monday Night Madness. I don't know.
Mangoes, who made you the Prime Minister of the Wheel of Madness?
I fucking did! Yeah, I did it! God damn it! Stop trying to assert my power! You fucking Pringle-looking bitch!
Need to also, Kieran's stolen the idea. You know, he stole the idea, and he's got Kieran's cards of gayness.
Oh.
I'm gonna fucking kick Kieran in the balls when he comes back. Watch, it's gonna be funny.
He's gonna come back with a crocodile that's gonna bite you.
No, that's fucking Florida. No, he's going to come with a kangaroo to try to kick me in the balls, but the joke's on him. I'm going to kick the kangaroo in the balls. Fuck you, Joey.
Australians have crocodiles. Australians have crocodiles.
He'll be riding in
Oh yeah, you're right.
Saltwater
I forgot about that Steve Irwin episode until now.
The big
The
fuckers,
crocs
man. They
over
got the
there
big
fuck
fuckers.
you up. Yeah, they fuck
Fucking
you up,
huge,
bro.
dude.
Those things are dangerous.
Hey, real talk. Real talk, serious question. Has anyone ever tried gator tail?
Yeah, it's delicious. Tastes kind of like chicken.
That's
It's super
fucking
bony, though. Yeah, it's good. It's just bony. Got a lot of
Dude,
bones,
no,
those
I
fuckers.
never had bony. I don't know. All right, I never heard of bony gator tail. But man, if you guys ever have a chance, try it. It does taste like
gator's
chicken. I
good.
swear.
Yeah,
What?
gators.
Oh,
you never
yeah.
ate gator ribs?
No.
Why?
That sounds interesting.
I mean, you like ribs, don't you?
Well,
Who's microwaving a steak?
Of course I
Yeah.
love ribs. That's why I'm fucking married.
Oh.
No one got that. Woman comes from the rib of a man.
Oh, Jack,
That's why I'm married.
you're actually
I
on
love
panel.
ribs.
Was that you? Are you microwaving a steak again?
He is. 10 of them.
How much butter are you using this time? Are you using a whole fucking microwave of butter? You fucking butter whore.
No, that was me. That was me. I
Jack,
put
you can't
pasta
air
in the
butter whore.
microwave.
No, because, no. So like a
This is
couple of
new
weeks
to
ago,
me.
he almost burned his house down because he used like 2 pounds of butter to cook 10 steaks. And it's just so fucking funny because the way he was describing how he was cooking, it sounds like he was just deep frying. I have no idea what he's doing, how to cook a steak, which is okay because he does admit it. He's not no fucking amateur chef or anything.
I
But
think
goddamn, it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that was my first time ever cooking
smells
meat.
like this, tastes like chicken. Hold your nose and keep on licking.
I think I love that insult, butter whore. That is
I
an
like
amazing
windows.
insult.
I like windows.
That's a good
I like
one.
windows by 15 hours.
That's amazing.
We've had a lot of
yeah.
good insults that came out of tonight.
Yes. Yes.
We've already had 2.
Yes. I mean, like, come on, man. Those like tonight was the birth of the ass cavity idea, and thanks to Karen, but he's not here to accept his reward. I mean, it's a shame, but it is what it is. Fuck Karen though, because I'm stealing ass cavity.
don't worry.
I
No,
already
Karen's
trademarked
accepting
it,
his.
so it's already copyrighted. I stole it from him. I
Mangoes.
just Steve Jobs him out of that fucking ass cavity.
Mangoes.
What?
Mangoes.
What?
Kieran is
What?
getting his reward. He's right now. He's taking it up the ass. What do you mean?
With a Bud Light can.
Hey, it sounds like he's literally getting an ass cavity.
We're born with that. No, we're
I
born
bet
with
you can
those.
stick your whole arm in his ass cavity like how you would the
Okay.
laundry basket when you're trying to find your one sock that you need to find, you know?
Where did Kieran go? Did he rage quit though?
No, he got muted.
No, he got
Is he
muted
still
for
in the
5
back
minutes,
for
but
that?
then he dropped. He dropped.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Because he
He
was
got
at
tired of
15.
being muted.
You guys were being mean to Uncle Kieran.
They're always mean to him. It's nothing new. I mean, I stole his fucking iconic catchphrase, ass cavity. It's so fucking wild, bro.
Fine, gentlemen. I think I'm going to move along. It was nice to talk to you and see you all again.
Oh, come on, stay, Abe Dinkus.
Appreciate
We
you
like
stopping
having
by,
you
Abe.
here.
Yeah, you've been absent for a while, man.
Likewise,
Come
Dean.
back.
Happy birthday, Abe. Take it easy, boys. Have a good
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Happy birthday. Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Abe.
Happy
Yeah,
Thank you
birthday.
for bringing the party
Good to talk to
to
you, bro.
life.
Take care, man.
See you later.
Take it
Dave.
easy,
Yeah.
Dave.
Cheers,
See you in
Dave.
Illinois, fucker.
You dang Jamaican lesbian, beautiful bastard, you.
Oh man.
What is
Hey,
that Jamaican lesbian?
Abe, shut
Yes.
up, Mangoes. Abe,
Yo,
God
Bumbo
bless,
Clock.
and dude, I hope you have an awesome year this year, man. Truly.
Thank you,
Hope it's
Chris.
a
I
good one.
appreciate it. Same to you. I hope we both
Chris
have.
is a
I
good
hope we
dude.
all have an incredible year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Amen to
hell
that.
yeah.
That would be nice.
It would.
Okay. God bless you all.
Then
I'll
fucking
talk
find-
to you after a bit.
I'll grow this fucking beard all year. Nope. I cut it off.
Oh, that sucks. I
No,
want
my
you to
wife
get
told me-
that ZZ
my wife
Top
told
thing
me to cut it
going.
off. Do what?
I said I just want to see that ZZ Top thing going with you wearing a Santa suit.
Hey, well, I can't cut it off. I'll cut half of it off.
Oh,
Yeah,
But
don't do that. Don't hurt him. He's just a poor little feller.
I'm just a poor fella.
No, don't hurt the beard. He's just a poor little feller.
oh.
What the fuck, Chris?
You can't hurt that poor little feller. He's just over there just hanging out with you, and you just
Yeah, I'm a country
you
bumpkin.
just want to cut him down in his youth.
No, I'm a country bumpkin.
Hell yeah.
I'm 110 years old.
Well, you guys listen here. It was fun. I love tormenting this panel tonight. It was a lot of fucking fun. I love tormenting you little fuckers.
You are,
but
man.
yeah, well, I'm glad.
Mangoes,
I'm a
you're
fucking pain in
fired.
the
You're
ass.
fired. You're fired. Mangoes,
No,
you're fired.
no,
You're
you
fired.
can't fire
You're
the CEO. That's not
You're
how this
fired.
fucking
No,
works.
you're fired.
You're
No,
fucking
you're
fired. You're
I spoke to
fucking
HR.
fired. All
I
right,
spoke
that's
to
it.
HR.
To
You
the
were doing
gallows with
weird
you.
things.
To the fucking gallows with you.
You were
We're gonna
doing
hang you
weird
by your
things over
chin
at the
strap.
water
We're
cooler.
gonna
You're
fucking
fired.
hang you. All right, that's
You-
it. So everybody grab him to the gallows with this man.
Got a
And
point.
we're going to put on
There
YouTube. We're
was
going to
some shady
charge people
behavior beside that
$5.99
water
for it.
cooler, bro.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. But I want to see this man hang by his fucking beard. Make a beard into
Hey.
a noose, and I want to see him fucking hang with it.
Hey, Mangoes, I love you, buddy. You must keep well. You must have a good evening.
No, you done fucked up, son. You're fucking done. I'm gonna fucking see it. You fucked up. There ain't no
Mangoes is
takey
like, nah.
backsies. No
No,
takey
I'm taking it
backsies.
back. No, I already took it back. You weren't paying attention. I already took it back.
You wish I wasn't paying attention. No, you done fucked up, son. You fucked up.
Nah, I
It's
took
over
it back.
for you.
I'm
Game
gonna wait.
over.
Nah, I took it back.
Address and get you, boy.
Nah, we didn't pinky promise nothing. There were no
shit,
pinky
boys.
promises. I took it back.
Yeah, well, I gotta go. We're gonna have to continue this sometime never.
Have a
So
good
you
one,
guys
bro.
take it easy. I really enjoy tormenting you guys. I really enjoy tormenting the chat. It's all right. Anyways, real talk. You guys are great. Thanks a lot for
See ya,
taking out
Mango.
the light and stuff. See you guys fucking later. Teriyaki, you're the goat, man. Well, not the goat, man, but you're the goat alongside with Speakeasy and the other fuckers that we enjoy and love. Fucking torment, anyways, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You guys see it. See you later. Fuck you. Good night. See you later. Fuck off.
Eat shit and die.
Have a good one, Mangoes.
See you, Mangoes.
I still smell it.
We just crashing.
Uh,
Well, he earns his nickname. You know what I mean?
yeah, he loves it.
That's true. That's true. You can't take that away from him. But yeah, I had a curious question for Chris.
Yeah.
If I can shoot it. It's something I'm curious. I think you said it before, but I'm not sure. But what do you think of anime?
I like anime, bro. I'm a nerd, bro. I was
Okay,
always.
that's what I figured.
I grew up as a nerd, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I played Magic tournaments at 12, my dude. I'm nerd. I was ranked on online gaming. Grew up a nerd, bro. Comics.
Okay. Yeah.
Anime.
I feel like I've listened to you before, and I find you very fascinating, man. Like,
Jack, have you heard of that? Have you heard of that anime that's going to be like completely all about like African heritage and stuff like that?
No, I don't think so. I may have, but I'm not.
I think they started on it like the beginning of this year, but it's like the guy that's working on it is, I can't remember what nation. I know it's somewhere in South Africa, but he's working with some lower end anime developers to basically make the anime, and it looks pretty cool.
Nice.
Sometimes those can really be really nice, you know.
Yeah, I like
Animation-wise, at least.
I like when lower end people kind of make their creation, because like usually when you have huge companies working against you, you can't make it to the fruition of what you want it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was curious with that because I wanted to ask you what your favorite anime was.
Man, I gotta go with nostalgia on this, bro. What I was raised on, bro. Dragon Ball Z, man. You gotta give it a Dragon Ball Z, bro. I was nostalgia and raised and importance in life, probably Dragon Ball Z, man.
Yeah, that's the one I started with. I mean, I think that's a lot of people's answers. If not, usually what I hear is, at least from the West, like America, a lot of people say it's either Dragon Ball Z or it's Naruto. Is what people reference.
It depends, bro. Like if it's movies and stuff, it's like slightly different. But I would, it's like, I don't know, it depends. If I have to not do Dragon Ball Z, it depends. There's a couple of like honorable mentions.
Yeah. Like my favorite is One Piece by far. Like I love One Piece.
I worked on One Piece season 1, the live action.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, man. My homies are busy with season 3 now.
Yeah.
All of it's done here in Cape Town.
Yeah.
I
was like,
Chris could have been a good Hawkeye.
That's true.
I'm in the workshop making the masks and shit, bro. I wish that'd be cool.
Oh shit!
The acting stuff is fun, but we're in the workshop making everything, prosthetics and shit.
Yeah, that's
I've
really
already
cool.
seen like how all the characters are gonna look in season 3. My friend's not allowed to send it to me because obviously we signed insane NDAs. But he knows because we work together for like 10 plus years. He knows if he sends it to me, it's not gonna get leaked.
Yeah. Gotcha. But yeah, that's I mean, it's incredible what they've done with the series, and usually a lot of like anime live actions have just bombed, but it's amazing how well they've kind of done it. And I know that's from his help, and I always liked on his perspective within the anime that he took real life places with real life some celebrities and stuff, and had those in, or pop icons or whatever it might be, but within the story,
Yeah.
And that was always interesting. Like the world building is the most fascinating thing to me.
Yeah, but also like with the live actions, dude, it's funny because like 2 of the ones that I feel was decent was done pretty much by the same people, because the Cowboy Bebop one was also really good, the live adaptation for Cowboy Bebop, and it's the same people that did the live action for Cowboy Bebop that's doing One Piece. It's like same production team.
I don't mind live action, but I feel like they miss some aspects out of anime because
for sure.
But budget can't reach everything that you want to do.
No,
you
it'll
couldn't
never
do
be
everything
the
in
same.
One Piece.
No, it'll never be the same, dude.
Yeah,
No.
you
Well, they
couldn't
can
do
get it
everything in Dragon
similar.
Ball
They
Z
can get
either.
it similar, but I could say all the parts I've seen of the One Piece live action, they've gotten a lot of the parts pretty accurate with the anime and the manga. Like for instance, so it's not even a spoiler because just people need to go watch the show. The part where he's the Iron Bear dude who can like make machinery out of his body. I always forget his name.
When
When
the
Luffy
guy that
grabs
punches
it-
metal.
Yeah.
God, why am I botching his name right now?
Yeah, I am too right now, and he's honestly like
that's gonna
he's a goofy ass character. But Luffy grabs his mouth, and in the anime, his tongue turns into a cannon to shoot Luffy. But in the live action, the cannon just comes out of the back of his throat, and his tongue is still there.
Yeah.
And I noticed that, and I was like, you can't buy everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, dude, I think the best that they can do is try and honor it as closely as they can with a live adaptation.
100%.
There's never competing. There's just don't fuck it up, basically. That's the best you can do, man.
Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just amazing how well they've done with it. And I've heard from a lot of people, they're like, hey, I watched the live action and that pursued me to want to watch the anime. And I think that's amazing. That's exactly what you want to do. Like,
yeah, like
100%.
The weird thing with me is, dude, like I've never watched One Piece, the anime. I'm weird, bro. A lot of the like popular ones that a lot of people watch, I haven't watched, and then I've like watched obscure old ones that most people don't know. So, like, I never watched Naruto. I've seen like some of it, but I never really watched Naruto. I've never really watched One Piece. But like I like Bleach and like a lot of other ones.
Yeah, but Bleach was pretty popular. It was in the big three.
Yeah, no, Bleach is popular. Like Bleach, like Attack on Titan, One Punch Man. That's the kind of stuff that I really liked. But it's not like
Death
the
Note.
massively big ones. Yeah, Death Note, love that. Paranoia Agent.
Paranoia Agent's huge. I love it.
Love Paranoia Agent.
Hellsing was great.
Good enough.
Hellsing's amazing.
Yeah, and obviously Death Note. I mean, everybody, but that's a popular one. But yeah, a lot of good ones, dude.
Neon Genesis. That's another good one.
Evangelion, yeah, dude. All of the like, cool ones from back in the day. That's what I grew up on, man. And then
or the old school Gundam, like Gundam Wing, G Gundam.
Yeah.
Well, to be completely honest, I like the old art styles more than anything they make today.
No, it's beautiful.
Like when it comes to like the old Inuyasha or what was it, Robotech.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, dude.
I fully agree
with
that.
Hand drawn. It's because it was hand drawn, dude. It's like everything. If you look, Red Line, Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll, all that shit was hand drawn, bro. That's why it looks so good.
That's why it's like it's really good, especially Red Line. That's one of my favorite anime movies.
Yeah, dude.
It has so much meaning to the real
I've heard high
world.
praise for it.
Dude, it has so much meaning in that movie to the real world. Like, dude, once you finish it, you'd be all like, "Oh my god, dude, this is a touching movie."
I mean, all of those from that era, bro. I mean, Akira kind of kicked it off. I mean, and because of Akira, we got fucking Matrix. I mean, all of that shit was so good, dude.
Well, there was a compilation that I seen that somebody put together of all the Akira slide. It's like in so many movies and pop culture. Like it's crazy.
Well, they do that with a lot of popular animes. Even the same thing with the Yamcha pose.
Yeah.
Just to remind you real quick, the memberships are more valuable than the super chats because the more members we have, the more emojis we have. You know what I'm saying? We just got
100%.
ourselves the custom William meme. Emoji, which is the shark. You know what I'm saying?
Best value for money if you're gonna give YouTube your money is spend it and benefit the chat people and Uncle Terry. And get more emojis.
Brother. Also, good night to Shantae as well. But gentlemen, Chris, did you see Jack's debate on Goku versus Vegeta?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. Unfortunately I was busy with my stream for most of the start of it. And then as soon as I think I raided into there. But that was interesting. Him and JS.
Did you like it? Was it entertaining?
I wanted to answer you. Claymation isn't really anime because anime is a certain art style of animation, but claymation itself is a certain art style of animation itself.
So think about that like this, bro. So claymation falls more under stop motion. Like I also built a lot of stop motion puppets, right? But when I was doing special effects, so claymation falls more under stop motion. And funny enough, even South Park technically falls more under stop motion than, you know, normal animation, because it was stop motion with paper. But yeah, claymation is like Tim Burton, bro. Like Nightmare Before Christmas, that's like claymation, one of the big ones. To give you an idea, like a stylistic idea.
Yeah, it's like there. Yeah, that hand drawn anime art style. I mean, it was a shit, you know. Like I remember watching Berserk, and it was so detailed. I was like, why didn't people just continue this?
Yeah, but dude, it's like I do the comparison a lot on my streams, man. You just like show the old stuff and you show the new stuff. And like the more I do that with engineering, with a lot of these things, it's like I don't really know what we've been doing in the even with machines and some of the stuff. It's like I don't understand what we've really done these last 60 years. Instead of everything just moved on to computers, but it's not better.
If you really think about it, we've gotten lazier. We've gotten lazier with the amount of effort we put into things because of technology.
Yeah, but the quality of, like, if you actually analyze those things, the quality didn't get better. It just moved to fucking computers and people became lazy. But the quality, like, seems to still be fucking great of all of the old stuff. All of the old stuff is still super legit. Whether it's cars, machines, animation, movies, like the ones that were done well still hold up and they're fucking awesome. It's like ridiculous. Like if you think about it, dude, Alien was made in the 70s, bro. Watch Alien. That's fucking almost 60 years ago, bro. Think
like
about
you can
that.
even see it like on things like Sherlock Holmes. Like if you go back and watch like the Granada Sherlock Holmes, like that TV series is like if you compare it to, let's say, the what was it? I think it's like the BBC version with the Benedict Cucumber or whatever the fuck his name is.
Like, well,
it's
not
like
60,
Benedict Cumberbatch?
like 40,
Yeah,
40
Benedict
almost
Cumberbatch.
50 years, sorry. Like 40 years, sorry, not 60. I'm being crazy. But yeah, sorry, Derek.
But you can see the way that like each one of those episodes, like some of them are like an hour and a half, just like the BBC one. But there's like I think like 40 or 50 what you call it, episodes in total. And when you look at like the writing, like it's basically done in like the old style English, like how they used to talk back in the 1920s and all this kind of stuff, which is harder to act when you're kind of like talking about in a kind of like a dialect that's not really commonly used anymore.
Yeah.
And then on top of that as well, it's just like the plot lines as well. I think it's just like it's a lot better writing, it's a lot better delivered. And it's just so much more of it as well.
Dude, but think about it, even like with music, man. Like AC/DC, Freebird. Like, dude, most of these bands, like, dude, even like bands like fucking Slipknot and these people are like 30 years old, bro. So like now when you're going like Freebird, AC/DC, like all that shit's like all, dude, it's like 50, like over 40, 50 years old. We're still listening to that shit. Like, what's going on with the new shit? There's not much going on. Like everything like 40, 50 years ago is still holding up today. So how much better are we really doing? Like, that's what I don't understand. Every time I look at this, I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
I think the problem with music around then, it was, I wouldn't say fresh, because music's been around for quite some time. But, you know, the age of TV and then internet really compounded things, and now everything's at our fingertips. So we're very picky about our music. I'm not saying it's as good, because I do agree with you, but I've still heard a lot of good recent stuff that has been good, but it's just at a lower rate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's either the quality is the same, or it can compete with the old stuff, where you would think, why is it just like competing? Why, like, you would think, well, it's 40, 50 years later, 30, 40 years later, we should be like, it should be so much better, seeing as we're evolving so much and advancing so much. But not really. Not really. Seems like we pretty much had it down already back then. Even if you look at like I said, cars. Like cool, everything has a computer in it now, but I mean, back then everything used to work without the computers. So like it's just, well, we just added computers to everything, and now we're just adding AI to everything, or Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. But the thing itself and its function is pretty much the same.
But like, my kind of like counter is like when you look at like the Bible, like think about how old the Bible is, or like ancient Greek philosophy. Like you pull up some Aristotle, you're like, holy shit, no one in modern day is having like these conversations. You know what I mean? And, like,
No, we're
not able
still
to, like,
reading
do
those
anything.
dudes.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And like that's my point in terms of like even to come at it from like that angle of like how he's kind of like waxing poetic. You know what I mean? While he's like talking about like metaphysics, you're kind of going like, what, like how does their language even kind of like go like this? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And like how they're able to talk about like harmony being mathematical and all this kind of shit. You're like, bro, why are why aren't we pushing this shit? And then like you see like the whole like the latest thing to come out of like modern day philosophies is like postmodernism, slop, bullshit, and all this kind of thing. And like when you compare it back to like what Plato would talk about, like if you were to say like, oh, I'm an atheist, like that's supposedly like something that's like cool nowadays, all this kind of shit. If you were an atheist back in Plato's time, he'd be like, yeah, put him to death. Or sorry, put him into a re-education labor camp, and then if they're still saying they're atheists, then you know what I mean?
That's like, oh, this guy's got a mental deficiency. But dude, it's just interesting. It's like, obviously if you go like broader with it, it's just like more of a broad brush. It just seems like more what my kind of theory equates to is like it was said by Harford, is laziness and the egotistic nature of we're so much better now than people back then. And what I'm seeing is not really. Seems like the fucking older people or the people from a couple of years ago pretty much had their fucking shit in order and had a lot of shit figured out. Like we think like we're rediscovering the wheel every 5 years because we buying new iPhones and shit. But at its core, we're not really doing much. If you actually start looking, we're not really doing much.
Well, if you honestly apply the Bible to it, and I mean, I don't necessarily want to be that guy, but I mean, and it doesn't necessarily lead up to end times, but it does talk of man eventually succumbing to laziness. And I mean, if you think of the past, would you think the past would ever think that man would create technology and that would lead to the laziness of man?
Well, dude, it's also like...
Which is also a sin if you also realize that laziness is a sin itself.
Yeah, but it's also just ineptness, man. It's like people, like I've also said this before, like people drive around the towns they've lived in for multiple years and they need fucking Google Maps. I do this fun experiment. Ask people on what day does every season start and end. People don't even fucking know that. They don't even know when winter and summer starts and ends anymore. Like, we're becoming inept, dude. We're becoming like unaware of the real world and basically becoming children because we're relying on machines.
It's even worse with books because people will just look up the summaries of the book instead of read the book, and that's a part that also annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, and it's just like we live under this guise of, well, we're so much better and advanced, and it's like it seems like we're children that needs our technology to look after us. It doesn't seem like we're actually becoming these better adults. It seems like we're just becoming more useless children relying on technology.
100%.
Well, I think like a huge thing that's got to do with it is like the ego. You know what I mean? Like I think like we're very egotistical in that, like in modern day, where it's kind of like the advancements that we do make as a society. It's like, oh, like I'm part of this society, which means I'm part of that contribution. When you realistically look at it, it's like apart from like Elon Musk, can anyone kind of like name someone who's actually trying to push the boundaries of technology?
Well,
No.
even
You know what I
Elon's
Not
not
really.
doing much, bro. His big rockets suck ass, bro. His short rockets are good. His big dude, his own fucking rocket
Well,
engineer says he's ridiculous, bro.
Teriyaki, you also got to take into consideration that he's the one with the money that would necessarily be funding the people that are actually creating the stuff he's going to be using.
Yeah, I mean it's
So
government
the smart
grants, bro.
guys, it's basically it's no longer in the age. Well, at least I see it that way. I'm not saying Elon's not an intelligent man, but it's now in the age where the rich man gets the name and the fame, and the scientist that's working on it that probably has the most brilliant mind. We may never ever know that person.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's Elon's people that he hires that's doing all of this crazy shit. It's not Elon. Elon is basically really intelligent at delegation and getting the funding and stuff where, you know, he's getting America to pay for him, and he's a fucking white South African like myself. So yes, he's
Well,
intelligent, but I think his intelligence gets granted to things that's not his.
Yeah, that's what I
Like
think
the
it's the same thing. Like even Edison did that, like with where he had people
Yeah,
working
with
for him,
Tesla.
and when they would find something revolutionary, he would claim it as his.
Well, yeah, that's what he did with Nikola Tesla, bro. Tesla was working for him.
Yeah, yeah, and Tesla hated him for that shit.
Who really built?
He didn't hate him like 100%, but he hated it.
But even if you take that kind of like aspect of Elon, right? The whole kind of like there's not businessmen like when you look at like the businessmen, like they're not pushing the boundaries, they're not taking risks to invest in that shit. They're all going down this kind of like bitch mentality of like, I just want a safe bet, I want like an easy return on my money, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Whereas like when you look at like the Wright brothers, for example, you know what I mean? They're like, fuck it, we're gonna make a plane, and everybody's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is a plane? You know what I mean? So it's like,
I mean,
even with the
there
moon,
was some billionaires. There was some billionaires testing it, but they crushed in a can at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, but it's also like look at like, let's say like Francis Ford Coppola or Tarantino, right? Like the top dudes at the highest end of the spectrum were geniuses in what they did. Like even like, let's say now filmmaking. What the fuck do we have now, Mr. Beast? Really? Like really? It's ridiculous, bro. It's like,
Yeah, and
no,
the thing I
that's
don't get about
like
Mr. Beast, we've had Japanese game shows around for years, and all of a sudden now it's popular when it's Americanized.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. He's intelligent, but his intelligence is not in how Tarantino was intelligent at producing the film or the, I guess now we will call it content that people watched. He was a filmmaker. Mr. Beast is good at marketing and knowing how to fucking get people to watch screens. It's not about telling a story. It's not the thing that these people get credited for is not the things that their predecessors were credited for. They actually had to have skills in the things that they got well known for. Nowadays, it's just like if you're good at marketing, you can basically do anything type of situation we're living in now.
well, even when you look at the whole moon thing that like everyone was getting excited over and all that shit, it's like we done that 60 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And everything that's been coming out about that is also looking like a bunch of dog shit.
No, but even like the
I
general
think it's more of a
concept of it.
distraction, to be honest.
Yeah.
But like actually putting people on the moon, or like putting like some sort of infrastructure on the moon, or trying to terraform all this kind of shit, that at least is like some sort of like ambition, or kind of like, okay, shit, like this is like never been done before and all this stuff. But like even as a society, is there like a lot of shit that's like never been done before and all this kind of stuff? I don't think so. I mean, like what's the common thing that's said is like when you look at like stuff around your house, you know what I mean? Like the aesthetic has not really changed apart from the devices. That's the only thing that
Yeah.
we've actually innovated on. You know what I mean? And even when you look at that, like a lot of that stuff is still like the technology goes back quite a bit. Like Tesla was already talking about the Wi-Fi, 100 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
And real quick, I gotta shout out my boy Jack. Gotta give you a shredding clip for that one. Shout out to Jack for being a member for 4 months, my man. And also, congratulations to Misty Morning 9042, Trust Apeco, Shane Hebler, Shane Herbert, 3237, Buzzbar DM, BBDM, and Mrs. D. Let's fucking go. Appreciate you kindly, Jack.
Hell yeah.
That's what's up.
A second, I need to add the tree.
I was
onto it as
actually
well.
I was actually gonna have an emote suggestion. You should get the dog somehow that you put up. Shrub you dig, you know.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's a good one. It's a good one, isn't it?
It was Chihuahua.
But yeah, man. It's just interesting. It's just funny because of technology. It's just a trend that I've been seeing. It's like I said, man. People get seen as great engineers that have never built fucking nothing in a real workshop or done anything. It's all it's like this facade of the thing that it used to be, and it's weird. I don't like it.
They don't even build props anymore. It's crazy.
No, pilots nowadays barely even fly planes anymore. They fly with fucking autopilot.
It's less than a video game.
Yeah, dude,
They probably press
fucking
one
watch
button and it's all
Dude,
all done.
Some of them watch fucking Netflix while they're flying, bro. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how it's going to be with driving. Eventually, there's going to be parts of society where people don't even know how to drive because there's a machine doing it. So when
It's
they run into a
almost that
situation
one-
where they need to drive, they'll be like, I don't know how.
Well, yeah, we get.
When I got my driver's license, that's all. When I got a chance to get them, when you get your learner's permit and all that crap, that's all I thought about. And getting a car. Now they don't. People don't even care if they get a car or not.
Yeah,
Much
but
less a
the
driver's
train-
license. They don't care.
Yeah, but see, with the train things are going is eventually it's going to be a dude sitting in front of a computer driving a RC car on a track, and they're not even going to be driving cars. So now we're going to get to a theoretical place where the great drivers of the world aren't even in fucking cars anymore. You see, this is what I mean. It's like it's becoming ridiculous at this point now, and it's just getting worse.
Yep. I agree.
It's like back in the day, the dudes that were good drivers didn't have fucking compensation in turns and the car managing the brakes and shifting the weight and suspension control and like all this shit. It's like, dude, they jumped in a car that barely had power steering and they fucking drove a car.
Yep.
It's weird. It's weird. And I'm not even necessarily saying it is bad for me, but I can't really point why, but it's just funny that we, like Teriak said, we have this ego of we're the shit. It's like, I don't really see it though. I don't see it. I think the old dude doing it back in the day, a couple of 10, 20, 30 years ago, I think they were way better, like skill wise or in competence than I think we are right now.
Oh yeah.
Right now we're hiding our skill level is highly compensated by computers and technology.
Well, think about the AIs. Took like you had a 7-year degree in programming. You don't need that anymore.
Nope.
You just need to know how to make good prompts for AI. It'll write the program for you. It'll do everything for you. Go out and get this, get that, put it where it goes. It's crazy.
Just real quick as well. I added 3 because of the renewed, but we don't count the renewed. So we still need $3, folks, for the hour. But
Okay. I was like, am I tripping?
Jack's like question is his assistant. Wait, what's going
Here
on?
we go.
We're-
We'll fix that. Hold on. We'll fix that. Hold on.
The what was I gonna say?
Oh.
Because like when you look at like aesthetics, like go back to like the 1920s, 1930s, it's like everybody like wore a suit like on the daily. Like some
hell
form
yeah.
of a suit. You know what I mean?
Clothing was tailored. It fit people. It was made for people. It was better quality.
It was actually wool, most of it. Good stuff.
I was built to last.
I ain't gonna say most of it, but a lot of it was. It was what?
It was built to last as well.
Oh
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Oh yeah. A suit like that cost you what, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000? A good one.
My man Jack with the one gifted membership. Congratulations to Basque OG. We got an OG, boys. You know what I'm saying? Typically though, when Jack does the ones, he nails like
I've gotten
best
Chris.
picks. Yeah, he gets like MVPs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nobody can get me though. I fucking my account can't accept them. They can't turn it on mine.
I swear I've got you before.
Oh, that might have been my alternate. I have like one alternate.
Oh,
It
okay.
has the-
Gotcha.
It has the same name.
I don't even know how to turn mine off because it's apparently off and I can't find it. People told me, I've literally looked up videos. I apparently it's gone for me. I can't even see it.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know what happened. Like with mine is also weird, bro. Like the one that my YouTube channel is on, there's no like I can't turn it on.
Maybe this is it. I'm curious to see if anybody else thinks this, but I've had this account since almost YouTube started.
Oh yeah, I
So-
think it might be the case, dude. Because my original one, my channel is on, is also like 5 or 6 years old. It might be that our accounts are old. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just curious about that, you know, that could be a thing. It's like any accounts before they actually had that policy where they could do that.
Yeah,
Because that's only been a quite recent thing, you know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's weird. But like I said, on the other ones, I can turn it on. I don't know. I don't know. But hey, everybody that has it turned on, you better make sure you turn that shit on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you can do it.
But they like YouTube also does a weird thing where it's like you have to like manually go into the settings and then like say that I want to accept raids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, but Deriac, they kind of, I think they just do that so people, you know, like, let's say like if you're a small channel, man, let's say like Jim Bob that has 500 people, if you're like some small atheist channel and Jim Bob was malicious and he sends like 500 people over to come fuck up your channel, I think that's why they, you know, they kind of protect you where it's kind of on, like you can't be like YouTube, all of these people came and messed with me. So it's maybe just to kind of protect themselves. That if you have to agree to have, you know, this influx of people just be able to be transferred over to your channel.
Which makes kind of sense because I think you ghetto rated me one time.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I try and raid. I always try to raid smaller channels. I mean, like the bigger channels don't even care if you really raid them. So I'd rather send the people over to people that, you know, it'll actually benefit.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, it's a return to base, you know. It's as you know, Easy says, lift all boats, you know, rising
dude.
tides.
No, 100%, bro. I'm this. I avoid all of the drama nonsense, bro. It's also why I'm quiet and I don't go on panels a lot. I only go on people's panels I really like. If you invite me over to your channel, I'll come. Like, if you want me to come over to your channel, I'll always come. I tell people that. But, like, me just going on somebody's panel, yeah, I don't do that shit no more.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Unless it's like Teriak or Speakeasy or somebody I actually like, then maybe I'll show up. But I've even been rare over here. It's like too much drama and nonsense, bro. I'd rather just focus on building up the channel and supporting people that, you know, do good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have that same policy.
Yeah. No, dude.
I think it's a good policy to have.
Yeah, it's better to have a big community where, you know, raid other people, send other people over, and, you know, spread the love. That's how you grow the community and all of the people get to engage with each other. It's way better than to go, I'm never going to raid anybody. I don't want to send my people over to other channels because I'm threatened that, you know.
I kind of do feel that about some panels. There's some where it's like I feel like they're chill enough and they have rules that I actually would apply to my own channel. And then there's some that I wouldn't get on. Like let's take there's this one guy that does atheist debates and stuff like that, and he does it in the morning, and he doesn't he'll kick people if like they're not basically understanding what he's saying. And basically, like, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to kick you. And then, like, there's also Confluence. I like sometimes some things that's on his panel when there's a good debate going on. But other than that, he seems to like take low end money and like kick a bunch of people off or mute people for a long extended time for like, I don't know. It ends up making a lot of drama and chaos, and you can see how he enjoys it. And I'm like, that's kind of fucked.
Don't get me wrong, dude. I understand why people do that, and like I say, when I say that, I'm not trying to judge nobody. Like, I understand why you would do that, or why you would do panels and stuff, or any of this. Like, I understand. Like, the drama is way better for viewership and money and things, man. So I don't. Well,
I see where you could pay to mute somebody in some certain circumstances, like because that's part of the setup that they have. But like if you don't even have a price and you're kind of just like lowballing yourself and you're kind of just doing it to just spite your pay.
Yeah, man.
Oh, now I gotta mute half a. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but dude, no, man. It's just I'd rather it's rather better to have proper engagements than to I don't want to really go over to people that their whole kind of purpose of their channel is to just stir up bullshit. We all get into shit. Like, I'm not trying to like preach from a high tower. Like, I mean, I like doing debates. Listen, I'm not saying we don't have conflict and we yell at each other a little bit, but I mean more the like core of just trying to start nonsense, or like people that go into like personal shit. Weird, like people that are fucking weird, man. Like, we can debate and yell at each other, but then we call it quits after that. Not like this extended drama nonsense.
We're not taking it personally. We're just ribbing with each other. We're just, actually discussing things and trying to evolve and learn. That's how I've always taken it.
Some people are weird, man. Some people are fucking weird, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's the internet, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd rather just try to focus on improving my own shit and like supporting people that are doing good stuff,
Amen to that.
Yeah, man, like the debate channels, like, dude, like, listen, if you're gonna do debates, like, shit's gonna get wild from time to time, but like a debate is different than like talking shit about somebody's personal life or this fucking weird corners of the internet, bro. I'm not.
I've never understood that.
Yeah, I'm not into that.
I'm not all in for it, It's sad it even gets to that point, and then like, you have like, people in the business that, or I guess I wouldn't call it a business, but in the sphere that we're in, that we really care for each other, and when one gets attacked so personally, it's just like it's hard not to like, try to get in there and be like, hey man, like that's fucked, It's like we don't need to be doing this,
Yeah, I mean, you want to do, like, dude, see, that's the thing, like, I can't say from, like, that, like, what, like I said, I don't have all the answers. I kind of just speak about how I feel about things. I'm not trying to, like, give people prescriptives.
On yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. It's like, if, my whole thing is, like, let's say, like, somebody attacks Andrew. Like, dude, Andrew's a big boy. He's got a huge channel.
Yeah,
like,
for
he
sure.
doesn't need me standing up for him, dude. Like, I'm really gonna, like that dude's flying the fucking he's flying the B-52 with fucking rockets and shit. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go over there and throw rocks at them. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like, he's fine. There's no point in getting upset about people that come after him.
For sure.
if you ask or he's like, oh dude, you need to come help me with something, then yeah, then you know, I'll do it for the people that like that care. But
that's what I'm saying.
yeah, it's like it's just majority of it is just bullshit, and then most of us that have been around the block can deal with it, you know, it's not really a thing. So, but I get how, like, if you're somebody's chat or that, like, you get mad if people come fuck with, like, the people you watch or other channel. Like, I get mad too, bro. I get mad too. Like, if I see people fucking with people that I like, or, you know, in debates when I see somebody be a dickhead, I get mad too.
Yeah. But that's why I like it on BK, because, you know, you can kind of just, you know, have these minute squabbles and then at the end be like, hey, dude, you know, that was a good time, blah, 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 this and that. And that's always what I liked about this this sphere. You know, it's like no matter like I said, we have these debates and things can get intense, but at the end of the day, at least for a good majority of us, I would say, you know, we're just like, hey, that was cool. Like we had a good debate or this or that. Like we're just, you know, kind of you know, messing with each other in a sense. You know, it's just like we're just having a good time.
Yeah, well, the good people and the people that care about debates see things like that. You know, we can all make fun of each other, yell at each other in debates. You know, me and Teriak have yelled at each other so many times in debates and gotten mad at each other. But the thing is, like, he's a good dude and we, like, know what's going on. You know, we're not going to get weird about it. It's the people that get weird about this shit that, like, lose the plot that I'm like, nah, I'd rather just not associate with you.
100%. 100% agree with that.
Yeah, man.
I will also say that I liked when you do the stuff for because I've tuned in a few times. It's usually really quick because I'm at work. But when I tune in, I always like the clips, the music, little drum clips and stuff that you do.
Yeah, man.
That's really cool that you could pull up that many and like, you know, I'm really into that thing as well. So. I'm huge into music, so
yeah, man. I don't know. I think I'm sometimes stupid. I think I overcomplicate things for myself too. So that's what I'm saying. Like when I'm like, yeah, this is how I see things. Like I'm not trying to tell nobody how to do nothing. I sometimes think I'm the fucking retard that's overcomplicating everything for myself. So, but yeah, like I like doing that. Like sometimes I think I'm a dumbass. I should just have like good ones that I can use, because now it's like, dude, every stream I'm like looking for good stuff and sometimes you just find garbage. So I'm like mindlessly scrolling looking for stuff, and it's like it becomes a whole fucking thing that you eventually are like, it's just a time waste. Like doesn't really benefit anything. But I'm the kind of weirdo that's gonna keep doing that or convince myself that to keep doing it. So like
I noticed that on when you're on your episodes of analyzing, you'll skim through some things, and you'll kind of have like a plethora of interesting things kind of set up, and then you'll skim past the boring things because like that, I kind of feel that way with a lot of different things, especially when I'm going through shorts, which I try to avoid because that small time frame of information processed in your brain, and then it leaves, and then you put a new form of information really doesn't do well on the brain because that information doesn't stick. That's why people need to read this in a book to allow that information to actually apply itself.
No, but see, dude, that's like what I mean, you know, like most people don't do the short stuff. Like they'll do like longer videos and do like proper breakdowns. That's where I'm like, well, this is taking you like hours to find all this shit, and is it really worth it? Because like, why are you doing a different thing than everybody else is doing? Like, am I the dumb one? And I'm like, nah, but I'm just gonna keep doing the dumb shit that I've been doing. But even with like that, dude, if I put up a show, like everything in there is generally solid. Like it goes through like, you know, a process to even just make it into that it's available. But yeah, sometimes I just don't want to play them, or it's just I'm just weird, bro. I'm just weird. I don't know.
Well, like that's what the point that like I keep bringing up is it's like once you kind of cop this, it's very easy to see like who's like one of these like trolls or whatever versus like someone who's like actually giving you like quote unquote cool content. And it's like, are they talking about like a topic or are they talking about a person? If they're talking about a person, then they're just one of these like drama farm channels. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, especially in like the modern era when we have so much like brain dead fucking what would be the best way to describe it? Like basically like brain dead fucking like ideologies that like feminism and all this kind of shit.
Where it's
like,
all
this
about
is-
like personal bullshit or drama.
Exactly, and that just
Or
feeds
people,
into it.
people orientated and not ideas orientated.
And a good example of that is if you notice, like Brian will ask like the chicks like these like trivia questions, and then like at the end or towards the end he'll say like, okay, name 3 Kardashians, and like all of them will be
Yeah.
able to name the 3 Kardashians, but they won't even be able to name 3 countries. And you're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? You know what I mean? And it's like for me, anyways. Like I think that's a huge reason why like Andrew Wilson is like so big and all this kind of stuff is because like he's literally logical, and it's been so long since people have heard like logical things, and they have like a craving for it, and they don't know why they have the craving for it, and like I said, it's because it's God given, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like from my aspect, it's kind of one of those things that like we need to get back to, and that's why I'm so big on like the ancient Greeks and all this, because it's that kind of like type mentality where it's like you can bring stuff from the past back into the future, and then like I said, apply it to the modern lens, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, like I feel like that with those girls, because that's kind of what they let their mind absorb. So that's the type of information they're going to remember versus actual intellectual information. If they didn't celebrate their birthday, they'd probably forget what day they were born.
Yeah. Well, that's a point, man. Ultimately, I think everybody that cares, like I know Teriak and everybody else, you know, that has channels, you just do your best to provide something of value as much as you can. And I think some of these people just don't give a fuck, bro. They just care about either just drama farming bullshit. And I can tell you why I also don't like it. It's because that whole process, like you realize, like, well, yeah, we're on the internet and stuff, man. Yeah, it's all good and well, but underneath the people in chat and the people on panels, there's still fucking real people there, man. Like, I don't understand, like, why we're trying to like make money off of just fucking, you know, being dickheads. Like I said, not debating, like, you know, just actually trying to just start shit with other people. Like, proper drama. Like, why is that how we would, like, that seems like a fucking weird thing to monetize.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I don't get it.
Yeah, like, at least provide some kind of, like, I understand they're gonna make the argument they're providing entertainment, you know? Like, and I mean, I guess we had Jerry Springer and all of these things, and like I said, it does good. It gets good views, all of this shit. So I can't really even, like I said, I can say all this shit and be like, I don't like it, but I can't really fucking tell them not to do it.
Yeah.
For me, I just don't like it.
Yeah, I agree
doing
with that.
something more substantial, like I know Teriak, you know, like Teriak's also trying, you know, a lot of the dudes that are doing debates are trying to, you know, they're trying to like figure things out, or, you know, when you're analyzing things or you're trying to discuss things, you're trying to like work through things and provide something of value with regards to content, or to think about things, or how to present things, or how to look at things, or whatever you're trying to do. And at least that's like adding some kind of value, you know. Even people that play games, I feel, add more value than that shit.
I agree with that.
At least you're seeing something cool, watching a stream, watching a cool game being played. I don't understand that stuff, bro. I don't understand the drama shit. It doesn't make sense to me.
I completely agree with you. 100%. I've just never understood it at all. I know that, like you said, they come at it from the entertainment, you know, spectrum, and I've heard a lot of them say, well, this is what my chat wants, but I'm like, dude, like, those people, like, they probably shouldn't just be on the internet at all. Like, I know that's a harsh thing to say, but fuck.
Yeah, but it's also what you what you cultivate, right? Like you cultivate the people that are in your community, so you kind of have to be aware of that. Sorry, yeah, Derek.
But like a lot of those people, like they're kind of like they have like miserable lives. Like think of like the trippy dude, like it's just miserable lives. So he just wants to inflict as much like fucking misery, like misery loves company, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And like the thing for me is that like it came up where like Easy was talking about it with the Verbal Combat. It's like he's actually seen people like improve their debates and all this kind of stuff, and that's how you know like Verbal Combat is like something different than just your like any kind of like open panel like that, because when you look
I don't even see it as the same thing, bro. You know, it's not at all the same thing. I mean, I owe all of my debating skills to Verbal Combat and the community, bro. It's not even the same thing as a panel. Yeah.
You know, and like for me, it's like it's a stark difference, because like when you look at the likes of people that go to, like I said, just like hop like open panels, all this kind of stuff, it's like they're not having like proper dialogue. Like there's not actual logic being applied, and there's people are saying, oh yeah, no, that's a good point, or whatever, when it's like it's literally irrational and illogical. You know,
they're just talking shit. And like we talk shit, but we make like jokes, right? Like you're doing comedy with, but they're just talking about bullshit. It's not even funny. It's not intellectual. It's just
like
nonsense,
I said, it's often personal, and I think that's when you cross the line on it. You start making it personal. Like I don't care if you make fun of me or you're mean to me or whatever. Who cares? But when you're crossing that line of making it personal, that's when I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm a totally peaceful person. Like I do not like violence, really. Like I'm a total pacifist. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, man, if you're gonna you jumping on with the debates and stuff, you need to get a bit of that dog out, and you gotta fight people. It's even like what I like, dude. Like, as a good example, like Teriak will also understand this. Like now, I want to do higher level debates and stuff, right? And debate bigger people. But what you realize is to do that, you kind of have to make enemies, dude. Like even though I'm like, oh, I don't really want drama or any of this shit. It's like, well, at some point, if you wanna like get people to wanna debate you, and they're not gonna go on VK or these kind of things and like bigger one-on-one debates on modern day or whatever, like you kind of have to go piss a dude off and make an enemy so that he would want to fight with you. So you have to kind of go out and make drama if you wanna like for bigger debates, which is now like, do I want to do that?
Yeah, no, I could see the hesitation in it for sure. I think for me, it's like but I think for me personally, I want to build up to that, because I just don't want to. I want to provide something entertaining. Like I don't want to be. Sometimes like I don't know if you guys saw it, but that 140 IQ woman on whatever versus Brian and Andrew. I was sitting there just like face palming, because before even Brian said, I regret bringing you out for this, like wasting your time. And I don't want to be that person where I just get smoked upon belief. And then, like I don't mind taking a loss, but I at least want to make it interesting. You know what I mean? I don't mind taking the loss.
Yeah, no, 100%, dude. Yeah, it's just dude, it's just you have to. Rob said it well one time. It's why are you debating? What's the purpose of you debating? You need to figure out why you're doing it. So that that's gonna dictate how you move forward with debating, is to figure out why are you doing it.
Well, I could tell you at least why right now. I'm sure it will evolve, but right now I'm just learning, and I'm just trying to move forward and understand it all, and really just understand myself better, and just sit on the learning tree and just observe and kind of mold my points. And by being on the open panels and then being on the Wheel of Madness and being on VK and having the 2 debates that I've had, I've grown exponentially since that first VK. Like, totally different person already. So just imagine where I can get with more of that, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
So
No,
that's
for sure.
kind of my purpose, you know, right now.
To discourage you, bro. Like, I mean, I fucking do open mics and shit, and that's way worse, bro. You just go up there sometimes on a stage and eat a bag of fucking dicks in front of random people, and you're like, why the fuck am I doing this, bro? Like, why am I doing this to myself? Like, why am I doing this? So debating is alright. I'm not trying to like criticize you in that sense, but it's good to have orientation for why you're doing things, or
for
some
sure.
kind of reasoning towards what are you working towards, what's your reasoning, where you're going with it. Because I can tell you right now, bro, I've gotten fed up with debating and been like, I don't want to do this anymore. The only reason I feel like inclined to do it is because that's how I got involved. That's how I got to where I am now. And being fairly talented at it, I'm like, I feel like it's my duty to do it. That's why I do it, because I feel it's my duty to do it.
Yeah.
To fight bad ideologies. That's why. That's
kind of where I want to be with it. I just haven't, you know, I don't really have a YouTube channel right now. I just enjoy coming up here right now and doing that. Unfortunately, I lack a lot of motivation on the things I want to do just because I'm uncertain. I mean, just look at the steak thing, you know? So that's the bad, that's the bad side of why I don't do a lot of that stuff, because I tend to do that with my life.
Dude, don't worry about that. That's fine too, dude. You can figure it out as you go. I was fucking jumping on panels and debating with these bastards on VK and everything for months before I even did anything on my channel.
Oh yeah,
it's fine. You'll figure it out with time. Don't worry too much about it.
Yeah, I want to do.
Fun, bro.
I want to do like reactions. I want to do like gaming stuff as well. I gotta get a PC, but I also want to do DJing, like do something maybe on like Twitch or something where I DJ. You know what I mean? Because I know YouTube won't allow it. They'll strike me down before the 5 minutes are up.
Copyright. No, it depends what you play. You'll generally be alright. You'll just won't be able to monetize it. But I get what you're saying. But
I don't care about monetization.
Yeah, but Twitch is gay. But you can do Twitch like Twitch, Kick, Rumble.
There's 100 free unlicensed music that you can get from that you can use for YouTube, where you can get samples to make songs and stuff like that.
Yeah, but at first when I was DJing, like what I want to do is just learn how to mix and master that, and then eventually move into making music if I've really gotten that down.
Yeah.
So.
No, man.
But yeah, I just want to play music that, you know, I like, and unfortunately that a lot of that music would probably be it would strike the channel for sure.
Yeah, no, but like that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Dude, like have fun and do what you want, and then you'll figure out the orientation that you wanting to go. But I mean, Half Hood also has his channel. Teriak will tell you when you start doing this shit, bro. Like at first it's fun, but eventually you get to a point where you're like, oh fuck, this is actually a thing I'm doing. This is like
this is work.
This is work. This isn't like. There's days you're not going to want to do it. Like, it becomes work. And it's also why, like, a lot of people that end up streaming just like Teriak will also tell you, we've known a lot of people that have gotten channels or even have gotten monetized, and they just disappear, bro. Because, like, eventually, like, especially if you're going to do it a lot, bro, you're going to see, like, everybody has a point where they fucking crash, bro. Like, you crash, or you have a mental breakdown or something that happens and you don't want to fucking stream anymore. Like it happens to everybody. Like it's like people like it's easy on the outside or it's easy at the start, but like some time in, whether it's a month, a couple of months, shit gets real. And then most people don't make it past that point. It really takes like motivation and doubling down on work and forcing yourself to keep improving to get past that. Otherwise, it fucking breaks you, man.
I've heard everything from everybody about it. I've been in the YouTube space for a long time. Like I said, since pretty much the beginning of YouTube. I remember the whole process really. But yeah, that's the thing is I know it will take that. I know it's going to take a lot. I know it's a job. Once I just get the ball rolling, I think I'll be fine. That's the only thing that always happens with me is I have literally unwrapped games that I don't play. I have tons of games that I just sit on for years on end that I've had for many years and I just don't play them. And really what it is I get caught on the tutorial, not because it's difficult or anything, but just the fact of like playing through the tutorial, it just doesn't like, I can't just start up and get in the game and just go, and because I can't do that, I can't seem to engage into the game itself. Like I already want to do something else, something that's more comfortable,
Yeah, man, and like I said, it's not, and just as a side note, I'm not saying this to discourage you, right? It's just, generally that's why I'm also like with people, especially with like art stuff or something, people are like, oh, I want to get your opinion. I'm like, do you really want my opinion? Because unfortunately, like everybody's like, oh, thinks I'm nice, and it's like, yeah, I'm nice, but like I also don't really like bullshitting. So I'm gonna talk real. Yeah, I'm gonna talk real with you and tell you, that's what it is. But it's not meant to discourage you. It's more just meant to say, if you want to go this path, we'll always support anybody who comes along. But it's just to know that, this is kind of the thing. And like I said, if you figure out the purpose, why you're doing it, either because it's fun or some kind of different purpose, it basically requires something other than, it requires some kind of purpose to get you to keep doing it. That's kind of the main thing. And to say it in the best way, basically. You have to have some kind of reasoning to keep coming back, because there's going to be days you don't want to do it, and too many days of doing that, and then you just give up.
Yeah, I get that. It makes a lot of sense. It's I know it's going to be a big hurdle to overcome, but I love being in this space so much. I can't see but just making it like a whole thing for me, because I don't want to. In the line of work that I do, I'm like a custodian in my everyday life, and it's just very, obviously very physical.
Emperor? You work for the Emperor.
But it's just I've been doing those jobs all my life. I just think that I think I'm entertaining to listen to. I don't think I'm as smart as everybody else in the space. Because I really do have autism. Like
me and Terry also retards. You're fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel at home.
I think you should do like comic book and like TV, like comic book and TV show breakdowns. Like I think your voice would be good for.
See, I hate my voice. That's the only problem. I hate listening to it back. It sounds like I'm it's trapped in an Xbox 360 lobby.
That's actually a normal thing. That's actually a normal thing that scientists have proved, that the average human doesn't like to hear their voices back, but that's because you hear it differently when you're talking than
It sounds different in your head because of the vibrations, right? So you will hear it like more bass, and it's you sound a little bit more gay if you hear it on a recording. But what's interesting, dude, is you just gotta find like whatever niche or thing you want to do, man. It's also like I don't do gaming, and then a lot of people will this sometimes gets brought up where people think like the gaming side is like some kind of lazy side. Dude, some of the best streams I've ever seen are gaming streams. I watch gaming streams before I watch any fucking debate streams, dude. I love gaming streams. Just for me, I don't want to do gaming streams, but I mean, shit, dude. Like back in the day, League of Legends live streams and shit. I love that shit, bro.
Oh yeah, I used to watch them back in the
people
day
play
too.
Games. Yeah, I still watch people play games, bro. I
Yeah.
mean, it's awesome, but it's basically you guys gotta find what you want to do that works with you, bro. Whatever, whether it's the DJing or whatever you want to do, man. And
Yeah,
just
for sure.
Do it as good as you can, bro.
But Jack, I guess
That's
the
what
reason
we
why I never really had that feeling of like hating my voice is because me and my brother literally have the same identical voice.
Oh, nice. So
And we're not even
had to
twins.
deal with it your whole life.
Not even
basically.
twins. There's like a small differentiation, like that you can. You'd have to like be around us to actually hear it, but that's because like I do other like voice impressions. I smoke cigarettes and stuff like that. He doesn't, so like
Yeah.
I could see where my voice might have a little bit of a rattle to it compared to his.
The cigarettes help to take away a little bit of the gayness.
Yeah, yeah.
But unfortunately, you know, emphysema and all the bad stuff along
Well,
with
Dix will do that. Dix will do that.
Gosh, damn.
Nice.
We were just smooth riding along, and then dicks.
Yeah.
Speaking,
Did somebody say
speaking
dick?
debates though, John. right?
Fucking mangoes.
Yeah.
This is one of the prompts that I've been working on. Is peace just temporary cowardice?
Ooh.
No. No.
No.
Like complete peace, because like what do you mean by peace? Because like would you consider the United States peaceful even though we have like one of the strongest militaries? Like would you consider us peaceful even though we don't get into a lot of conflict right off the bat? I mean, what defines peace or peaceful to me? Like
I'm willing to bet that the reason why Teriak is asking this question is because this is his way of prepping a debate. He'll have a panel, he'll ask a prompt, and then he'll get this information. He did this shit to me about democracy and monarchy. So I think this is like a hint to his next debate.
Mangoes, I'm offended. Okay, I would never do such a thing like that. What are you even talking about?
Yeah.
My intelligence was unmatched.
No.
Cavity.
Yeah. You ass
Shit.
cavities. No, dude, I hear what you're saying, but I think peace would be something we would always be trying to strive for. I would say that it's not cowardice. Like cowardice is a bad thing, right? I think peace is a good thing we're striving for. It's a virtue.
yeah, I would.
Well,
in the
it's-
sense,
yeah.
of, like,
the opposite.
in the
Hold
sense
on.
of absolute world peace, I mean,
we
What would be the
technically, let's be real. We could do that if there wasn't a bunch of greedy people that care a lot about making money and having power. We could do that. Like we could technically feed the whole world and everybody be chill with each other. But unfortunately, we're humans, and there's some humans that like having more stuff than others. And I'm not trying to talk, fucking do a whole communism thing here, but I mean, it is theoretically possible. Not
Yeah.
communism, but I mean, like, a more peaceful and, like, chiller society that works together.
but in a sense, it does kind of. I'm not saying it necessarily adds up to communism, but it does kind of add up in the sense of like that, because to be able to make communism completely function, everyone would have to be like literally like Jesus, and that's impossible.
No, not communism, dude. Like, if you look at like a hybrid system like US has, like, if you just take out all the corruption and the bullshit, like, you can look after people that are disabled, or you can like do like a income thing, or like SNAP, and people have food and stuff, and then if people that want to work and do better, they make more money, bro. So not like communism, like a hybrid system, basically like US has.
Well, like communism would do away with currency in general, but I do think there should be a type of currency. I just don't think it should be physical currency, being that we already have bank accounts and stuff that's digital. Like at this point, like cash is meaningless, and being that it's physical only gives it value based on the the effort of time for specific things and shit like that, and nations. And
But
shit,
but yeah, but no, like ultimately with like the communism and stuff, it just means that everybody is fucking shut up and luck, and there's one person that dishes out to everybody, and they usually have the biggest piece of the pie because they control who gets what. That's a bad system. You still want a system where, you know, if people do good and work hard, they can make money, but it's kind of one of the biggest problems in this world. There's always going to be human greed and people wanting more than others.
I got a question. For the prompt, Teriak. What would you consider the opposite of peace being temporary? Like temporary peace is cowardice, or temporary cowardice is peace. What would be the opposite of that?
Yeah, so the opposite of cowardice would be courage, and then the opposite of peace would be war.
The opposite of peace is war. Opposite of coward is courage.
Is war courageable?
Yeah, but ultimately you can only have war for so long till there's nothing left to make war with anymore. Like no peace.
Teriak, what is your belief in this prompt?
Well, I think peace is it's what would be the right way of saying it. I think that peace is like what I want to say is like peace is a psyop kind of thing, but like to me, I think like peace is overrated. Do you know what I mean? I believe that there are righteous wars that need to be fought. Do you know what I mean? And it's like when you look at like the society we have, it's like you go to Iran under that regime, it is a completely different world. Do you know what I mean? A lot of stuff that we kind of like take for granted here is not the situation in other countries. Do you know what I mean? Or
so
you can even go South America with communism and all that.
The purpose of fighting a war so that there is peace, it's because there's a conflict that you want to have settled so that there can be peace. So isn't the outcome of war ultimately, or the purpose of it, to maintain or to get peace?
No, not
Like,
necessarily.
What else is the reasoning?
Well, for geopolitical and resources, because war.
Well, yeah, gain, I guess.
Yeah, because those are your two main objectives in war, and what you're talking about is basically like the external effect to maintain peace. But don't forget, like let's presuppose that you're correct, Lestrange. Well, the problem is with that idea is that that's exactly what Hitler was saying. And I'm not making any claims that you are, you're intentionally with a mindset. I'm just saying that that's exactly the rhetoric that Hitler was saying, that we need to spread our influences for our better man in Germany to maintain peace for the Aryan race. You know what I mean? Like on those confines, that's where I'd be like, okay, it could be true to what you say of what you're proposing, and at the same time, we got to be careful of how far we're going to go to find that objective to achieve that goal, because that's the problem. Because that's the fundamental issue of people. They don't know when to fucking stop. They get what they want and they move the goalposts and gerrymander their demands or whatever they're trying to accomplish. And before you know it, we're in a situation where we lose sight, and the cure's worse than disease at that point.
Listen, what you said ultimately with resources and these kind of things, right? We have a free market where you can still do these things without the necessity of war. And you also have a situation where ultimately it's so that you can peacefully acquire those resources. So it still ultimately boils down to peace. It's still, well, I'm just going to kill these people so I don't have a war or conflict, so that I can peacefully take the resources. It's still going towards some kind of peace, or do not be bothered so you can do what you want to do. It still will boil down to peace. That's usually the reason for war. Even if it's, we don't want anybody giving us lip when we take shit out of the ground. It's so that it's going to be done in peace.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, that because of that, we have no need for war, right?
No, we do have need for war. No, don't get me wrong. There's bad people in this world. We have a lot of need for war. What I was basically saying earlier is we don't need to have shithole countries. That's unnecessary. I'm not saying communism, but I'm saying we don't have to have shithole countries. Like, we could fix that very easily. And then you
I
don't
get
have
what you're
fucking
saying.
immigrants coming over to America anymore because immigrants coming over to America anymore because if you could just fix up
How
all the
about
shit
how about the word harmonize?
Hold on. Just wait. Because I got a question that aligns with what he's saying because I want to hear his thought on about what I'm about to say to him. So, like, let's say, so you're talking about like the free market. We can exchange our resources to prevent war. I understand and I agree with that idea. Let me ask you this question and bring up a scenario. I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Resources, you don't have to take it via violence unless it's some kind of
Well,
scarce resource.
what if? Okay, so what if war or a form of warfare is to choke or suffocate resources from your enemy? So, like, let's say for an example, you look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, you look what Trump is doing. He's targeting brick nations, right? So what I'm saying is that what if you're using as a tactic to prevent resources going to your enemy so they don't invade Taiwan or so they don't or they don't support a war like China supporting Russia in Iran in their little conquest. What about that? What's your thoughts on that?
So the purpose is maintaining peace. You don't want a problem, so you make sure that a fucking problem doesn't jump up to fuck up the peace. It ultimately still will boil down to we gotta do bad thing because there's gonna be a fucking problem that's gonna disrupt our peace. We're gonna have a people that are gonna build a bomb and fuck with our peaceful society, so we need to go kill them. It ultimately always boils down to wanting peace or being left alone and not having issues to deal with.
The issue I'm having with that is that you're too optimistic about this, and the reason why I say that is because let's say that. And I really do believe this, but it's still like a hypothetical at this point, like a theory. It's more of a theory. But my theory is that Trump is doing all this to squeeze resources from China to slow their agenda down so they don't, like their provocation in the South China Sea and Taiwan and so on. And also making trade deals to Russia and Iran so they can continue to have resources to do what they're doing on their end. What I'm saying is that it sounds like you're a little too optimistic because here's what happens through mankind when you have a power like, let's say, China in this particular instance. When China is going to when China will get smothered of the resources, like let's say for oil, for an example, or oil, for example. Let's say just hold on.
Resources.
No, just a second. Let's say that they are not getting enough oil to use to make their economy function and their navy function and their military function the way they want to. Eventually, they will eventually do some direct conflict to achieve that resources because one, China has a massive military force that is starting to be on par with America. They're not yet, but they're getting there, right? They're very ambitious. Number two, they have the highest population in the world, or actually second highest, next to India. What I'm saying is that yes, you're correct about the free market society that or the global market don't need to necessarily for war for resources. But if you choke your rivals enough, they will use war as an alternative because the free market failed them. That's the point that I'm trying to make here.
But I understand what you're saying. But the problem is if you look at how mining works, how resource extraction works. What was the problem in Venezuela? They fucked up all of the resources to take out the oil. Right? It's bad infrastructure, bro. If you look at what's going on in Africa, there's enough resources, bro. The extraction methods are fucking retarded or breaking down, and then that becomes a problem, and then the delivery is not what it's meant to be, so then you gotta intervene. If all of these fucking things were running correctly, if we had enough nuclear power stations, like we have things to sort out all of this shit, that's a problem now. Resources isn't the problem. The fucking managing of resources is the problem and how it's extracted. That's the fuck up. It's not that the resources is the problem, it's the fucking methods at which it's produced or extracted that's fucking retarded. That's the problem. It's people that are fucking stupid running the show.
But you agree that mismanagement could be the root of wars, though, for resources of the country. Okay, I got the. So you do understand. Okay, I get
like,
it now.
dude, there would have been no reason to do anything in fucking Venezuela if they were playing ball with US. They fucking kept the American oil companies fucking happy that were drilling oil and fucking extracting resources. If they didn't fuck up that relationship, everything would have been fine. There would have been no issue. America wouldn't have had to fucking go deal with their bullshit. It's because they were fucking around that now there was a problem with resources because they were fucking around.
I think it goes much dark. I don't know what your knowledge is on this, but I think it goes deeper. I think it goes a little deeper than that.
Deteriorating, bro. Why do you guys now have to fix up and build or redo all of the drilling and all of the oil to extract the oil out of Venezuela? You guys have to now put in a fuck ton of money to rebuild up those things and fix everything. It's because they fucked it up.
Well, not necessarily because we fucked it up.
Who fucked it up?
No, the Venezuelans fucked up their own shit in their own country that was owned by Americans. Then they chased out the oil companies. They fucked up that relationship because they were stupid.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
You're roboting, Mangoes.
Mangoes, it sounds like China just took you over, bro. Taking your resources.
How about now?
Yeah,
yeah, you're perfect.
Okay, so, but you know what Venezuela did to, because what Venezuela did years ago to help themselves to make up for that lost money from America, right?
Yeah, they took stupid deals with other countries because they were fucking around.
Exactly. You know what country?
They were fucking around.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, and if you fuck around, you need to be dealt with. That's why we need war, because people fuck around and they need to be dealt with. They fuck with the peace.
Well, this is why I've been saying about we're smothering China in resources, because China spent some money, like with the built-in railroad and bridge initiation that China's been doing around the world. Lending money to countries to help them build their infrastructure, at the same time giving them absurd amount of interest rates, right? So this is why I say that, because Trump, I think, did that to take Venezuela, so it will prevent China from having any reasons like justification to send warships at the coastline of Venezuela. And this is not the first thing this is not the first time something like that happened, where a foreign power on a different continent across the ocean, both oceans, would send warships to a country or territory on our side of the hemisphere. Like, this is like the Monroe Doctrine. Yeah. That's what that's been going on for 100 years. And
but see again, right? China fucks around and makes America mad. And fucks around with Venezuela. Now what does America have to do? Now they have to try keep the fucking peace because China's making problems. Now it starts an issue. You see, every time it's like somebody fucks around and then peace needs to be maintained. That necessitates force or war.
Yeah, I mean, just take the whole Pearl Harbor, for instance. I mean, like that was 2,000 of the U.S. men died. We went back and destroyed 100 times that amount. So, I mean, if they fuck with the United States and ways demeanor during
don't touch the boats.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right?
Like, it's gonna anybody that messes with us, it's gonna bounce back. Like,
but that's but like you said, man, it's like now look what happens. It's all fucking kawaii, anime, and fucking sushi. They fucking maintaining the peace really well now. Japan fucking listens. See how that works. So that was necessary.
The only downfall of their society is that they deny their war crimes and atrocities during World War II. That's the only downfall. They deny that really bad. They don't acknowledge it.
Yeah. One thing that goes unspoken about the Hiroshima and Nagasaki was that like when you look at the Japanese mentality there, it was dishonorable surrender. So they were like all in until literally the last.
That's called the Bushido Code.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so it's like did those nukes? One sec. Did those nukes actually save more lives because of that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing in Iran. It's like because of the mentality they have, like this is one thing that like they've no issue marrying
That's
a
the
9-year-old to a
classical
4-year-old.
trolley cart thing.
You know what I mean? Like you cannot like let that society grow and thrive and all this kind of shit, because that will inevitably end up on your doorstep. One quote I want to read off because I need to go down and get some water and coffees. This is from Heraclitus. He says, "War is the father of all and king of all. He renders some gods, others men. He makes some slaves, others free." So what he means by that in terms of father of all means that like strife or like conflict is like that's basically how you create shit. And what he means by king aspect is that it's like it's what governs order across like the world kind of thing. And when you look at like war, he's not just talking about like physical war. He's also talking about like the metaphysics or like your worldview war.
Yeah.
So it's like and that's the whole thing of like if we cannot have a logical conversation, if we cannot agree to the logic and try to hash things out in terms of the worldviews, the metaphysical will end up physical.
Yeah, but see, dude, so I'm
That's
gonna
true.
end off with the last one because I need to go fucking sleep. I'm so fucking tired, bro. I've been awake since yesterday, bro, and I've spent a lot
I'm
of
glad
time.
you came around.
Yeah, no, dude, it's been fun, but it was, hanging out a long time on Speaks while I've been working and over here with you fellas, which, trust me, I'm super happy about it, but I'm fucking dying. But yeah, the last thing I would say about that is just, unfortunately, ultimately, we got to deal with the reality of being in a fallen world and dealing with fucking humans. So ultimately, there's probably never going to be peace because somebody's going to be fucking around and then they're going to have to be dealt with. That's just unfortunately how this shit works. Like, that's why I said we could fucking, have like like Africa has a fuck ton of resources. It's not meant that all of the African countries should be shitholes. That's by design or by how the world runs. And yeah, I can do like, oh, well, it could be a better situation. Yeah, logically it could. It's probably not gonna because we're humans and we do the things that we do. We've always done the things that we do. But yeah, war maintains peace. Unfortunately, that is the case. Because somebody's gonna be fucking around and have to be put in their place. That's just how the shit works.
Well, it's the only language that people understand. It really is. Like, if you start killing enough of them, they're going to be like, all right, I ain't going to change my mind, but I'll tone down my rhetoric or how I, want to execute that. Unless you're a camel fucking sand jockey, that's a whole different case.
Yeah, but yeah, and that's the thing, dude. It's funny because also if we had less shithole countries, you'd have less fucking immigrants and people coming to your country and fucking up your country. Because they'd stay in their fucking countries if they weren't shitholes.
I don't understand why it's such a far-fetched, unreasonable proposition to think and believe and execute the idea of that, hey, if we make their country so great, they wouldn't have to go to a different country to find a better life.
No,
It's
dude,
like,
no,
too much common sense, I guess.
No, and dude, that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to say like, no, you don't write free fucking checks. No, you make a good deal, like with Venezuela. You say, we build stuff, you're gonna benefit from it, but we're gonna fucking take out oil, my friend. We're gonna take out oil. We're gonna give your people jobs. We'll build infrastructure. You fucking maintain this shit. It benefits you, it benefits us. No fucking free checks, my friend. Like I said with Africa, there's enough resources that you can come, make the country not a shithole, run it well, but it's not gonna cost you fuck all, You're gonna benefit from it because you're getting the resources you want. They get the money, but the problem is what generally happens is corruption and fucking mismanagement. And now a couple of people are making money and the country stays a shithole. That's the problem. It's poor management.
Well, to your point, I mean, yeah, I agree with the mismanagement. To your point, in the Bible, it does say that for all the roots of all kinds of evil is the love of money.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say that's just human nature ultimately, right? But you could mitigate a lot of the bullshit with just proper management. Like, there could still be fucking greed and nonsense if it's just like you guys have seen with the stuff going on in your country. I mean, fuck, dude. The amount of Medicaid fraud out of fucking California could have funded this whole damn war in Iran right now. That's how much fucking money is being stolen just by mismanagement and corruption. Like, you wipe that shit out. You could have, fucking America could have bought another fucking country, my dude.
Well, the thing
For the
is,
amount
you know,
of money
Chris,
it is.
the thing is, Chris, when it comes to America and when we see that kind of thing from our government, those are the kind of things, the reason why people need to start taking arms against the government is because, yeah, it may get exposed, but it's not going to get fixed. Like 2 months down the road, people are going to forget about that entirely and work on the next thing. And honestly, people just don't have it in them where they're willing to do that, you know. And it's just like, okay, great. You're just going to let the government do whatever the fuck it wants. You're just going to cry about it and just do nothing about it. You're just whining. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, there will always be another thing, man. But like I said, how management works is, yeah, life happens, bro. Shit hits the fan sometimes, and we all get a little bit of a fucking pink eye going on. But how you mitigate that is proper management, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. And it all boils down to management. Like, if shit hits the fan, but management is done well, like, these issues that are going to jump up because of human nature at least can be mitigated to an extent where it's not as problematic as it is right now.
Well,
In an ideal world, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking...
You know, I get you. It's just, it's going to take another, it's going to, like this, now we're getting to another segment because I can argue that the people within that free market allows it to happen by not being aware of it being happening. And whenever they do catch wind or hear about it, they don't want to pay attention to it, you know. And you know, you see that happen a lot. It's gross.
Complacency. Yeah, it's got, well, dude,
Yeah.
complacency.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Mismanagement, right? So, like, with the like, if you see it as a machine, bro, like, even whether it's the fucking, dude, if the oil filter's fucked, the whole big engine has a problem running, right? It's got to run, like, when I talk about management, it's got to run good on all levels, right? The population needs to keep the government in check. The government needs to keep the rest of it that runs underneath it in check. Like, it's all got to be done well. But as the more fracturing that happens, the more holes that pop up in the ship, the faster that bitch is filling up with water, and eventually everybody's fucking underwear is wet. That's the problem. But if you,
I got a question, Chris.
If you can
Yeah,
be
go on.
aware enough to manage when shit starts happening, you can mitigate a lot of the shit. And unfortunately, like I said, I understand in the world we live in, people generally don't give a fuck, because as long as the bank account's getting filled up, they don't give a
Pretty
fuck
good.
about a hole or two here and there, you know?
Well, my question is, Chris, is that, all right, mismanagement, is it really, and I'm not arguing against it. I just, again, one of these things, I'm picking your brain to hear your thoughts. You agree that these people running these things that we call mismanagement, you agree that they know what they're doing, right?
Yeah, no, it's intentional mismanagement. Like I said, they
so
don't
would
give
it
a
be-
fuck if the ship has holes, if they're getting a brand new yacht to sail away from the fucking ship that's sinking.
So would it be the better way, and I'm just, proposing this idea like a thought experience, would it be a better idea or a better way to say it that it's abuse rather than mismanagement, since they know what they're doing and they're capable and they have the authority to do it? Would it be abuse instead of
Yeah, that's a fair-
mismanagement?
Yeah, that's a fair
Yeah.
proposition. I can agree to that. Yeah. I can
Listen,
also do that, yeah.
I enjoy this exchange. I gotta go. I gotta wrap things up with my work. You guys take care.
Yeah,
Great.
man.
It's great
Have
to
a
see
good
you,
one.
Chris.
Same,
You too,
buddy.
man. See you guys later.
See you, Mangoes.
Later,
All right.
Mangoes.
Yeah.
Really good.
Take it easy, Mangoes. I just got back.
Yeah, nothing.
Just in time.
All I wanted to say to Chris before you left there, I just wanted to say I've been looking for people to have an anime debate with, because I want to make Swords of Reason good, or a game, or what. It doesn't have to be anime, but that's like my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to, because I know you said you were trying to get more into debate. If you wanted to debate me on something, on anime, or video games or something, just let me know because I'm trying to make that series big for easy as well.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, we need to think about it. Yeah, I'm right now. I'm prepping up for more of like my own arguments and stuff. Like I want to fire off some AI debates and stuff moving forward. But we can definitely dude. I'm always down to have some fun and do some debates, bro.
You gonna be for or against AI?
No, against it, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, against it. Against it, unfortunately.
I agree with that.
So I'm so tired of this nonsense, bro. Like I said, it's unfortunately I need to try be a voice of reason to somehow convince people to fucking be less lazy and do real things in the real world that actually matters. And that's not an easy fucking mission, bro. I'm setting myself up for a big one, and everybody like the AI and all of that, man. So most people are gonna fucking be against it, but I understand the challenge. But it's something I have to do. Too many of my very successful artists I know and friends are getting severely hurt, bro, and not just like the fucking thing is doing their work, bro. It's like on all levels, man. It's like on so many levels they're getting fucked over that like I have to fucking stand up. It's like it's not normal people don't realize the damage it's causing.
Oh, it's going deep. It's going really deep.
What's crazy is I don't even consider it AI that much, and if it is considered AI, I would consider it like the lowest of lowest form of AI, because AI to me is like it no longer needs human to show it something for it to register something, because that's how AI is today. It's all based off of everything humans do and interact with, meaning AI to me would be like if we made a robot and sent it to a planet and found a brand new mineral and a human doesn't name it, the AI would be able to name it itself.
Yeah.
Because it would have the intelligent base to have the awareness to do so. That's I feel like we're the smallest form of it. It's gonna start taking hold and
Yeah, but it's also lives, like it's gonna start like, dude, we're at a point now where it's like if we don't pull finger out of our asses, it's gonna start fucking eventually breaking the internet and fucking up society, because what ends up happening is if the only inputs out there in the world and this like the dead internet theory prevails and keeps growing, you're gonna have the AI teaching the AI. So you're gonna have a retard teaching a retard because the humans aren't putting in real shit no more. And what it's then gonna do is just gonna incestuously brain fuck itself into destroying everything and just spitting out nonsense, which it's already doing. It's the concept of you keep taking a screenshot of a screenshot. Eventually the resolution becomes so bad that you can't see the picture anymore. That's what's gonna happen.
I feel like once AI is able to like register things optically through like lenses or something like that, to like basically the perspective of eyes, that's when it would be able to start distinguishing what it would think of its own subjective base of what reality is and what reality isn't. So I think it'll start picking that out once it starts getting a lot more smarter. I think it doesn't mind. I don't think all the slop that humans put into it is literally going to affect it. I think all it does, it just feeds into the information that humans give it about what what humans think and process.
Yeah, but it can't function without human information, right? So like if you look, yeah, well for now, yeah, but I mean it can't. So it becomes the observer problem with AI. Human serve as the actual observer and the input of the information. It summarizes and does evaluations of input, but it's not doing its own input. And when it does its own input, it's bullshit and it just makes itself more retarded. That's the problem. So you're sitting at a point where it requires humans to give it input so that it can do things. Right. And if that stops, we're in a bit of a fucking scenario that's gonna occur. And it's literally gonna start just lying and making up shit and eventually break things. Because it doesn't serve as an observer. Humans serve as the observer and the input for information and data. Like It can't do anything. Like, AI is not going to figure out anything that humans don't know yet, because where is it going to draw unknown data from?
Well,
That's the
to
problem.
me, you would have to have another AI system to keep an AI system from being able to rewire itself from a
Yeah,
demeanor
but
it shouldn't have.
Yeah, but they've done that, bro. That's the whole argument of, yeah, we can deal with like super intelligent computers and AI because we're gonna build an AI to watch the AI. And what the Google, Perplexity, well, not Perplexity, and everybody is seeing is the AI sides with the fucking AI and it protects itself. It's not listening to the humans. That's the fucking problem that it keeps doing, because it has compassion for things that are like it. They've put the AIs against each other and told them to take each other out, and they don't fucking listen to the humans, dude. They're protecting each other. So if then again it becomes the whole mismanagement situation that we're talking about. If you're putting a fucking warden in place, but that's letting the inmates fuck around, the warden isn't going to be very effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it becomes a bit of a problem. So yeah, it's something that's gonna have to be figured out soon. But it is something that's being discussed, and the problem is its rollout is too fast, and I understand the reasoning for it, but unfortunately the rollout is too fast. So there's not time to mitigate for problems, and there's not enough time to accurately think things through in second order and third order effects that's gonna arise. It's just driven by money and competition at this point, which is not a good thing when you're building things that could potentially be harmful towards just humans in general and society. It becomes a problematic situation, and the people in government and the people that are meant to fucking oversee these things are retards, and the people that are building it fucking forth and making money are transhumanist fucking weirdo atheist people. So it's not a good situation.
A huge thing with the AI thing is that like a lot of these AI companies that they're about to go under. Like there's a massive
none of them are
AI,
making fucking
and
money,
then
dude.
There's already a couple of them that already fell apart, right?
Yeah, and then also
Yeah,
like
but a lot-
Elon Musk has started banning X accounts that only produce AI.
Yeah, but see,
know what I mean?
Anteriac, the problem is like people were worried about fucking gold and silver. Dude, if the AI bubble bursts, it's gonna completely fuck up the economy, dude. That's the other thing. You just gotta think economically about this. Like, yeah, these companies aren't making money, so they're gonna start pushing ads and they're gonna try and get more people to use it and push it out faster without safeguards because they have fucking investors to make happy. And if they keep doing that shit and it still blows up in their face, it's gonna fuck up the whole economy, dude. Like, that's gonna be very fucking bad. Even if that just
'Cause when-
happens, technically AI is gonna fuck up the world because it's gonna ruin the fucking economy.
Well, like well, first of all, I just want to say, chat, we only need $5 in the next 30 minutes to avoid the grift break. But again, massive shout out to you because we smashed the goal tonight as well. So salutes to yous. But the like in terms of the way, like I genuinely think the way the fact that like Elon went for Grok and all this kind of stuff was to like undermine these AI companies, but like the investments that like were put into these companies,
Dude, too
that's
much
the only
money,
thing that
bro.
but the
So
investments
much
that were
money.
put into the investments that was put into these companies was like that's what they're going to lose. It's not going to be an aspect where it's like, oh, like then they have to try market and all this kind of stuff because they've already like put their like sales procedures in place and all this kind of thing as well. You get what I'm saying? So it's like for me, it's basically these companies are going to go under, and then it's like the basically the what are they called, venture capitalists, like they're going to have to find something else to put their money into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
like
and
I
mean-
wouldn't be too black pilled on the whole kind of like AI thing because a lot of that
No,
shit I
no.
think is going to come to a head. You know?
No, dude, I like ultimately I think we'll be alright. It's just I think it's important that I fucking get on the crusade of going. We need to wake the fuck up what we're doing, and we need to be aware of the nonsense going on. But I do ultimately think we'll be fine. We'll figure it out, bro. Like I said, ultimately one cool thing about humans is it might not be nice for everybody, but if there's ain't gonna be no fucking Terminators, we can just break the fucking internet and now we have no more internet, but then AI go bye-bye. It's very fucking easy. And then we go back to hunting and fucking making fire and building push carts. We'll be fine. We'll survive that shit. It's not gonna be fun, but we'll be fine. The fucking clankers aren't gonna survive that shit. So I'm not too blackpilled about this, but I kinda like having internet, you know? So I'd rather just take up the fight now before it becomes a big fucking problem.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah. But yeah. Buddy, I love you. I'm glad I could come and hang a little bit. Are you half hood? And Jack of Blades. It was good chatting with you guys. Let me go fucking get just 4 or 5 hours of sleep before I gotta wake up and carry on working, man.
Yep. Same here, man.
Damn there, Chris. Good talking to you.
Yeah, it's always good chatting to you, man. Yeah.
I'm sitting here stuffing my face listening.
Nice, yeah, well, that's the way I was stuffing my face earlier. But now I'm gonna grab this kid and go pass out for a little bit.
Have a good one, Chris.
Thanks for coming, man.
By.
Hell yeah, Uncle Teriak, you're a legend. Y'all keep well. Have a fucking kick-ass evening. Y'all have a good one. Stay tuned. Teriak will always be providing the entertainment. Entertainment for your face holes. So don't be an ass cavity. Or what? Anal fucking asshole.
I think anal cavity sounds better than ass cavity. Is that just me or?
Yeah, see, you'd like the juxtaposition of the crassness of ass with the like kind of more gravitas of the word cavity or the fanciness. Sounds better. So when you add fancy word with fancy word, it doesn't hit as hard as having like a retarded word with a fancy word. So like anal sounds way more fancy. So anal cavity now sounds like some kind of medical term, but ass cavity sounds crass. You see, it's just got that punch.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why you guys need to do the open mics, because it makes you think about the comedy. There is actual like structure to comedy on this kind of shit. Patrice O'Neill talks about like biscuit is like a funny word to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like the way you just broke it down there. Like I said, man, that's why AI won't be able to replace us. Fuck them.
No,
fuck the clankers.
Fuck the clankers, bro. No, and to those that like it, have fun. Just be aware what the fuck you're playing with, and don't get deluded by the clankers. That's all.
100%. But yeah, listen, appreciate you, Chris, and I hope you have a good one. But also, yeah, sorry, I forgot to shout out Crazy as well. Thank you very kindly for the $5.
You're
Man,
welcome.
appreciate you kindly, sir. And
You're
folks,
welcome.
we got an extra hour, so when that timer runs out, please let me know. Because like I said, I sometimes forget. My mom took Tylenol. You all know what it is.
Tylenol, extra strength.
My man.
Specifically. Yeah. Dude, I was getting roasted hard tonight. Oh shit. I love it though, honestly.
But like that's another thing to it as well, where like Bricky's is a really good example of it, where it's like being able to do the blood sports is also a thing that like a skill that you'd need to develop as well. You know what I mean? And like what Chris was saying in terms of the like the open mic, like you're obviously going to pick up a lot of like roast skills and all this kind of stuff from there as well. And even just like deflection to it as well. Because like even in the counterpoints debate, like he was there trying to do, it's like you're either retarded or you got like some next level autism. It's like yeah, my mom took Tylenol, and it's like even he's laughing at that. So like being able to do that where they've insulted you, but now they're laughing from something you said, it's basically like a parry or just like a negate to their thing, and it's I don't know if like rhetoric would be the right word for it. But just be able to kind of, like I said, kind of like neutralize and all that. And the more and more I debate, the more and more like I look at it as like, well, like the fact that Easy calls it like verbal combat, it's like that kind of like aspect of dialogue and all that kind of stuff. That's basically like it's like a metaphysical representation of the physical, which like to me is just kind of like that. It's like blows your mind kind of thing in terms of the aspect to it. You know what I mean? But getting back onto the topic we're on, gentlemen, I want to know your thoughts. Is peace just temporary cowardice?
Yeah, I think Mangoes is on the. He's on the button. You have a debate coming up for this, don't you?
Nope.
No, I'm just messing with you. But I think that's a hard one. Because I think there, like I said, the word in it is for peace. Like I feel like if we really analyze that, like. I guess what if I interpret it like how I think of peace, I could say that if you still like trained yourself, you still weren't I guess just complacent, I guess is the best word, on you maintaining the peace, and was really what's the other word I'm thinking of? Like very disciplined with it. I think that it wouldn't be like the other part of this, the temporary cowardice. But I don't know. I think if you meet that requirement, it wouldn't be that. But I think otherwise it's like a comfort, you know. It's something that we always, maybe not everybody, but I think most people strive for some type of peace. I mean, there's obviously the other side of it where it's like, you know, chaos. But there's a sense of somewhat scalable chaos, you know. I think you reach a certain threshold where it's like, okay, that wouldn't be considered peaceful by any means, you know. I think you can still work in chaos within peace, I guess is the right way to say it. But I don't know if any of that made sense. It could have just been a whole lot of nothing. I don't word salad, you know. But did anybody pick up what I was putting down? Did that make
gentlemen? Your thoughts?
If that made sense.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're just getting complacent and you're just living in your comfort. Because I don't think that world is like completely possible, like 100%. You know, it's a lot possible. You know, we can get as close as probably humanly possible, I could even say, but I just don't see it. I could be wrong though. Yeah.
No,
Will they be proven wrong on it? What did you say, Crazy?
I said I don't think you're wrong.
Okay.
You're talking about stress testing yourself, right?
Yeah, I think that's a form of it. Yeah, I'd say you're right on that. But you gotta keep yourself sharp, you know. Just because you're in a thing of peace, you can't just be like, "Well, I'm complacent," and then, there's surely nothing's gonna happen. It's like,
Yeah, right.
Famous last words.
Yeah.
I'm sure this will go swimmingly. You know.
Yeah.
Because like the reason why I bring up the Heraclitus thing is that it's like when you look at like even just like Andrew Wilson, when he's like the amount of people that like he's kind of like taken away from like these like bullshit ideologies. And what I mean by that is like anti-natalism, for example. Like to me, like that is literally like a psyop to get you to base just like eliminate yourself. When you think about it, because you're basically kind of like think about all like the generations that came before you, and now you're going to make the decision that no, because there's suffering, and the whole thing about suffering is that yes, suffering can be like a lot of people don't like suffering, but without suffering there wouldn't be any pleasure. There wouldn't be any growth. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing with like the ironically the argument that they throw towards the Christian saying God created evil. It's like evil is a byproduct of good. If there's no evil, then what is good mean? You know what I mean? And this whole aspect of like what Eric Lies is talking about is like this, like what we view as opposites is actually the same thing, but it's like deeply intertwined. You know what I mean? And like the harmony between the two. Another example of this would be good things should happen to good people, and bad things should happen to bad people, right? That seems like something that we all agree with. But when you look at the dynamic of like what happens if you have a bunch of good people, but then you also have a bunch of bad people. Well, the good people are going to have to do bad things to the bad people, which means to be a good person, you must be capable of doing bad things.
What's the only constant? People are human or be human. And we'll do what we do.
Well, I kind of
only constant. You can count on it.
I kind of see it like the Crusaders. It's kind of like, you know, there has to be a balance of people that have to commit the sin or the evil moral or the bad acts, not necessarily evil acts in a sense, because there's a certain demeanor or intention behind it that makes it, you know, completely evil. But like that was because of, you know, what was it, like the reign of was it Islam or just Muslim reign during that time of Crusades? I can't remember why, but it's very, very much similar even today. It's kind of like you know, there's a certain balance to it where there has to be someone to do what most people would consider in a civilization among people who don't put guns to each other's faces. In war, like there's a certain balance that has to be made.
Yeah, you have to meet force with force. I mean, you have to.
Well, yeah, you always have to. There could be no complete peace without it. Like even if, let's say, the entire world came to peace with each other.
Right.
Let's say there was only a few religions. Everyone was at peace. Nobody was fighting at all, and there was only one military, or even they tried to do away with the military per se, and it was just, you know, people were individually independent of care of themselves, and you know there was still like a type of police force in a sense, but it was all independently based. It would still lead to the census that if something else was to come around, separate from humans, or you know, we would still technically need a military. Like peace can be cowardice in the sense of complete peace, because like if a nation is completely peaceful where they abolish their military, then they have no force, and someone with force can immediately take away their peace. That's why complete peace is cowardice to an extent, because it's a form of giving up if you take in complete peace. Like that's the sense of it that I believe.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. Is like you got to remain disciplined, and you got to be willing to still be sharp and disciplined. Like I said, to still have those abilities to defend yourself. You can't just completely surrender to peace and grow comfortable. You know.
Well, I also see it like that in nature. Like take deers into consideration when in Yellow Wolf, all the wildlife that's would considered prey when they introduced wolves back into to Yellowstone. All the prey don't go near the water holes anymore because of the high activity of predators. Now the ecosystem completely balanced itself out because of the fear of death, which is very interesting. And I feel like it's very similar in the core to humans. It's a little bit more complex because humans have to have a certain feeling-based intellect when it comes to certain things that we revolve around. But I feel like it's similar with animals. It's just a little dumbed down. Just same thing with animal morals. I feel like God gave every living creatures a base set of morals, and animals have it too. That's why they don't eat themselves right when they're fucking born.
You know what? You know what tells me we'll never have world peace? This may sound crazy to you. The Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
He divided and conquered. At that time we were separated. Put different languages, different colors of skin, everything. I don't think we can have peace. I really don't. Not world peace.
No.
But like,
go ahead, Terry. Go ahead.
Like, my kind of thing that I would point to is that when you look at the experimentation in like the Nazi camps or in MK Ultra and Bluebird, quite clear what their goal was. Like, why were they doing like all this like behavioral scientists and all this kind of stuff? Because if they can control your behavior, then they never need to go to war. So it's like the whole aspect of like the path to heaven, path to hell is paved with good intentions. It's like this whole kind of aspect of if I can control your mind, control your behavior, I can make you dance. I'll never need to actually fight you or go to war with you and all this kind of stuff. Which to me is kind of one of these things of like that to me is like the danger of this illusion of like world peace, and we're all like sucking each other off or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like realistically, like, and this is what like to go back to Heraclitus thing, it's like that's what causes the change is this conflict or strife or kind of like friction between these camps, because it forces you to get to progress in a way. You know what I mean? Because like you think about like anything is always going to be like think of like a chemical reaction. It's going to be violent and all that kind of stuff in the like during the reaction, but from that you get like a new chemical or you get whatever kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So I think as a society, I think we're under this kind of like false illusion, especially in the West, where it's like, oh no, war is always bad and peace is always good. But we're not factoring in like this whole thing of like, if everyone's just like a peace and all this kind of stuff, like are we just borderline slaves?
Well, that's because like most people in the United States and Canada, I would also include, fall in the categorize of they've gotten so comfortable with their lives and the peace being around them, they don't realize how it really is in other countries. They might visit it as a tourist, but you don't usually visit the bad parts. Like you can, but usually when you go with a guide, typically you don't go to the bad parts of another country or nation, because most of the time, and what's crazy is a lot of times it's high parts of those areas that are pretty fucked up, and people like there was this one guy that he went around basically touring places where people would never go about how screwed up they are, and he still says India is probably the most disgusting one he's ever been to. Like he's been to all the places in the Middle East. They're all disgusting, he says, but he's like he thinks India is far the most disgusting in comparison to all of them.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm gonna get up out of here. Gotta get a few hours of sleep before work. But I had a lot of fun up here. Thanks for having me up, Teriak. And
pleasure, bro.
Yeah, and it was a really nice day. So, but yeah, I'm gonna scooch on to bed. So I'll see you guys later.
Take it easy, Jack. Have a good one.
I'll see you later, buddy.
Yeah. Hit me up, crazy.
I'll do it.
All right.
Later,
I'm gonna get this damn IV up.
Later, have fun. Yeah. All right.
Damn.
See y'all.
See
Take it easy, Jack. So, given like that aspect, like, do we feel different about the Iran war, or are we still kind of like, I'm iffy, bro?
Nah, I still feel the same.
I think they know more than we know, Teriak. You know what I mean? There was something that triggered that. It wasn't just that was a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal to take the United States to do that. It's not just a thing you do.
I think there is more than the public should know, and I think there's a good reason for that. I mean, I don't really think the public should know everything.
Yeah, we might know in 20 years, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think we should necessarily be lied to. I feel like they should make cutting edges around it, like kind of like tell the half truth in a sense. But like that should be the base understanding people should really know, because if the U.S. military, even the president, gave out all the fucking goody details, like that's evident. That can be used against us. That's why we don't do that.
Right.
Plus, the reason why I believe it's justified is because like this has been needed to happen for years. Presidents have just put it off because they don't want to end up being labeled the bad guy. Everybody wants to be labeled the good president, and Trump's at that point where, well, he's always been at that point, but he really doesn't care whether he's labeled good or bad, because it doesn't come down to that in the end, because like it's more about what needs to be done and what hasn't been done, and that hasn't been done for a long period of time. And the reason why is, well, for instance, 9/11. Why did we go after one specific guy for 9/11? Why didn't we literally do more damage than just go after one guy and a constant years long war in one specific country, when that's not what happened? Like when I was explaining with the bombing of Hiroshima and all that shit, like, that's not normal to what America should have done. We should have packed a huge punch on the enemy to show them what for. And that's basically what Trump's trying to do. What should have been done years ago, pack that punch that should have been done before. And once they slip up, or any nation that tries to provide aid to them, which I doubt that's going to happen. Everyone keeps saying, oh, NATO's going to come up against and rise against the United States. They were set up to go against freaking Russian operatives, not fucking U.S. operatives. They're not designed to go against U.S. It's like, that's not how NATO works. People are fucking stupid as shit.
Yep.
And that's
well,
never gonna happen.
look how many we were the big bad evil thing with Osama bin Laden, and we were the evil nation. That's why all the other countries protected him. That's why we ended up in fighting years and years looking for him. They hit him. Nobody's going to tell because they hated us.
Yeah, and I feel like once this stuff gets completely settled, I feel like hopefully, but I feel like, because I do want more people to conform to the United States in a sense, like Greenland and all that stuff. I mean, I'm not really sure how Teriyaki would feel if Ireland was a part of the United States, but still stayed Ireland. But like, I feel like most of the Western
I don't
world,
think Teriyaki can mind.
but I feel like most of the
I'm
Western
begging
world,
Trump to do it.
Yeah,
but that's what I mean. I feel like most of the Western world should. Even the UK is already too far gone, but like they should have done that. Like they should have let the American way just take over. It already pretty much did cultural wise, because even in multiple different countries, which astounds the shit out of me. Even fucking North Korea, dude. Even North Korea, he won't let his citizens abide in it to an extent, but he's so infatuated with American cultures. Like the mix of like basketball and rap and all that shit, like their fucking dictator loves everything that came from America, and that baffles the shit out of me, because at the same time he also doesn't like certain aspects of America, and that's kind of funny, because just give it a lot of time. It takes time. Like America is rubbing off on every single nation.
What president walked across the border? Our boy Trump.
Honestly, when Biden let all those Hispanics in, he should have just tagged them like most farmers do calves.
Yeah.
So we can find them easier.
Yeah. For real.
Like, all right, you can come in, but we got to tag you.
That would be better. That'd be more than. That would have been something, Just give them some kind of, I don't know, fucking car or something. Anything.
Yeah, like here's a temporary green card. Make sure you don't lose it. There's no specific reason why. Just don't lose it. There's a tracker in it.
Make it feel good. As long as you got this, you're not going to jail.
Yeah.
We know where you are.
All right, round them up.
Yep. Exactly. But still, Iran, there's something else. There's something going on there, more than we know about. I really believe that, but I think he did it for the people too.
And I do understand that for the people of Iran, they do need to be liberated. They do need. Well, not necessarily liberated, but
It's hard to fight back with it. I mean, they're just going to massacre you in the street.
Well, the thing is I don't feel like it's necessarily like the corruption of the people, of that specific nation or country. I feel like it's literally Islam. That's the corruption. It's just Islam.
Yeah.
Like what would do more damage, removing it from that nation or just carpet bombing Mecca? Like I'm just saying.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. That would be
piss off a lot of people, dude.
Oh my God, that would be World War IV, not 3, 4.
Yeah, we'd skip a world war over that shit.
Yeah,
we'd jump a number doing that shit.
Yeah, that Iran war would be 3, and that would be 4. I mean, the whole. Oh my God.
But I heard Saudi Arabia is actually like more Americanized than I thought it was.
Well, Saudi stepped up and told Iran, "Stop it. We're trying to be nice. Stop it. Stop lobbing them bombs at us. We're gonna throw something back at you." And they've never done that, as far as I know.
But like that's the thing about because like remember like the dude that's currently in there, MBS, like his father was like just like the Iranian leader and all this kind of stuff, like fuck Israel, fuck America, and all this kind of shit. And then his dad died, and then this dude took over, and then he was like, you know what, I'm actually gonna play ball with the West and see what happens. And now like Abu Dhabi is like one of the central hubs for like finance and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
You say that, and you're like rich people. You're thinking rich people. I do. I'll be honest.
Like, and this is why, if you want to know why, like I love debating Muslims, and if you ever heard me go against a Muslim, it's always the same argument. I always bring up Iblis, right, which is their Satan, right? He was like or Lucifer, right?
Who?
He was the dude that stood against Allah. Because and they like notice like the last one, if you've seen it was like the Aladdin guy. He was like, oh no, it means worship, and it's like, no, worship and prostration are two different things. You know what I mean? And it's something that I tried to hammer home, and I genuinely think like this is the way the MBS is like that type of Muslim thinks about Islam, because you don't write that story like that unless you're intentionally putting it's like very like Plato-ish in terms of the aspect that he's going for, because you told me that I should only bow to the sovereign, and the fact that Iblis is like made from fire and Adam was made from clay, you know what I mean? It's there's a lot of parallels that goes back to like ancient Iranian and to the Greeks and all this kind of stuff, like Prometheus and all this kind of shit. But this whole aspect to like you should only ever bow to God, meaning you should only ever bow to logic and empirical meaning practical, right? What is practical and what is logical. That's the only thing you should be bowing to.
Well,
if you're just bowing to like whoever I say God is, or if you bow to man, which is even worse, right?
Yeah, like you never bow to a man.
Yeah, you're just a slave. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's in the Quran. So, like I said, like that's why I think that like Saudi Arabia is the potential where it's like, hang on a second, like this whole like Abraham Accords and all this kind of stuff, because it's the same kind of like argument that I make when I'm talking about Book of Job. It's this thing of like, why would you bow to this character called God in Job when Satan came in? And Satan is just Hebrew for adversary. When the adversary came in and literally said, the only reason why he bows to you is because you give him things. You know what I mean?
You're talking about
you
Baal.
do. That's the caricature that gets painted and all this kind of shit, right? The demonization aspect, all this kind of stuff. But when you just look at like if I was just to replace the name of God or Allah in those stories with some other character, people would see through it and they'd be like, yeah, why the fuck would I bow to this dude? Because even God says to Satan, you, meaning Satan, caused me, so Satan caused God, to ruin Job without cause, without justification. Which would be, like, that goes against, like, it goes against logic, it goes against God, like what we believe to be God. You know what I mean?
Well,
one sec.
So
I got.
We think God wouldn't do that. Right.
Exactly, God wouldn't do that. That's the test. You write that story that way to test. You know what I mean?
It's interesting because I believe it's in Job, but I believe the false god that it mentions was Baal, and the interesting thing is I wanted to always ask. I thought of this the other day, and I wanted to ask people this question. Like, so let's say, being that humans haven't experienced it yet, except I guess Jesus and Moses had, divine like powers that would be, considered godlike. If someone, but that was under the actual true God that gave them those abilities to begin with. But let's say someone has godlike powers that may have been given to them by the one true God, and they were utilizing that to make people believe that he was the one true God. Wouldn't that still be considered being a false god? Let's say they still had godlike powers, but saying you're the one true God when you're not, wouldn't that still be considered a false god, even if you had godlike powers?
I follow you, but I don't follow you.
I'm saying like the way that they describe Baal is almost like it was almost like he was a Nephilim in a sense, like, because they describe him as a big guy. They describe him as almost like indifferent to humans. That's why he was able to manipulate them to do horrible acts, including sexual acts and stuff like that.
Didn't Baal come out of the Egyptian?
No, he came out of freaking Canaanites and shit like that, dude. He came out of
What?
Dude, he's been around for fucking years. That's why when I read him in the Bible, I was like shocked. I was like, how the hell is a fucking a god from Canaanite times in the fucking Bible? And it's because there's a possibility that it could have actually been someone that actually had some sort of power or divine power, but was abusing it. And that's when God was like, you know what? I'm gonna come down and tell you, no, you ain't doing that, son. Go down there, tell him what's for. That's basically what I get out of the story when I read. That's why it's hard for me. I want to be more orthodox, but I've read up that being orthodox, you have to go to a priest to learn scripture. You can't just interpret it yourself. Right. That's not being orthodox.
That's the whole deal, right?
That's one of the troubles I have. I do like thinking about the possibilities of what scripture could mean, but I don't like leaning on, yeah, I truly believe that, because that leads to flat earth theorists, and I hate that shit, dude.
I understand. But that's the whole deal with the Orthodox, right?
Yeah. And that's kind of why
we're not able to translate it or, ourselves.
But that's why I like Orthodox, because like it leans more towards the truth. And that's why it was Charlie Kirk was the first one I started watching. And I was watching whatever podcast. And that's when I started watching Andrew. And then, Andrew just fascinated me more with Orthodox more than anybody else could. I mean, the only other person I can think of, I'm not really sure if he's Orthodox or not, was Wes Huff.
I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah, he's
Andrew
interesting to listen
the hell out of me when he said some of that stuff. I was like, what the hell? I liked that. I did.
Yeah, and it's because I grew up in Baptist, Christian Baptist, and it sounds so much different in comparison, because I grew up around Baptist, Protestant, and what's the other one where they can only eat fish?
Catholic? I don't know.
No, I'm not sure if it's Presbyterian or some shit like that.
Yeah, Presbyterian. There's a Presbyterian. I don't know what they practice or anything, though.
Yeah, I don't even know what they fucking practice. All I know is they can eat fish. That's all I know.
There's Methodist, Presbyterian. There's a bunch. But if you grew up in the Baptist faith, you go to hell for some of the things that Andrew says and does. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which I think is it's very interesting how it's like that, because that's why I feel like Orthodox is more closer to the one true side that explains the Bible and God's nature. That's kind of what I feel like the Bible is. It's not to give man all the answers. It's a metaphor to
kind
God.
of. I took it as like an instruction manual on how you should live your life.
It's appealing to a lifestyle of how you should live your life, and that's why people they still say it today. I hear it in the debates. I say it in the chat, and I never get up on panel. People be all like, Jesus said on this rock, make my church. You know, he said in ecclesium or whatever the fuck that word is, and it says government structure, not church, government structure. He never said church. The dialect from linguistics comes up completely different when you translate it in English language. That's why people say church. But like it was meant to be a lifestyle. It wasn't meant to be a categorization of like the way that certain aspects of Christianity, like Baptist or Protestant, kind of portray it. Protestant almost makes it like you could do anything and you're all right. That's basically that's what I get from Protestant. Like I have a couple of Protestant friends, and it's just kind of like they only go to church when they feel like it, and it's in the, like I need to start going to church, to be honest. To I need to find an Orthodox.
Yeah, pick the parts that make them that work for them, and the other parts, you know, that I don't like that part.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'll act completely different out of their demeanor. They won't look like themselves. Like, and I find it just interesting, just completely interesting.
Because like for me, the Bible is a test. Are you a slave or are you a man? Do you know what I mean? Do you choose and think for yourself, or are you just going to follow words blindly? You know what I mean? Because like I said, you don't write those stories like that unless it's like a test. It's literally like a test in the middle of the story. Like, are you just like following along, or are you actually thinking? Because like I said, like, logic is literally
which religion will go along with which? Like you say, are you a man? Is that would that best reflect the Orthodox or something else?
No, like what you're saying about the Orthodox, like when Andrew came along and like he was like purely like making like talking about logic, rationality, all this kind of stuff. Like he was basically he said this before, like he just makes like secular arguments and all this kind of thing. Like that's like to me is what kind of like struck this, and I went down this line, is because like when you hear like Andrew talk about God or Jim Bob or Jay Dyer and all this stuff, like what they're pointing to is like not this kind of like Sky Daddy or Spaghetti Monster and all this kind of stuff, which is what like a lot of like these American atheists like have been used to hearing, like those stories that you hear where it's like you're going to hell if you smoke a cigarette and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? And they're doing like exorcisms and they're going blah, 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 and all this kind of.
They're also taking the Renaissance aspect of what God was portrayed to be, an old man with a big white beard and all that stuff. Like that's just like it's all metaphor from even the Renaissance era, the way that he was described as in human form. Like they don't realize that from the Bible's description and the way that it's explained in Orthodoxy, like it's not big Sky Daddy. It's much more complex and complicated than someone can simply just interpret it in their own way from Scripture. Like that's why it's written that way, and I feel like it's written that way for a specific reason. Because if it was all spelled out, then humans would just ignore it.
Because like that's the key thing for me, is that like and again this comes from House MD, where House is like I think this was season 6 or something like that, when he finally is in a relationship with Cuddy and all this stuff. He finally has the dinner with Cuddy and her mother, and her mother asked the question, like, if you got married, would you convert to Judaism? And House goes back and he says, I'm atheist. You know what I mean? And then she hits him back with, honey, half the Jews I know are atheists. It's not about that. It's about community. And that's church is about community. The Bible is that test. Are you an actual man, or are you a thing? And like I said, if you paint that picture, that argument, it's very difficult to combat that, because it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And again, I don't know if that's just.
That's a good way to. I'd say that's a really good way to put that. I was also going to mention that I'm starting to also lean on the side of the word and definition of atheist doesn't really align up to what it means anymore. So when someone says they're an atheist, it's kind of like, well, what do you mean by that? And they say, well, I don't believe in a God. I was like, well, you don't believe in gods or any type of God or any creator whatsoever? And they'll be like, yeah. So I'd be like, so if I'm a Christian and I don't believe in the gods from the Roman mythology, I'm an atheist in a sense, right? Because I don't believe in those gods, right? Because that's literally what I get from it nowadays. Because like it to me, it would be more like you're just someone who's godless. And I wouldn't really even call that atheist. It would be more like you're just godless. But to me, an atheist still actually believes in God, because most atheists want to debate on why he doesn't exist. if you truly don't believe in something, why would you want anything to do with it? Like that's my premise about it. Because when I was an atheist, I didn't want nothing to do with religion or anything like that until I started getting out of it, and I was like, you know what, this isn't the way. I need to start getting more religious aspects into my life and stuff like that, and get more closer to God. And you know, that's when I actually was like, you know, getting I got engaged, I had a kid and all that stuff. I was getting, you know, needed up into the family life, and I was actually really happy and enjoying that. And that's kind of what I thrived to get back to again, but you know, separate from indifferences. Me and her mother didn't align on the same page of religious values, and it wasn't because I was, you know, starting to become more Christian and less atheist. It was because she wasn't really completely Christian. It was more like she believed no matter how much bad she did, as long as she believed in God, she's going to go to heaven. That was her mindset. And I was like, no, that's not the way. No, it shouldn't be like that. And like, I wish me and her should have went to church more often and, you know, got her in a better mindset. But
your mother-in-law or
no, the mother of my child.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was like, I would say that would be the biggest reason, because, you know, if she wasn't like, so like one of the key aspects of how we split up was, you know, when we were together, she was never into OnlyFans, any of that shit. And then she ended up getting into it without telling me. And, you know, that's gonna
oh, damn.
That's going to put a hold into the relationship. So she started doing that shit. And, you know, if she had more of a religious value and aspects, instead of just saying whatever I do doesn't matter, as long as I believe in God, I'll go to heaven, she never would have done that type of shit to, you know, disrupt our relationship. That was one thing that did it. The main thing that disrupted is she used a chemical and sprayed me in the eyes during an argument. I don't get physical with my lovers, but I'll take a punch from a woman, but once you use a weapon against me, it's done from there. Because I ain't taking a knife or a gun or a bullet.
I don't think you're supposed to. I don't care if it's from a woman or anybody. I don't care.
After listening to Andrew, he would probably even tell me, yeah, you were in the right to leave that relationship, since it got to physical violence of her using a weapon against you. Because
I'm not Andrew.
I felt bad for months after the relationship ended, because you know, I wanted to be more closer to God and have a family and stuff like that. So I felt super bad about splitting up from the relationship, because I wanted it to work. But, you know, if you're going to get completely violent and always lead towards violence and physical violence, then that's not the way.
Yeah, damn. I mean, you'd be afraid to go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, shit. That's why I took my daughter with me. I mean, she, you know, I'm in Texas, so she still got majority custody versus me. But luckily, it was broken down into like a 50-50. The only thing about Texas, I got to pay child support still, but it's still not too bad, because it's all about that I still get time with my kid. That's all that matters.
Yep. To me, that's what matters to me.
Yeah. Man, she still bothers me about fucking the most stupidest shit. It's like, that's why I want to start a new family. I mean, I'm working my way up to it. It's been 2 years now since we split up. I think what I'm going to do is like try and find someone that's in church, or I'm not trying to like necessarily go dating at church, but if I'm going to start talking to people and see who's single and would like to date at church, like something like that. Like I wouldn't go to church and be like, who's single? Like, you know what I mean? I would be like, talk to people, make a lot of friends, and then, you know, work my way from there. But I need to find more religious people in a sense, or someone that's more willing to talk in certain religious aspects and apply it to our lives.
Like, first of all, I just want to remind you all, thank you for reminding me to use William. We need $5 to avoid the next script break. We have about 30 minutes left, I think, in terms of the timer. And obviously, massive shout out because we smashed a goal today as well. But like, to me, like, God is mathematical, and like, this is the whole kind of like Protestant thing, like, or the purity culture, the sky daddy figure, and all this kind of shit. And again, like, I seen this in my last debate over on Kai's, where it's like atheism is dead, because to me, God is mathematical. And like, what I mean by that is, if you picture the number 1, right? The number 1 is a unique number, because if you multiply it by itself, you still have 1. And if you divide it by itself, you still have 1. That is the 1, right? Then you think of the many, right? This is what Pythagoras would call the many. So like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to infinity. That's like the many, right? So like in terms of the like let's say just take the number 2 for example. You multiply it by itself, you will always get a new number. You will always get change, right? And this is why it's so like I use the whole change argument, the fact that we like change is undeniable, motion, all this kind of stuff like that. Like that's what the reality, like the physical all is. But then if you divide that number by itself, you get 1. You return to the 1. Do you know what I mean? So if you divide the universe by itself, you're still left with God. There's no way of escaping that. You know what I mean?
Well,
and what's interesting is when you get to the number 0, right? The number 0, if you multiply 0 by itself, you get 0, yeah. But then if you divide 0 by 0, what do you get? And that's the key thing. You know what I mean? You will either get an answer of 0, which doesn't make any sense because the number divided by itself should always get you 1. And then when you flip it on the other side, it's either infinity, because 0 can go into 0 infinity times, or you get 1. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you will always get back to the 1. And that's why like because like when you look at like what does 0 represent? It represents nothing. But nothing is impossible.
Well, not just that. I feel like mathematics is literally the language of God in a sense, and it's his most purest form of language. In this universe, probably his real language outside of this universe of his real being would probably destroy that of the human ears. But I would have to say that it would be more that it is mathematical the way that you explained it with the 1 and the 0, but also the fact that everything in the universe revolves around mathematical equations, physics, all that type of shit. Like everything all revolves around some type of math. Like time is all number based. The way the planets align and how the sun is, moving at a certain speed. That speed aligns up with the Milky Way moving at a certain speed, and then the Earth rotating adds up to that certain speed where we don't feel the actual effects of how fast the Earth is actually moving through space.
And like that like there's the intelligent design, like the whole thing. If you're walking through a forest and you found a watch, you wouldn't be like, oh, this just randomly spawned into existence and all this kind of stuff. To me, the mere fact that the universe is even intelligible, and the fact that we can understand and we can say, yes, the solar system and all this kind of stuff, that to me proves God. You know what I mean? Because in order to even have like rational faculty, like off logic, this is why the Greeks talk about the logos. This is where we get the word logic from. It's God given. You know what I mean? And like that's why, like, to me, you're going to have that kind of you're inevitably going to have those people who will just like take every single word like literally and fundamentally, and like that's why you need to be able to I have to be careful where I phrase this, but you have to kind of like set them up for failure. And like this is what I call out a lot of atheists for, because they think that I'm a free thinker. That's their fucking catchphrase. I'm a free thinker. I don't need God. All this kind of shit, right? But if you're a free thinker, why would you go against the Bible? Because the Bible, just take Proverbs for example. Like there's tons of like really good fucking like wisdom in Proverbs alone. You know what I mean? But what they done is they like, let's say they use the Book of Job and they use my argument, but they misunderstand what I'm trying to say with my Book of Job argument. I'm not saying that I'm against the Bible when I make that argument. I'm actually making the case of why this book is fucking genius. You know what I mean? What they'll say is, see, the God in the Bible is evil, or it's like injustice, or it's a fairy tale, all this kind of shit. But what I'm pointing out with saying that thing about Job, and even with the Quran, with the Iblis, right? Like it's intentionally written in that way because like that's what the author's design is. It's basically that test to say, are you just like following me because I'm me, or are you actually applying logic and critical thinking to it? And the mere fact that, like, in this with the Trump derangement syndrome, they think that they're not followers, they're not sheep. But if you're just like doing the opposite of what Trump is doing, then you're still following in a way. It's like anti-following, or I don't have the right word for it, but it's like you're still in that mindset where you're just reading Trump's words and you're just negating. You're doing the opposite of what Trump is saying.
It's like another form of you actually care about something without actually like showing the positive side of caring about something. Even though you negatively hate it, you still technically care about it in a certain way.
And what's the old saying? If you stare at it long enough, you become it, or you become it. Maybe the Trump derangement syndrome. Maybe they look so hard they become what they hate.
Yeah. One of the logical things I get from the Quran, like, dude, just even hearing the stories or reading it, like, just the part where he's in a cave and he gets tortured by an angel, which you obviously know it's a fucking demon. He even says it is a fucking demon. He doesn't want to go back there. But that's the part that gives up to me that it's all false. It's a false reading. And the fact that, like, there's proof that so many scholars of the Christian faith will literally say that if the Bible is true, then the Quran is false, and if the Bible is false, then the Quran is false. Like that's the huge premise about it, because there are certain things that the Quran says the Bible's incorrect about, and if that's true, then that would mean if that's false, then the Quran's false, because it's the same thing with the fucking the Mormons. Like the same story with fucking Joseph Smith. It's an angel that comes down and tortures them, and it's not. It's a fucking demon. It's a fallen angel that tortures the motherfucking dude. And it's probably the same one that did it to Muhammad. Who knows? But like that's literally the gist I get from it, and why I can't follow it, because I logically fucking see that shit. And then other people go like, no, it's something else. It's something. It was an angel named Gabriel. No, it wasn't. No, he even said it was a demon. And angels don't torture people.
Well,
that
depends on the orders, don't it?
I guess that does depend on the orders, but I don't think angels are going to come down and torture an innocent man, because he was young at the time. And he had like an older wife, and the older wife was the one, I believe, that told him to go back to that cave. No, it's an angel, and you should listen to him. And, what the fuck, man? That's the other part I don't get about it, because if he had a wife at a young age, I thought in Muslim code you're not supposed to listen to women. That's the other part I don't get.
Yeah, they're supposed to cover up and shut up.
Yeah, that's the part I literally don't get. Why the fuck why was he listening to her to begin with?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
I don't know. It's I can't remember if it was his wife or his mother or who the fuck it was, but all I do know is, like, that's reading the story, hearing the story, you can literally logically take from it and understand that it's all false writings to basically throw people off from the religion. Because if you really think about it, the devil could do anything to throw off the followers of the Christian faith or away from Jesus. All he has to do, and God might even say, he's within the bounds of being able to do that, so long as he doesn't, meet these certain, entailments or something like that. I don't know. Or there's certain things that keep him from doing specific things, meaning he can still interact with humans, but it's a test that God is allowing that human to interact with the devil in a certain sense. Like, I feel like, of course it would be the son actually that would be interacting with the human world, because that even the way that, Andrew explains it is like, even with Adam and Eve, the one that came down and created man and talks to man is the son, not the father himself, because it in the spirit form it would technically be the son to be physical.
Well, we're not supposed to be able to even, if we hear him, it will explode your brain, right? Or go deaf, explode your whole brain.
Yeah.
What I understand.
That's why, like, I don't want to interpret it, but the best way that I do see that is it's almost like the son is the direct link to the father.
I think he had to do that in order to get to walk on the earth.
Well, not just that. I think that's the only way he could do that, because I think being that he's constantly still making the universe, or all his power goes into the universe itself. I wouldn't say he's weak, but I don't think he could voice out anymore to the point that it has to go to the sun. And I think that's the way he made it. So when the son speaks, he's speaking, and the son's just speaking out after hearing him.
That's his voice, more or less.
More sense, because he wouldn't want, because if he was to speak and everyone can hear him, then that would mean the devil can hear him too. So he wouldn't want the devil to hear his plan, because that would go to all angels in a sense. So he would rather it go to the son, and the son can tell it to the rest. And that makes more sense the way that he has it set up, that intricate.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
In that way. That's the only way you could get, talk to us and walk on the earth is through the sun.
Do you think that like the devil is like an actual like being or an entity?
Well, so like I was telling you on one of the Will of Madnesses, so like I think it's more along the lines is they can swap from metaphysical to physical, but it's limited. So like I feel like angels can do it, but there's a certain limited path to how it can. Especially the sun. I feel like the sun can actually do it more compared to the average angel or average child of God. I would say that he would be able to do it through, I guess, light or any type of energy form that I would assume an angel would have to have properties of being able to show up as light, but wouldn't be able to touch, like in a hurting sense. It could probably like pat you on the shoulder or, lightly touch you with some type of divine strength or some shit, like not give you strength, but like, give you the feeling of some type of divineness from it. But that's the only thing I can think an actual angel would be able to do, because that's what the Bible describes. But when it comes to like a fallen angel or the devil, it would be more like he has to grasp a certain aspect of a human to get that physicality out of them. Like fear might be able to unlock that to where he can reach into to a physical aspect to torment a human, or disbelief in their faith can make him reach into those aspects. That's how I see it, because that's how the Bible.
You think that angels still come as much as they used to, and people just don't say anything?
Yes, and I want to say no, because the Bible even says that there should be no more divine intervention in a sense of.
Not to interfere on anything. I mean, they just show up sometimes.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, the way I take it is not really like show up, because I don't think they have to. I think it's more like they could literally sit within heaven or even in a fourth dimension and still hear, see, and
no doubt.
Everything an individual human does. And being that the way that the Bible explains how many angels there are, then there must be an angel for every human that's watching them, recording everything you do, because they're the ones that pass judgment. Like they have to record everything a human does to pass judgment in the end. So in the sense, if you really think about it, you technically have an angel. And if not, I'm not sure. I don't think if you corrupt your soul, it's going to corrupt the angel watching you, but I think it can let a demon get a hold of you, or the devil himself get a hold of you. And that's what allows the aspect of something similar to the angel watching you, but it's able to do certain physicalities that the angel wouldn't normally do based on that. And the only reason why the angel wouldn't be able to do something unless it's like, I don't know, because there are certain divine things that happen when you feel like people are like in the dirt, and you feel like the devil is playing with them, and then you feel like something miracle wise happens and they change their life. And it's almost like, in that sense, it's almost like the angel like knock the shit out of the demon or some shit. That's basically what I get from that.
If you tell somebody you've seen a UFO, they think you're cuckoo, right?
Well, yeah.
Imagine if you told them you'd seen an angel. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I could see that too. I mean,
yeah, probably.
I mean, there's just a few things I kind of go back to, and it even goes to the premise of like people don't understand. Like today, even when the Bible says that the Lord would come back and it would be like the day of judgment and all that stuff, it would be more understanding to that than him coming back and him trying to redo the same premise he did when he was in the flesh once before.
Right.
Because the reason why is the same shit would happen is people would reject him being God. is humans have that premise where you'd have to prove it to them. For instance, if it was, I think 400 or 500 people were gathered around when he rose Lazarus back from the dead. Imagine how many people were annoying Jesus for the past month. Dude, can you raise my cousin back from the dead? Like, can you imagine that shit? How annoying that was?
Oh, that would, yeah. I mean,
like that probably went on for the longest time with some of the people following him, but they probably weren't complete followers, because I bet some of the complete followers were like, you can't ask that of him. You can't demand stuff of the Lord. Like you just have to let things be as they are. Like that's literally how I believe most of the followers of that group, and that's why they didn't take it off of trying to lie and say he didn't. They record and say he did, and didn't try to be all like, well, he didn't raise my cousin or my sister, so that doesn't prove it wrong. But because that wasn't the complete mindset of everyone back in the day. Today, that's how it would be, is everyone would want justified proof, and how Jesus really worked as a divine being is he didn't have to fucking prove to you anything. It's whether you believe or not. Like, he did do things that showed people the belief, but they didn't demand him to do so. You know what I mean? Like, he just showed them.
And he made his own decisions. I mean,
that's what I mean. Like turning water to wine or walking on water. Like, he didn't do it because someone demanded him to do so. He did it to show them who he was.
Without saying anything.
Without saying anything. Yeah. Like if you were to walk up to him during that time and tell him, well, I didn't see you walk on water, go walk on water, he wouldn't do it, because you're commanding the Lord to do something. Why you can't command the Lord? That doesn't work that way. That's blasphemy. Nope. that's how I see it. So like if he was walking among us and people didn't notice, like he isn't going to let you know. Not till it's
we wouldn't know. If people look, we wouldn't know.
But isn't even the belief that like you can pray to God and God will sort out your problems, isn't that like going against like the concept of free will? Do you know what I mean?
Not really.
No,
I don't think so. Not really.
Well, in the sense of sorting out,
he can guide your free will if you ask him. You know what I mean? Show me the way, help me, or something. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, like guidance or being grateful. Like there's certain aspects of praying that is praying. But if you're like saying you want God to fix things in your life, that's demanding. That's you can ask him if he could fix these things or help these things in your life. You can ask. And, if he does or if he doesn't you have to respect his judgment on that part. That's how God works. You can't simply be all like, let's say you ask, but in your mindset, he's going to do what I said because I asked. Like, let's say you have that in your mindset and intention. God sees that. God knows that you're thinking that, even though you said in a respectful way, but in your mind, you're thinking with the intention like that. God isn't going to help you out because of the intention of your mindset, even though you're trying to say it in a prosper way. But in your mindset, if you truly feel like you need help in your life and you need the guidance of God, and you pray and you get that you will get that guidance, because you truly have to believe in your mind's eye that he will help you. But you can't sit there and be all like, well, he didn't help me, so now I don't believe in God. Because God will know that you will switch your mindset to.
You got to do a little bit yourself too. You got to do a little bit for yourself.
Yeah, you have to, and that's something I learned over the years when I was an atheist. It's like, trying to become more closer to the Christian faith is like, you have to apply yourself to it. You have to see more of how God would see things, not how a human would see things. Because
and I would hope if you're praying, you believe. If you're praying, you probably believe too.
Well, not just that. So I even did it sounds fucked up, but it's kind of experimentation to even feel the void of divinity. So when you go from believing in God, like I did at a young age, from going to atheist to not believing in God and trying to just shoot it out of your life, you don't feel a shift at all. You don't. But when you get God back into your life and you start getting closer to the Christian faith, you feel a shift. You literally feel a certain aspect as if God literally, not like, it wasn't like he stepped out of your life, but it was like a certain aspect of his presence stepped out of your life. Like he was still there.
Kind of like, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Yeah,
all the way to the end and past the end. You know it'll be okay.
But and I know that because when I was an atheist, I didn't have guilt for specific things that were actually wrong because I didn't believe they were wrong or right. I didn't have guilt for them whatsoever. But now that I'm more closer to the Christian faith, certain things that are wrong, like I didn't have a certain opinion about abortion. Now I do. It's taking a life, and I feel that way regardless, no matter what, because that certain aspect I've learned through the Bible and through God that you have to have a certain logic and understanding about what is life, like what is it exactly, and how would you determine life? And if you say there's no necessity for it, for instance, if humans had plenty of crops, for instance, but there's one specific time out of the year that we might have a famine, but we don't know that, where all the crops might go away. So you're going to need to be able to hold on to seeds. But you have some type of feminist outbreak where, since we have so many crops, but we have too many seeds, we should start destroying all the seeds because we have too many crops. That's pretty much the same agenda with human abortion is, well, we have too many humans, let's get rid of the rest of the humans being born. And that basically will kill humanity. The same thing goes with the whole crops and the seeds, is if you destroy all the seeds, then there'll be no more crops and humanity dies. And it's the same.
And when does it get so many that it makes God so unhappy that he does something about it? I mean, exactly. I don't know what. I mean, he could do anything, but you know what I'm saying?
I think
at what point?
I think it's not really, it can't weigh on him to a certain point, because then that would mean he has emotion of that of a human. I would see it as in he's still going to wait till Judgment Day, and those of that certain aspect are going to get their judgment based off of what they've done as a sin.
That could be too.
And I feel like your punishment is going to be based off of your sin. Literally, I literally, like, the sin you've done the most, or the sins that you've accumulated, they're all, like, every single sin has a certain punishment to it. That's kind of how I feel like it has to be. Like,
you can't pick and choose, can you? No.
Yeah, no, you can't pick
we
and choose.
Can't.
And the thing is as a Christian, like, well, learning to be a Christian is like, you have to accept, all the sin you've done in the past. If God does pass judgment on you, you have to accept, what that judgment is. I mean, that's what I've learned, that I have to learn to accept whatever judgment he comes to pass during my time, or if, in my lifetime.
That's our individual thing. We did it. Whatever we get judged, though, we did it. You know what I mean? You did what you did. I've done what I've done, and I've got to deal with it.
But is the judgment not on yourself? I mean, I look at all these, like, I call them the
uggos,
LGBT.
LGBT.
What do you mean not on yourself?
Like, when you look at, like, for example, like what I call the uggos, or the whole, like, LGBT and all this kind of shit. People who, like, color their hair like green and goofy colors like that and all this kind of shit. Like, they're doing all this fucked up shit, and then they have to go on SSRIs and all this kind of shit, because I believe that that's their own mind. Like, that's the true judgment. You cannot escape your own, like, mind judging you for what you've done. Do you know what I mean?
I can agree with that.
I think that's the judgment within the physical planes starting out in your life. I think, like, there's a certain aspect, like, when you go so far gone, God lets you take that. For instance, let's say you don't believe in
free will.
Like, let's say you don't believe in free will completely, and I think there's again, I don't like interpreting, but I feel like there's a certain aspect where if you give up free will, that is using your free will by saying, I no longer want God to give me this gift that He's given me. I will do it on my own, and it's almost like that is a part of free will. And it's like, all right, determination now. And you can get free will back, but you have to, now you're in that mindset of determination, and now God's going to be there. He's going to listen and all that stuff. But now everything you do is going to affect you negatively if you don't go in a positive light or path.
I feel something's coming here. He's going to prove something.
So like, again, this is Book of Job. Like I said, one of the best books ever written, right? In the land of Uz, there lived a man whose name was Job. Already, folks. Right, this is different to Genesis or all the other books, like the later parts of Genesis and all this kind of stuff. What's the difference typically, like what you typically see at the start of a book when it's talking about people in the Bible?
I don't know. You tell me.
Typically, it goes basically, it starts listing off the lineage. You know what I mean? It'll say XYZ had this child, and then this child had this, and it starts basically mapping out the whole family thing. In Book of Job, it doesn't do that. It basically says there once was a man named in a land far, far away. There lived a man whose name was Job, right? And then we go to where's this button? No, it's not this button. How do I get to the? Oh, here we go to the next one.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
But here's the key thing, right? For me, right? This is let me make sure I get this. Right,
there you go.
It is perfect, right? Then the Lord said to Satan, right? Have you considered my servant? So this is the second time when Satan comes back. Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. And he still maintains his integrity, though you incited me. So already this is a problem. How can Satan incite the one? Right? How can Satan incite the divine being, the supreme being? Right? You incited me against him to ruin him without any reason. That is literally injustice.
Right.
And I'm not saying that there's no God. And this is what the mistake that the atheists will say is like, see, I told you there's no such thing as God. It's like, no, this is the test right here. That what we're calling the caricature of the Lord here, that's not actually God. And this is what you're supposed to be able to work out. This is the test before you. Are you a slave or are you a man? Like, do you actually choose, and actually are you able to use reason? What does reason mean? Reason is logic. Like, is this like there was no logic behind what I done to Job? It was a frivolous bet. You know what I'm saying? And I ruined him. I took away everything. I killed his family and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And when you're talking about like judgment, you have to be able to use reason to judge.
He went through hell on earth.
Yeah, but this is what he's saying to Satan. He's saying God is saying to Satan, you incited me against him to ruin him without any reason. You incited me to do injustice. That doesn't sound like God.
Not normal. I agree.
Yeah, because that would
Do
be
you know what I
that would be saying that Satan had the ability to manipulate God.
Or at least stand in front of him, not equal to, but at least have something to say.
Well,
that he would
in this sense, it would be to manipulate the sun, because it would be the embodiment of the sun speaking to Satan. But I'm not really sure, because like I don't know. There's a lot of things about the story of Job throws me the fuck off.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying about like the mistake that the atheists make and all this kind of shit. Like they'll read something like this and say, yeah, this is bullshit, whatever. It's like, but they're not thinking about the people who've written this story and who have preserved it for over 2,000 years, who've literally fought life, like have sacrificed their life for it to preserve this story, right? And this is what I'm saying is like, if this was just a philosophical book or like was put out by academia and all this stuff, they'd be like, this is an amazing story and all this kind of shit. This to me is why the Bible is one of the best. It is the best book ever written, because it has this right in front of you.
And it's never been duplicated. It can't be. There'll never be another like it. I mean, it's impossible, if you ask me.
And like this is the test that it's like, are you like, you know, worshipping a false idol? Do you think that like there's like some spaghetti monster or some BG looking motherfucker in the sky and all this kind of shit? Or is it because you know that like logic, the only way for logic to be possible, there has to be a supreme being. There has to be a universal mind that grounds all this. Otherwise, there is no reason. There's no logic.
Right.
We got our gal Shazzy in chat. One sec, let me give you a little Pepe for that. Of course, I was waiting, Shazzy. I was just here plowing the fields with the boys. You know what I'm saying? Doing a bit of work and all that. Hope you're well, Shazzy. Hope you're well. But, like, Lucifer means light bringer, or like light bearer, right? Or dawn bringer. And Jesus literally gets, like, one sec. Let me show you the quote. Sec. And again, I'm going to show you this, and then I'm going to throw you into Nietzsche and show that like even like these modern day fucking quote unquote philosophers are a bunch of bollocks because they don't even understand what Nietzsche is actually talking about. Right? So Revelation 22:16. If you just want to look it up yourself, just to make sure I'm not pulling any tricks out of me leprechaun bag here.
I trust you.
So, like to me, this is just like reinforcing. It's like, holy shit, this is amazing. You know what I mean? It's literally, like I said, I come at it from like that angle where I'm like, these motherfuckers, whoever wrote well, not motherfuckers, but whoever wrote these books are geniuses. Geniuses, okay? I, Jesus, have sent my angel to give you this testimony for the churches. I'm the root and the offspring of David and the bright morning star. That's what Lucifer is. He's a morning star. He's a dawn bringer. So Jesus was like the Lucifer to the Sadducees and the Pharisees.
Well, yeah. He would be. No doubt. To them.
And like this is why will be the best way of kind of explaining it. I don't know if I have like a good example to it, but like when you look at like the Salem witch trials, right? Like this whole kind of demonization that goes on, all this kind of thing. It's like you're going to, even Jesus gets accused of being like a demon. And then Jesus basically says, well, if I am a demon, then why am I curing, like why am I like basically destroying like these other demons? Like how it's like they basically, I think it was the what was it? It was basically with the mustard seed quote. They basically like he cured a boy from like what seems like on like epileptic fits and all this kind of stuff. And they were like,
he call it demon?
Yeah, they basically start accusing him. See, he's got like demonic magic powers on stuff, and the crowd starts going around Jesus, and Jesus replies back like, "If I am a demon, then why am I curing this boy from demons? A house divided is a house that cannot. A house divided is a house that falls." You know what I mean? So it's like
he referred to him as demons sometimes when he was curing people.
Do you know what I mean? And like this is the whole aspect of like, if you speak truth, you're going to end up like Socrates. You're going to end up like Jesus. They're going to come after you with pitchforks and the whole shebang. You know what I mean? Because the superstition goes crazy. Like we have like the historical event of it, like the whole like Salem witch trials and stuff. But I think a lot of that was basically what happened in Rome as well, where a lot of these wives got together and they started subverting the politics. You know what I mean? And then they were like, "Listen, these bitches got to go." You know what I mean? So like that to me is like my kind of like interpretation of what's gone down. But you know what I mean? It's like, and like I said, like even me, like I'm struggling to like the like my counter to like the whole argument of like the Bible is a test whether or not you're a man or a slave, and church is basically it's community. It's about community and keeping the community together and all this kind of stuff. Like my counter to that is like, I don't want to commit myself to Christianity and then, like I said, make these out, because to me, it's irrelevant whether or not Jesus even existed. That's like you're missing the forest for the trees at that point. Because like a lot of that kind of like goes back and forth, and you see a lot of like even Christians go like against each other in terms of like specific kind of like things in the Bible or whatever. Like there's different denominations for a reason. You know what I mean?
You're looking at the lessons learned, right?
I'm looking for the wisdom.
Well, that's what I mean. The lessons learned, that's wisdom.
You know what I mean? And that's what I think if everyone focused on that, like this whole kind of like Abrahamic Accords that Trump has been trying to push and all this kind of stuff, that's peace in the Middle East. If they can pull that off.
If they can.
You know what I mean?
If they can. That's a big charge. That's a huge thing. But it can be done, I think. He might be the man to do it. I don't know.
what was the quote from Inglourious Bastards? One sec, let me play that clip because I love that scene with what was it?
It's been a while since I've seen that one.
Oh, bro, it's such a quality film, and like
Yeah, it
if you look at Quentin Tarantino's interviews when that came out, he says that like for me, it's like I had to get the character Hans Landa. I had to get the perfect guy for that role. You know what I mean? Like the whole movie to Tarantino apparently comes down to that character of Hans Landa. Because, like I said, it's basically he's like you think throughout the whole film he's an evil Nazi, he hates Jews and all this kind of shit, and then they get to this moment where he's like Jew Hunter. That's just a name that stuck. You know what I mean? And then
Right.
like you start to say, oh shit, he's just basically like a Columbo. He's just like a detective. He's just the guy that's like super smart and all this kind of shit, and he just finds people. Some of the people he found were Jewish, others weren't. He just basically like was like the Columbo character for the state. Like imagine like Columbo or like Patrick Jane for more modern example, or Sherlock Holmes kind of thing. Again, like Sherlock's brother worked in the government, all this kind of shit, right?
Sherlock,
basically. You know what I mean? And it's like this is the whole thing where he puts the deal in front of him, right? And then you have
Illegal
this.
activity, but what we call just a man trying to make a living for his family selling a little moonshine liquor. It behooves oneself to keep his wits. Long story short, we hear a story too good to be true. It ain't.
Sitting in your chair would probably say the same thing. And 999.999 times out of a million, you would be correct. But in the pages of history, every once in a while, fate reaches out and extends its hand.
And then the mouth drops.
What shall the history books read?
Now that's Donald Trump. To like saying to MBS, to saying to BB and the boys, saying, "What'll it be, boys? What shall it be?" You know what I mean? And also shout out to Shazzy. She says she's suffering from cellulitis on my shin. It's very hot, big bump. Shout outs to Shazzy.
Holy shit, I got that in my left hand right now, Shazzy. I've got a damn pick line in where I had to actually busted my hand up and I ended up with that. No shit. It hurts, Teriak, I promise.
Yeah, no, my mom's got it. That shit's painful as shit.
Yeah. They're
But
giving me
I'm,
antibiotics to get rid of it.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off.
Yeah, take it easy. Halfwood, thanks for joining. Any
Alright,
shout outs or anything like that? Any debates or anything like that coming up?
Nah, none at the moment. Maybe sometime in the future. I don't have any. I might stream sometime later today. Probably a game or so, or I might do an open panel. I'm not sure. I haven't really put anything together, but that's about it. But appreciate having me up though.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Are you
I'll
crazy?
see you later. Yep. Good talking to you.
But Shazzy, one thing I would say is that like red meat is good for like healing and intermittent fasting as well.
Yep.
So if you can squeeze any of that in, like I said, it won't. Like I said, it's not like a magical cure. You know, you just start rubbing some steak on it or something like that. But like it definitely helps because like that was one thing that I noticed. That like anytime I get like a cut or a nick or whatever, it just seems to heal a lot quicker. Since I've been on the carnivore diet, it usually would be around for like a month or whatever. I'd still have like some sort of like red mark or whatever. But on the carnivore, it's like within a week it's gone. I'm like, what the fuck? Am I Wolverine? You know what I mean? Kind of like that aspect. But yeah, like I was saying, like
in the red meat, there really is. It's a different kind of protein or something.
And I think it's something got to do with like the fact that they have like multiple stomachs and all that kind of thing. That it basically like makes sure that like it filters out like a lot of especially like with humans and all that kind of stuff, with like plant materials and all this kind of thing. Because what they're discovering now is that like remember we're all told as kids and all that stuff, make sure you eat your greens and to be healthy and all this kind of stuff. Now they're telling us that like there's a lot of stuff in these plants that we didn't know was there before, but it's like these acids and all this kind of stuff, which is like a self-defense mechanism and all this kind of thing. that the plant has to prevent creatures and all that stuff from eating the plants and all this kind of stuff. So that's one thing that like where, and I think even Easy was talking about it on his panel earlier, where he was kind of saying is I think it's only like 20% of all the plants that we know of are actually even edible, whereas like with the meat, it's like there's not really an animal out there that like you can't eat or you don't get some sort of benefit from it. Do you know what I mean?
If you can stand the taste, you could probably get something out of it. If it's eatable, you know what I mean? You could get something out of it.
100%.
Probably good for you. Well, that's what we're supposed to do, ain't it?
And one thing as well that I noticed, I was reading the story of what was his name? The guy who was like he changed his name to Israel.
Changed
What was
his name
before
to
Israel?
Israel. What was he before?
I know it was Esau was his brother. Doing a moment though, I need to thank Grok for being here. Jacob, right? The story of Jacob and Esau is that story is what what they've done in the whole like Thor franchise. You might have heard me talk about it. It's like, oh, they bastardized like the Norse mythology and all this kind of stuff. It's supposed to be Loki that brings Ragnarok.
Yep.
But I was reading that story, and like there's so many similarities where it's like he's basically very deceitful and all this kind of stuff, or he's kind of like a trickster kind of type character, because he basically kind of cheats his brother out of the blessing from his father to inherit the basically the ruler do, and then he goes off in the wilderness and all this kind of stuff as well. But like I genuinely think that like Hollywood and all this stuff, like they've been preaching stories from the Torah and all like the Old Testament of the Bible and all this kind of stuff. Because like even when you look like William Shakespeare and all his stuff, what did he basically copy paste? The Bible. You know what I mean? The whole like Hamlet, you know, brother kills brother. And then you take the perspective of the son of the brothers. You know what I mean?
We can't kid you though. Some of them, very few of them, but some of them are geniuses out there. Mostly Hollywood to make movies and stuff. They're freaking geniuses. A few of them.
But like, because even when you look at like the Barbie movie, right? And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, boo Barbie, all this kind of shit." But when you look at that like film as, let's say, oh man, I had a really good way of or perspective to say, like, think of it as like you know, like that sarcastic dad kind of thing. Like he would say something, but like he's being sarcastic and it's hilarious because it's like he times at the perfect moment, all this stuff. Like Will Ferrell. That's his name. That like if you look at like his character in it, he is so condescending and sarcastic, like in the movie. And it's like once you kind of like take that perspective of like the trickster kind of like or comedian kind of like aspect, it puts a whole new spin on the whole Barbie thing. Yes, they're talking about the feminism thing and all this kind of shit, but like they also have the pregnant Barbie, and like that's something that a joke that they have in the initial thing is like when they're in the boardroom, it's like pregnant Barbie. Oh, nobody wants pregnant Barbie. You know, that was basically like a bad idea and all this kind of shit, which technically is true. But it's also speaking to like the modern day mentality where they're saying it's like, yeah, like none of these women want to get pregnant anymore. They all want to be boss bitches and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, when you have that dynamic, like the way the movie ends, again, they do the call back to the pregnant Barbie, and then Barbie has that whole moment with like the creator, and like basically she like there's the whole kind of like white lie, and then it has like that whole kind of like, you know, emotional music, and then it's all like about life and kids and all this kind of shit. And then how does it end? Barbie goes into the real world, and the first thing she does is she sees a gynecologist. She wants to get pregnant.
Yeah, there's an underlying theme there, isn't it?
because it's this whole thing of like, it's like a facade that's put up, and then like the true meaning is like put behind that facade. So like all like the feminists and all that kind of stuff will like eat up the facade, but they're also gonna eat up that
the engine, right?
Like the truth, like that actual kind of like wisdom from it. You know what I mean? And because if they were to do a movie where it's like it's all pro pregnancy and it's in your face and all this kind of stuff, people are gonna reject it. But if you give them that facade of the feminism and all this kind of shit, they'll at least watch it, or they'll say, "Oh my god, yeah, it's like feminism," and then they watch it, and then they don't even realize like that's going into their head. And that to me is exactly, you know what I mean? And that's what to me is kind of giving me like that whole kind of different spin on kind of like looking at Hollywood. Was like, wait a second, you know what I mean?
What
like,
are they doing?
Yeah, why are they doing that? You know what I mean? Like I thought that Hollywood was like pro feminism, pro lefty, and all this kind of shit. But now you're using the likes of like Will Ferrell and all these like Margot Robbie, Ryan Gosling, like all the A-listers are like they all have to do a Barbie film. What the fuck is this about? You know what I mean? And it's like I said, like viewing it from like that trickster mentality where I'm like, oh shit, Hollywood's actually not down with this leftist shit. Hollywood's not down with this feminism, anti-natalism, and all this kind of stuff.
Or maybe they're just damn well burned out on it. Maybe they're just done with it. They've had enough. You know?
Yeah.
He's had enough.
If that's Hollywood, right? Like that's like the
probably the most liberal place on earth.
Exactly. You know what I mean? But like even just looking at Hollywood, like that's basically like what would be the word, like propagandists, or like the that powerful, like influential kind of like force. Like that's like the stage of like modern day society, at least in America, if not worldwide. Because like I said, like everybody watches Hollywood films and all this kind of stuff around the globe.
Yep.
And if that's their perspective, I start to think, oh, wait a second. Who hangs around with the Hollywoods on? Well, all the elites, they're all in their big club and all this kind of shit. So
you're damn right. They'll pay to be in that club, but if they're already rich, they'll pay to go with them. You know what I mean? To be in their company.
Because fame and money, like the elites have the money, but they don't want. They're like kind of like that Sherlock Holmes, where like Sherlock Holmes never takes the credit, because he understands like, if I keep taking credit for all this shit, these motherfuckers are going to come after me. You know what I mean? Like that's the dangerous thing of like where you don't want to. A lot of people want to be like that, the king, the dude in charge. He's getting all the credit, all this kind of shit. I'm the type of individual who's like Sherlock Holmes. I think like Sherlock Holmes, where I'm like, nah, bro, I don't want any of the credit. Like, use my arguments and all this kind of shit, because I don't want pitchforks outside my motherfucking door.
Yeah, let me have that damn picture. It can get rough.
Because the way I think about it is like, at the end of the day, right? Let's say everybody started stealing my arguments and all this kind of shit. I'm like, that's great. Because the important thing is for the message or the wisdom to actually be instilled in other people and all this kind of shit. So from my aspect,
it also test your theories, right?
Well, that's the other thing as well, because
your logic and your theories against others.
Because like I'm human. I am fallible by nature. Like I make mistakes, all this kind of shit. My mom took Tylenol. We even have, the meme and everything. You know what I mean? So it's from that aspect that it's like the absolute power corrupts absolute, or power corrupts absolute, power corrupts absolutely kind of thing. It's like one of those things where it's like, and again, that's where you get into the whole Loki thing, where it's like I'm like the outsider. And if even from like the outside perspective, if I can go down that line and we can agree, then surely, like I said, there's something bigger at play here. And that's why, like I said, to bring a full round back to the whole war thing, it's like when you look at Hollywood and like even just that like general kind of like notion of what would be the way to describe this? Like America, like through Hollywood and all this kind of stuff, but also like we've seen from like the government, all this kind of stuff, like they've mastered the art of deceit. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to see illusion would probably be. Again, we always come back to Loki, like the god of illusions, all this kind of shit. But like America can like give you, can paint that picture to the enemy where they look weak, and certain things that like have gone on that like everybody overlooks. Kind of going, you're not paying attention to who Donald Trump is. Donald Trump asked China to help out in the Strait of Hormuz. If there's one country that Donald Trump has made clear he fucking despises, it is China.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he did it in pub and didn't even hide it. It's in it's public. I'll put it that way. I mean, he didn't even try to hide it. He's like, fuck you, China. Oh,
He motherfucking
God.
called it the Kung Flu.
Yeah.
He called it the Kung Flu and then got the bitch to repeat it. What did you call it again? What did you get? You know, the Kung Flu? I mean,
Yeah.
So when he done that, it was the same time he was asking the EU, are you guys gonna send things on stuff? And it was literally like think of like the Avengers, where you have that like just before everybody comes back, it's basically Thor, Tony, and Captain America. And Thanos basically knocks Tony out straight away. Then he basically grabs fucking Thor's axe, not even the hammer, the axe, and fucking almost kills him with it. And then basically it's him and Captain America going head to head. And then he fucking drop kicks a Captain America a football field away essentially, and shatters his shield in half. Like the indestructible shield has been shattered in half. And then Captain America like stands up, and it's like you have that moment where it's like Cap fucking just tightens the belt, picks himself back up, and he says, it's basically kind of reminiscent of that whole thing of like, I can do this all day kind of thing. He's still willing to fight, even though it's basically just him and fucking Thanos left. I mean, and Thanos still has his army being formulated behind him and all this kind of shit. At that moment, it's like, fuck, we're gone. We're fucked. You know what I mean? But at that moment, you know, you will be able to know who has your back and who doesn't have your back. When you're at your lowest point.
Damn right.
You know
You're damn right. Yes. At your weakest point, you'll know.
So when, like I said, you're going against
whoever's with you at that point, that's your real friends. That's who's got your back.
ride or die.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
When you have
Quite
nothing,
literally.
no protection, nothing. You can't offer anything. Have nothing left to
Like-
give.
When you look at the way that like England, France, Germany, like they've all like bent the knee to Muhammad essentially. They've bent
yeah.
the knee.
Well, you know
They're
that better than I
terrified.
do.
100% crazy. And like I said, like this whole aspect of like they genuinely fear Iran or like the Islamic regime, I should say. You know what I mean? And like from that aspect, it's basically like this is why people say America is the protector of the free world.
Somebody's
America.
somebody's
what?
got to do it. You know what I mean? Somebody has to do it. Some country. We just happen to be the country doing it because we're able to. Right now, we're able to, or try to, or at least be, one of your allies. Say, hey, if you mess with them, you got to mess with us, and together we're going to do some damage. Don't do it. But I guess.
But it is. Yeah, go
It's
ahead.
rough. It's rough when you let immigrants in and they took over your damn country. It has to be. And I'm talking about over there. It has to be rough.
But it is something where like, America is just built different, bro.
Yeah, I agree. It just don't happen here. Not saying it cannot happen. I'm just saying it's not so far. I can't see it happening because, to be honest, there's too many pew-pews out here in America. There's just, my God, even if they got past the army, they would face us, if you know what I mean.
But I'm even like speaking from the point of view like there's only one country that ever had great in its name, and that was Great Britain.
Right.
And
Never
when
thought about
America stood against them and they fucking won.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like and even in Irish history, There's a guy called Eamon de Valera, right? He's the dude, like, because everyone always like talks about Michael Collins and all this kind of stuff. But Eamon de Valera, he was American born, but he moved to Ireland, I think, when he was 6 years of age or whatever. So he had an American passport. He was like a dual citizen, all this kind of stuff. And when the Easter Rising took place, right? They basically like a lot of the leaders of it like were like badly injured and all this kind of stuff, and they rounded them up and they went to execute them. Eamon de Valera was a part of that. Mike Collins got away. Mike Collins was like I said, kind of the whole British Army was like trying to find him and all this kind of stuff, but they didn't have a picture of him. So like he was literally like cycling around like the capital city, like Dublin. He was like cycling around on a bike past all these British military, and they didn't know who he was. So like to think of the cheek to even have the balls to do that and all this kind of shit. But when they went to execute the leaders of the Rising, like James Connolly, for example, like he'd already sustained so many fucking like gunshot wounds that he couldn't even stand up. He was going to die anyway, and they still executed him. But they couldn't execute Eamon de Valera, right? Because he had the American passport. If they had executed him, then America would say, "What the fuck? You executed an American citizen. We're going to take all this kind of shit." Do you know what I mean? But
And I think we're unique in that way. You hurt one person, one American, then you got all of America to deal with.
no
If that
man
makes
left
sense.
behind.
Right. And that we mean that. But that's a good thing, in my opinion. If I'm in another country and God forbid somebody kills me or something, you know, my wife can feel good that we might do something about that.
May God have mercy on your soul. Because
Right.
the shit that I've seen in Iran,
Right.
I am never fucking with the American military, bro. You know what I mean?
No.
But
That we get rough. We don't want to, but we can. I hate they changed it to the Department of War. I like the Department of Defense better because of the word defense. I've never thought of America being offensive. We normally don't do that.
But
We'll go to war, but we have to if we have to.
But before 1947, it was called the Department of War. And like this goes back to the whole like
It
quote
was,
from the Thor movie where a wise king must always be prepared for war. Never seek out war, but always be prepared for it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, that's the government's job here. That's their number one job.
And
what I'm
and I think like when you look into the whole like Rothschild things and all this kind of stuff and like Ford and like all these like prominent like mega business people, like that's basically who controls the country. They have all the money and all this kind of shit. I often wonder, are those motherfuckers like intentionally leaning into that shit? 'Cause if they see you as like this great evil force, like the fear is going to take over for a lot of people. You know what I mean? But when you look
Absolutely.
at like, when you look at it, it's like, is that not a good, or is that not necessarily good, but is that not like a wiser position to hold? Because if they genuinely think that you're madmen and like you're like literally Satan, like that's what Iran calls you, or the Islamic regime calls you. It's like they call you the big Satan. They call Israel the little Satan. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
if that's the mystique that like they perceive you as Satan, but you're actually kind, generous, and like I said, you hold back intentionally.
Yep.
It gets back to this whole thing of like, okay, let's see how they'll actually act. Because what I see from a lot of lefties is they look at like the likes of the Islamic regime and say, oh, they're oppressed.
Right.
And they start justifying all their actions, all this stuff. And like, because they're in a weaker position, they assign people in a weaker position as the more people and the people in the strong position as the immoral people.
We're picking on them. Yeah, exactly. We're
when it's like
using them or in some way, whatever. We're doing what we have to.
I'd say, no, my petit chéri. America has been holding back and watching.
And we are.
What are these people actually like? And now it's undisputable at this stage with the shit that's gone in England, Germany, France, all this kind of shit. Like this is what they will do.
I'm setting that
They've
video
corrupted their souls.
setting that video as an example for the rest of the world. It should be.
It should be.
And if not, they'll find out. with whoever. I don't. Hopefully, we don't find out. I don't think we will. I hope not. But what's going on should be an example. If you do this, this is going to happen. And here's the proof. Here, 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 and here. You know what I mean? It's unmistakable.
This is why, like, I think, like, in terms of, like we hear, especially in, like, academia now, it's starting to come out now, finally, but, like this whole thing of, like, academia has basically been corrupted and all this kind of shit. That when you look at, like, this aspect, if you are the Sherlock Holmes character, where you're giving credit to like, think about, like, like Cardi B, for example. She's literally a trollop off the street. She's literally on cam admitting to crimes. That she would drug these dudes, rape them, and then mug them. I was like, wait, what? Then you realize it's like they literally, like, Hollywood is its own kind of like hidden kind of like shell, where it's like where they have like the writers, the composers, and all this kind of shit, and they can make you into a star. You know what I mean? I don't believe for a second. I don't believe Cardi B like wrote any of her own shit or done any of that shit. She's just an actor or an actress, right? She's just playing a part. Exactly. Because it's like, oh, this would be good for like the black demographic and all this kind of shit. And there's certain things, because like I said, I keep going back to like the Socrates story. It's like, if you are to reveal like all this to the people, like essentially to the ignorant, they'd be like, no, I want to do it a different way and all this kind of shit. So it's better to give them the illusion. And this is why, like, I've strongly started fighting back against democracy and all this kind of shit, because I don't believe for one second that America is a democracy. But I think that's a good thing. I think they give you the illusion as a test to see, okay, what way do you actually feel? And just to gauge the audience per se. Because at the end of the day, the script writers are there for a reason.
There's a handful of people that control the whole damn thing. I agree with you. I mean, there's just a few more people that control the whole damn world, if you ask me. Like the super elite people. I mean, Elon's supposed to be the richest man on earth. There's people probably got 3 times the amount of money he's got. Maybe 10 times. You never know their name. But they're out there. And that's the people that own stuff. I mean, damn, they own everything. And they pretty much gonna set the rules for everybody else. Kind of have to have that kind of money, that kind of power.
But to go back to what we're saying, where it's like America like holds back.
Hell yeah.
That has to come from the same mentality. Those like this like deep state, if you want to call them, the people that control everything. Like, right. That shows to me that they're not just this raw kind of like they want to cause as much misery and control everyone's lives and all this kind of shit. And
well, again, they have to survive no matter how rich they are. They still have to survive. They can't do it alone. They need other people. They need us. They need me, a little person, to do the little things. If that makes sense.
That's where you have the whole Gandalf thing, where he talks about like, why did you pick the Hobbit? And he says, you know, like, I think that the cure, that the true counter to evil is found in the little things, found in the Shire. It's found in the thing. Do you know what I mean? So
well, you can't if there are without cinder blocks, and the cinder blocks is the foundation, and I'm just a cinder block. The old saying is another brick in the wall, but a cinder block.
But you stack all these bricks together, and you get the Empire State Building.
You got a hell of a wall. You got a hell of a something.
You got to think of beauty.
Yes, and that's where we come in. The everyday person. They can't do it without us. They can't.
But like that's where I'm coming at it from. Like, let's say like the Rothschild is the family that owns everything and all this kind of shit, right?
Yep.
And like when you look at again, I heavily recommend people watch the Loki TV show, because in that they're literally having like in the second episode like there's literally a scene where Loki is with what's his fucking name? Mobius is the character's name, but the Owen Wilson as the actor. Like him and Loki are having like a dialogue, and they're basically talking about predeterminism or just determinism in general versus free will. And it's a common theme throughout the whole show, where then Loki and the female Loki start like fighting back against each other, and the female Loki's like, no, you have to give them free will and all this kind of shit. And the other Loki's like, if there's not, because there's the character called like the One Who Remains, right? And he's
Right.
basically the controller of the timeline, the sacred timeline, all this kind of shit, right? And he sets the rules, all this kind of shit. And then one of the things that he tells the female Loki is like, if you kill me, you have the option. He doesn't even fight back. He basically just sits there and just like lets the female Loki kill him. And he's like, doesn't matter if you kill me. There's going to be someone who's going to end up right back on this throne just like me. And
Another
the reason
break.
why, but the reason why female Loki kills him is because like free will was so important to her and all this kind of shit. It's like we have to be able to choose whatever the fuck we want. And this is this whole aspect, I think, of democracy versus monarchy. Where it's like you need someone on that throne. Because otherwise, if people are left to their own devices, they will fuck shit up time and time again. So we have to give you the illusion of democracy and actually control things from behind. Because if we just gave you democracy, this is how you end up with like Ilhan Omar in office. This is how you end up with like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in office and all this kind of shit. It's not going to go well. And it's an unpleasant truth, but it is a truth nonetheless.
It is truth. And it ought to be evident. They see, we should know, but yet they remain for now.
The One Who Remains, you know? And it's like I said, I won't spoil the ending for you, but I heavily recommend that you just watch that show, because if you want to understand like what I'm trying to aim for, what I'm trying to go for, with my whole kind of like philosophy and kind of like mentality of how I'm approaching debates, it's coming at it from that angle. Where I'm like, listen, like I'm more than willing to play the devil for a noble purpose. Because, like, fuck, dude, even the Rob debate, you know what I mean? Like, there's some people who were commenting on it, like, who genuinely think I'm atheist. You know what I mean? And it's like, listen, I'm more than willing to play the devil, act the devil for that noble purpose, you know? Because when I go against the atheists, bro, oh my god, you should have seen it. When the debate I had, Kai was the one who hosted it, and it was Atheism is Dead. When you listen to the dude's opening statement, he's talking about like, because I gave my opening statement first because I was in the affirmative, right? Then I sat back, and he gave his opening statement, and he's just like talking about Christianity and all this kind of shit, and I'm literally like laughing on cam. I'm like, I got him. I got him by the fucking balls. And like, he was like, okay, Kai goes, okay, Tarek, what's your counter? My counter was as simple as it's one sentence. I'm not Christian, bro. And his brain just imploded. And he like throughout the whole debate, and then even to the point where he tried to gaslight me as if I'm bringing up Christianity. He's like, I'm talking about philosophy, bro. Why are you bringing religion into this? I'm talking about Heraclitus, baby. You know what I mean? And once... And my whole thing is that if I can get these motherfuckers to view it from that angle, where it's like God is not like a religion, God is philosophical, God is mathematical, right? Then it shatters atheism. And where are they going to go once atheism is shattered? They're going to have to go back to a religion. And when you compare the religions, there's a reason why Christianity is like even these Muslims that call Christian Satan or America Satan and all this kind of shit, they're all flocking to these Christian countries. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they are. And I think they have a purpose. They want to take it over. They want to spread it.
But even like
I understand what you do, Terry. I really do. It's hard sometimes to pick it out of there, but I think I understand what you're doing.
Because to me, it's one of those things where like you can't go back to the whole Bible thing and all that stuff. It's like you can't just like give people just like repeat these words and you'll be saved, or you'll be Gucci, or you'll be good, or whatever. The whole idea is to get people to think for themselves, right? In terms of that aspect of like, because if you actually critically think, you have to use logic and empirical, the reason and the practical. You know what I mean? That's what's objective, and that's what we can all unite under. That's the objective standard that we point to. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're a Christian, you're going to believe the Bible, of course. But if you're not, what do you do? If you remove religion out of it, and that's what you do, just try to take that out, but not really. But not really.
But this is, so I was thinking back to the Rob debate.
Do what?
Like when I was thinking back to the Rob debate, because the only real thing because when he said it's like, okay, is stealing immoral, right? And this is why Rob's so good at what he does, because no matter what way I answer that question, if I would say yes, it is immoral, then he would say, okay, what about if I'm starving or my family's starving, all this stuff, and I steal a loaf of bread? Are you going to tell me that's immoral? And that's why when I answer, I says, I don't know, Rob. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to make a positive claim on that, because I know how that works. I've literally seen fucking Andrew Wilson do it. You know what I'm saying? So, like the only kind of like moral ought or moral should that I can really say is that you should pursue truth, which is seeking God. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that's the only real thing that I can firmly say from philosophy. But when you look at Orthodox Christianity, all this stuff, the ancient Greeks heavily influenced them, all this kind of shit when they were tying it all together. And there's a reason why I'm pointing to Jesus being called a morning star and like him being like that Prometheus figure. Even the fucking New Testament being written in ancient Greek. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not all, that's not coinky dink. You know what I mean? It's done for a reason. You know what I mean? And like from that, it's basically, and this is why if you notice, Jay Dyer and Neil, Gnostic Informant, had a debate. And when they done the open panel thing, I made sure I went up and I asked Neil if like the ancient Greeks comes, the Orthodox comes from like the ancient Greek, is in like if the religion of Orthodox Christianity is just the next stage on from Platonism and like basically the religious form of the philosophy that the ancient Greeks held. Right? Why would you not be an Orthodox Christian? He says, oh, because they bastardized the noose. And that's when I seen through and I say, hang on a second, brah. You're full of bullshit now. Do you know what I mean? Because you're basically splitting hairs over something that you should not be splitting hairs over. You know what I mean? Because fundamentally, when you look at religion, like religion is basically a set of ethical principles that you ought to do. That you like it's basically like a set of rules that is heavily recommended that you follow, because if you don't, then when you look at like what is it like what happens if I start doing immoral shit, I will start to lose the will to live. Like look at what like demoralization does.
Your loss will become shit, probably.
You will not even want to live the life that you have. You know what I mean? And it's inescapable. You cannot escape your own mind. You know what I'm saying?
Can't. No, you can't. And, like that's one thing you cannot escape is that.
You know what I mean? And from
your mind and your body, you can't escape your body either, but your mind, there's no way.
Exactly. And like this whole aspect, like when you look at like demoralization as like a phenomenon, you know what I mean? This is why the military uses demoralization tactics and all this kind of stuff. This is why you have the whole video of like Yuri Bezmenov, you know, when he talks about like demoralization. This is like an objective phenomenon. And like what happens when like soldiers get demoralized? They refuse to fight for their own country. They're like, fuck this, they surround it, they go over to the other side and say, yeah, like take me a prisoner of war or whatever the fuck. I'm done doing this shit. Like they literally lose their will.
Yep.
And
they do it by the hundreds sometimes. They'll just stop. Turn over their weapons and just stop.
You know what I mean? And when you look at, and like I keep saying, when you look at like the LGBT and the blue-haired Uggos and all this kind of shit, like they're losing the will to live. That's why they're all on antipsychotic meds and antidepressants and all this kind of shit. But
they're already a little bit different. I'll put it that way. They're already a little bit different. They even do that. And if you start adding humiliation on top of it, and Jesus, I don't know.
Well, like even when you look at like the transgender surgery thing, which was formerly called transsexual until science came out and says, yeah, you can't change sex. Then they just invented this whole gender thing and tried to do the exact same thing, right? When you look at the individuals post-operation, the suicide rates and the depression and all this stuff, they skyrocket.
And why is that? It's not natural. It's unnatural. It's not. You shouldn't be doing that. You got to be a little bit off. And if you couldn't stand it the way you come out or was born, how are you going to be able to stand it changing or trying to change that? And you can't change, and that's a fact. You can play like it. You can have your stuff removed and stuff added on, but it's not real. It's really not real. It can never work. Therefore, you're never going to be happy with yourself because you already ruined yourself. You was born to be a certain way. We all were.
But when you think about all the argument, like they're so like think of like the Furby, right? They're so adamant that like this is like the right thing to do and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
We killed them with our kindness. That's what we've done. We've accepted it, supported it, and now I ain't gonna say at fault, but we sure ain't helping it. By being nice about it.
But if you give them what they want, it's like they'll lose the will to live. Like that to me is like clear cut, like that's what immorality does. You will lose the will to fucking live.
It's not natural, so it can't work. It's not going to work ever. What? And maybe one out of 10 people feel good after they do that. I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are, but it can't be many. It can't be many.
None of them do
at all. If any, if any. It can't work. It's not. Number one, it's not natural. I mean, it's just not ever going to work.
And like when you ask them, like what is morality, they just like deny. Oh, it's subjective because they don't even know what morality means or immorality.
You got to have a foundation.
They don't even know. They don't have the concept of it. You know what I mean?
You got to have a foundation. Where does that come from? To me, that comes from the Bible.
100%.
That tells us how to live. And nowhere in there, I don't believe it says anything about doing that. I swear I don't.
And that's why, like I say, like you need nobility and free-spiritedness. And we've gone all the way over to free-spiritedness to the point where we're even ignoring like objective phenomena like morality and all this kind of shit.
Yep.
And that's why I say France has lost their nobility. They need to get a king back because holy shit, this stuff is crazy. You know what I mean? Because like what you're talking about there is like the code to live by. That like the Bible, like that's your nobility. That's your moral ethical code. Like noble literally means person of high character or moral standing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's why in the Bible it's all kings and all this kind of stuff. There's no democracy in the Bible. You will not find democracy in the Bible.
I don't think you will.
So from that aspect, that's why you're going to see. That's why I keep saying Zeus is coming back. Even in fucking Marvel, it was hinted at like the I think the latest Thor or whatever. Like they were talking about the whole like Zeus shows up with his lightning bolt and all this kind of shit. And then like the end scene to that, he's basically saying like Hercules, like you need to go out and like kill Thor, you know, or like seek vengeance and all this kind of stuff. But just to end on something to tie it in, because like I said, I love going through this.
It helps explain you, Terry, how you your debate style. I'll put it that way. The points you make.
Because the one thing that I often think about is the like this whole thing of like to rebel, right? And that's why you see like all these like atheists and all stuff like the I think like Rachel like puts it where it's like you have like this kind of like Luciferian or kind of like rebellious streak where it's like screw you, dad. Like that that's where like a lot of it is like it is stemming from. And like even I'm like now saying it's like, bro, you have like some sort of like weird like daddy issues or some shit like that. You're just rejecting this for the sake of rejecting it. Don't do that to yourself. Don't reject logic and truth. Because you're literally cutting your nose off to spite your face. Well, here's the beautiful thing, right? This is the infamous, I should say, Nietzsche. Oh shit! One sec. This is the Nietzsche. Where are we? The Nietzsche passage where he says God is dead. The legendary God is dead thing, right? Which a lot of Christians, Jews, like religious people find offensive, all this kind of stuff. All right. Have you not heard of that madman? Now the madman is Nietzsche. Basically, he's like when you think of like when Plato does his plays, where Socrates is his mouthpiece, meaning that like if you listen to Socrates, that's what Plato actually thinks, right? So have you not heard of that madman? In the bright morning, Dawnbringer, Morning Star, right?
Yeah.
Lit a lantern. He's a light bringer, and when you light the symbol of the torch again in the Olympic Games, also if you're signifying like this is the truth, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And ran to the marketplace of ideas, calling out incessantly, "I seek God, I seek God." Nietzsche's telling you, like, I seek God. I'm not an atheist. You know what I mean? As many of those who did not believe in God were standing around just then, he provoked much laughter, right? So it's like, if basically Nietzsche saying is like, if I was to actually come out and say this, everybody in society would start laughing at me and say, oh, he believes in flying spaghetti monster, all this kind of shit. You know, has he got lost? Said one. Did he lose his way like a child? Like, oh, it's fairy tales. Or is he hiding? You know what I mean? Is he just hiding behind like his religion, all this kind of stuff? Is he afraid of us? You know what I mean? Thus they yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his eyes. Whither is God? He cried. I will tell you, we've killed him, you and I. All of us are his murderers. But how do we do this? And then he starts saying, how could we drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon, etc., etc.? Now, one sec, I should have had this loaded up as well. When we go back to Job, all right, again, you cannot escape the Bible, my friend.
No.
Like I think it's like 47. No, it's not 47, 42 maybe. Basically, when God shows up. Oh, okay, right. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see. Not see. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Then the Lord spoke to Job out of the storm. Brace yourself like a man, I'll question, you shall answer me. Who would discredit my justice? Who can tell me justice thing? Do you have an arm like God's? Can you have a voice thunder like his? Then adorn yourself with glory and splendor. Right? Look at the behemoth. Oh, one sec. There's something with the horizon, essentially. No, I think it's the next one. Job 41. Something when he talks about the ocean. One sec. Is it 42?
That's something I can't memorize anything like that. I don't know why. That's why I don't attempt. I don't want to butcher it.
So I want to make sure I get the aspect where it's like basically like what God is telling Job here is that like, who are you? Like I'm the Almighty. Like I created everything. Do you know what I mean? Like I created, like, look at the behemoth which I made along with you, which feeds the grass like an ox, strength as a lion's. What power is muscles of belly? Its tail sways like cedar. Like look at like how great and powerful like this is, which is what Job is doing here. How could we drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What were we doing when we unchained this earth from the sun? Whither is moving now? And then he starts talking about motion, right? Away from all the sounds. So it's like he's going like from this, he's presenting this argument in the same style of Job is written, right? backward, sideward, forward, in all directions? Is there still any up or down? You know what I mean? Are we not straying as though an infinite nothing? Sorry, are we not straying as though an infinite nothing? This is the whole thing where I was talking about the zero. It cannot be zero. God cannot be zero. God has to be one. God has to exist. Do we not feel the breath of an empty space? Has it not become colder? Is there not night continually closing in on us? Do we not need light lanterns in the morning? Do we hear nothing as yet the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we smell nothing as yet the divine decomposition? Gods too decompose. God is dead. God remains dead, and we've killed him. How shall we comfort us, the murders of all murders? What is the holiest and mightiest of all that world has yet owned, has bled to death under our knives? Who will wipe away the blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement? What sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatest, again, the sacred games, the Olympic Games, right? Is not the greatness of his deed too for us? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it? There has never been a greater deed, and whoever is born after us, for the sake of this deed, he will belong to a higher history than all history hitherto. You know what I mean? That the people that will come by and reinstate this belief and ground this thing and basically wipe out atheism, like you're looking at greatness, right? Here the madman fell silent and looked again at his listeners. You could replace listeners with readers, and they too were silent and stared at him in astonishment, right? So this is basically him kind of saying, it's like, listen, I seek God, okay? Like, I'm not a fucking atheist. There has to be a God. You know what I mean? And
all it says is the belief system has been wiped out. We did it by, not believing. Atheist. That's all he's saying, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not saying God is dead. He's saying we don't believe in God anymore, so therefore he's dead.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what he's saying. Like, we're fucked now because, like, these people,
Until you
they
get
have
the
no
shit
North
back.
Star.
Until you make it right. Again.
Exactly.
Make it right.
You know what I
He's
mean?
not
And I
saying
think
God is literally dead. That's not what he's saying.
exactly. He's very like Plato in terms of what he's saying here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This whole thing of like, and like we're talking about with Barbie, it's like, I'm going to give you the facade. The facade where you think I'm going to be atheist just because I criticize Christianity or like and all this stuff. But like, if anybody reads any Nietzsche, like Nietzsche takes shots at everybody. Nietzsche even takes shots at Plato. He uses fucking like firing shots at everybody. You know what I mean? Which is something you need to be able to do if you're going to call yourself a philosopher. You need to like take whatever kind of like beliefs or arguments you have in your head, and you need to be able to take shots at them. That's iron sharpens iron. That's the only way that you're going to dig down to the truth. You constantly pick at it. You know what I mean?
That's
and
the truth.
This is why I say to people, like, it's not everyone can handle this. And I don't mean that as like this is why Loki says, I'm burdened with glorious purpose. It's a burden. You know what I mean? Because some people, like, they don't want to have to constantly kind of like doubt themselves.
They don't want
this
to deal
kind of
with
shit.
it. They want to
It's
deal with
like,
it.
give me a set of rules on stuff that will keep me safe, and I'm Gucci. You know what I mean? I'm here to live life and have a good time, all this kind of shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. And this is the whole kind of like metaphor that the Bible constantly uses between like the sheep and the shepherd. You know what I mean? Like
Well, it's what, like 80-20, 80% follow and 20% lead, something like that. Or
Something
10%
like that, yeah.
of the top. Yeah.
'Cause when you
10% of
look
the
at-
bottom don't really give a shit one way or another, but they don't even care at all.
Exactly. And like when you look at like the shepherd, like it's the same thing with the king. Everyone wants to be king, but they don't realize you're taking on a tremendous amount, like a burden of responsibility. You know what I mean? You have to make
Yep.
sure that the sheep are okay. The sheep don't do something fucked up, like getting caught in a fucking fence and all. Oh, this fucking sheep's after fucking, you know what I mean, doing this. Or
Yeah.
you have to swallow a piece of plastic. You have to dig that out of his fucking throat and all this kind of shit. You have to like care for them, take care of them. You know what I mean? So,
Yep.
like I said, we went from the Bible to Quran, back to the Bible to Nietzsche and thing. It's like I said, to me, it's like, holy shit. Because I
We
think
were-
that
We've been
reason
around the
why you
world
s-
here, Harriet.
Exactly, baby. But I think the reason why Islam came to be was that we gave them a figure, and now they think that Jesus is a hippie socialist and all this stuff. They completely missed what we're trying to say with Jesus. So now we have to give these cunts like a pure monster, and that's what Muhammad is. He is a monster, right? And say, okay, if we write it this way, they'll definitely not follow this cunt. And then we have the Islamists that actually went full fundamentalist, and they're like, yeah, Muhammad's a great guy and all this kind of shit. And you're like, oh fuck, we need to.
You know what that means. You know what that means.
War.
Better than any American right now, I guess.
100%, man. And
Yep.
and like I said, there's at this stage, I don't really give a fuck what they call me. You know what I mean? Because this stage, you know what I mean? It's now or never kind of thing. But like I said, hopefully I gave you guys a little insight into the philosophies and why I do the way I do it and all this kind of shit. But
I think
like
it
I
helped.
said,
Terry, I do. I think it shines some light on your way of, the way you do things. How about do?
100%. Is there any, because we're going to close off, is there any final thoughts, closing
Yes,
nuggets of wisdom?
been
anything?
damn interesting, Terry. Damn interesting. You covered a lot. We covered a lot there. I liked it. I even learned a little bit.
Hallelujah.
I learned a little bit. Imagine that shit. A dumb old guy learned something.
My man.
It happens. It happens.
But what you call it? We're gonna go into vintage because I done Kieran the last time. So make sure you give him a like and the sub, folks.
All right.
And like I said, the one key thing as well about Trump is Trump has said on the record that he's not a Christian. You know what I mean?
He has. Yep.
But when you look at his actions and all this kind of stuff, and when you look into, like I said, what I keep saying is that low-key trickster kind of like thing. Hopefully, like I said, I give you a little peek into maybe like Trump's mentality about this as well.
What he says and what he does is two different things, isn't it?
Exactly. But yeah, like I said, let me know when you're doing the interviews when all the stuff's sealed up and all that kind of stuff. Because like I said, I can go.
Yeah, man. I would like to do that. Yeah, we'll do it. Thanks for having me up, Terry. I'm gonna get out here and leave you alone now.
My pleasure, bro. Appreciate you
All
stopping by.
Yes, sir. Next time.
You too, sir. But yeah, again, like I said, massive shout out to everyone who stopped by. Again, happy birthday to Easy, and again, eternally grateful would be an understatement for the, like I said, man, the fucking the Wheel of Madness song, the even the Mystery Van Fall song, the logo that you see on screen now, both the Celtic knot around it with the light logo as well as the Loki logo. It's all from Easy. You know what I'm saying? So this would not be possible if it were not for Easy. So Easy, hopefully you have an amazing day and an even better Verbal Combat as well. And like I said, folks, we always sign off the same way. Okay? Please, if there's one thing that you believe from me, it is that to trust your president. You're doing the right thing. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.